Recorded Books is pleased to present the Modern Scholar series, where great professors teach you. My name is Richard Poe, and I'll be your host. Today we begin a course entitled Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Exploring Fantasy Literature. Your professor is Michael D.C. Drought, the William and Elsie Prentice Professor of English at Wheaton College, where he teaches courses in Old and Middle English, medieval literature, Chaucer, fantasy, and science fiction. Professor Drought received his Ph.D. in medieval literature from Loyola University in 1997. He also holds M.A. degrees from Stanford and the University of Missouri-Columbia, and a B.A. from Carnegie Mellon. In 2005, Professor Drought was awarded the Prentice Professorship for outstanding and innovative teaching. The Wheaton College class of 2002 awarded him their Faculty Appreciation Award. He is the editor of J.R.R. Tolkien's Beowulf and the Critics, which won the Mythopoetic Scholarship Award for Inklings Studies for 2003. Drought is one of the founding editors of the journal Tolkien Studies, and is editor of the J.R.R. Tolkien Encyclopedia. He has also published articles on Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea books and Susan Cooper's Dark is Rising series of children's fantasy novels. Drought has written an Old English grammar book, King Alfred's Grammar, which is available for free at his website, www.michaeldrought.com. The overwhelming success of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films and the Harry Potter series demonstrates that the fantasy genre is alive and well in the new millennium. The fantasy genre continues to evolve, with stories of magical realism raising the question of what should be properly labeled fantasy. Should fantasy be considered serious literature, or is it merely escapism? In this course, renowned Professor Michael Drought examines the roots of fantasy and explores the works that have defined the genre. Through his incisive analysis and deft assessment of what makes these works so very special, Drought delves into the mythological stories that have formed the basis of the enduring appeal of fantasy literature. By rereading ancient epics and poems, Drought illustrates how certain stories and themes reverberate through the literary tradition, and then goes on to show how authors in the 19th and 20th century created their own myths and worlds that, in turn, influenced the writers of today. Fantasy literature, Drought claims, continues to be popular because it confronts the big questions of life and explores such difficult concepts as the nature of evil and the possibility of an afterlife. As vivid as the imaginations of its authors might be, fantasy literature has remained popular and influential mostly because it has never turned its back on the questions that real people deal with every day. For more information on this course, please visit its webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll have access to links to related sites, a seminar room to share your thoughts with other students, and yes, of course, a final exam. And now we begin Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 1. What is fantasy literature? Genre, canon, and history. And now, Professor Drought.
Fantasy literature is probably the most popular and influential genre of literature in the 20th century. Now, I know that's a fairly large claim to say something like that fantasy is more important than all the great mainstream literature and the Nobel Prize winners. But if you start to look at its influence, both throughout the 20th century and now into the 21st, in popular culture, in film, in art, and in literature, and when you look at the numbers and you see how many fantasy books sell compared to other books, and also when you look at who reads fantasy and which people read fantasy, you'll see how important it is to study this subject, which really hasn't been given as much academic study as it deserves. Fantasy, however, is somewhat difficult to define. People define it the way Potter Stewart, the Supreme Justice, used to define obscenity. He says, I'm not going to define it, but I know what it is when I see it. And that sort of is how we work with fantasy, too. We think with magic, heroes, monsters, castles, medieval settings, and quests. These are all elements of fantasy. But any one of those elements can also be found in mainstream literature. You can have monsters, you can have castles, you can have historical fiction. And so it's a little more difficult to define rigid boundaries for fantasy, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. Instead, we're going to look at fantasy as a genre, as a category within literature that has kind of porous or fuzzy boundaries. And you can go from fantasy into science fiction, into historical fiction, into horror or ghost stories, and into romance, and even into mainstream literature. And you'll see that it's hard to know when you've crossed over from fantasy to something else. A good rule of thumb, though, is that fantasy is about things that could have happened but didn't, while science fiction is about things that physically can happen or haven't have happened yet. And I would say that romance is the category that then cuts across fantasy, science fiction, and historical fiction to kind of complicate things. Fantasy generally is set in an imaginary past. Science fiction is set in an imaginary future. But again, that's not 100% correct. One of the most famous science fiction films of the past 50 years starts out a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Though many people, myself included, might argue that Star Wars has a lot more to do with fantasy than it does with traditional science fiction. Fantasy is generally contrasted with realism. Those are the opposite ends of some kind of a spectrum. And this is a division that goes all the way back to Henry James and has been very influential about deciding what is serious, important, and good literature and what's just genre and fun. And I want to complicate that question a little bit by first pointing out that realism is a really problematic category, because every time scholars have tried to look at what makes for a realistic novel versus some other kind of novel, they've been unable to find any single element that is found in realistic novels that isn't found elsewhere. And vice versa, they can't find anything that's in fantasy that doesn't show up in mainstream literature. It seems to be that if you have too much of it, then it becomes fantasy. But that's still a big problem. Linguistically, there's nothing that's used in a realistic novel that isn't also used in a fantasy novel. And so it becomes very difficult to pull them apart. Another example would be in fantasy, realistic description of things like landscape, creatures, architecture, or habits and customs. All of those things are very much follow the realistic canon, the realistic method of describing things. Realism is often said to focus on realistic or deep psychological motivation for characters. And it is true that when you look into novels by people like Faulkner, Toni Morrison, and Ernest Hemingway, there's a very strong focus on the characters' interior lives. However, you can find that focus in fantasy literature also. Some of the literature we're going to examine is not that closely focused on psychological motivations, but some of it very much is. For example, the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant by Stephen R. Donaldson, you might even say, are too focused on the character's interior life. Another way of defining or separating out fantasy from realistic literature is to say that realistic literature is focused on the minutiae of social interactions between people. And this would be the case for realistic literature being defined by things like Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice or the books of Henry James. And right there, that should tell you we have a problem, since Henry James is defining the category of realistic literature and saying that it's the only really good literature in contrast to fantasy. And of course, he's defining that to put his own books at the very center of it. So we're going to reject some of these categories, at least temporarily. And we're not going to come up with some kind of short Webster's type definition of fantasy. Instead, what I propose is we look at a lot of works that are considered to be right smack in the middle of the fantasy genre. For example, J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, which more than any other work defines fantasy for the 20th century. We're also going to look at Ursula K. Guin's Earthsea books, Terry Brooks's many, many, many Sword of Shannara books, Stephen R. Donaldson's The Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. We can then expand our examination of fantasy to include things that are also in other genres but are part of fantasy. For example, children's fantasy is an incredibly important category. Some would say that the 1970s and early 80s were the golden age of children's fantasy. However, when J.K. Rowling came out with her Harry Potter books, that started a new golden age of children's fantasy. And as well as Rowling, we would look at things like The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, Susan Cooper's The Dark is Rising, Lloyd Alexander's The Chronicles of Prydain, and maybe Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea books, though they also fit into the adult genre. There are other books and older books that have fantastic elements, but aren't always considered to be part of the genre of fantasy. And these would include things like Alice in Wonderland, The Princess and the Goblin by George MacDonald, or The Water Babies by Charles Kingsley. These are Victorian books. They're old books, but they yet have fantastic elements to them. And they set the stage for people like Tolkien, who would define the new category that we're looking at. So, what do all these works have in common? Well, first of all, this may seem very trivial, but they're all very long. Fantasy novels generally tend to be quite long. They tend to be multiple books, 3, 5, 7. I think the only reason there's not a lot of 4s is no one knows what the proper term is. And it's not quadrology, it's tetralogy, but most people don't know that. But you've trilogy, and you have the 7 books of C.S. Lewis's Narnia cycle, and the 7 books of Rowling's Harry Potter, the 5 books of Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea, and so forth. What else do they have in them? Well, fantasy has magic. Almost all fantasy has some kind of magic or some kind of actions that contradict the laws of mundane physics. Science fiction has this too, but fantasy often doesn't explain the details as much, whereas in Star Trek they might talk about, we have deuterium or we have an antimatter engine. In fantasy it's explained as, we have a magic ring. We don't talk about what kind of waves or particles come shooting off the ring to manipulate people. It's enough that it's a magic ring. Fantasy also contains otherworldly creatures. Again, in science fiction, this might be aliens. In fantasy, these are creatures often from mythology, sometimes from the author's own imagination. Things like hobbits, elves, dwarves, dragons, old ones, cauldron-born, wizards, talking trees. You can go on and on. In fact, some of the joy of fantasy is seeing either what authors can do with an existing category that we would inherit, like elves or dwarves, or how creative they can be in coming up with something completely new, like the cauldron-born, or the Ents, the talking trees, though Tolkien borrowed the word for that, but not the concept. However, fantastic elements, magic, and otherworldly creatures are all found in works that are not part of the fantasy genre. And these works are usually called magical realism, and they are among the most celebrated and rewarded and respected works in 20th century literature. Magical realism includes writers like Jorge Luis Borges, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Umberto Eco, Italo Calvino, Salman Rushdie, and Mark Helprin. These writers, who often have come from a Latin American tradition, though some of them are Italian and some write in English also, are among the most celebrated because of the beauty of their prose, because of the style of their writing. And this suggests one of the criticisms of fantasy, is that maybe fantasy authors are just bad writers. And if they'd written as well as Salman Rushdie or Jorge Luis Borges, then they would be magical realists. I think that's wrong, and I think, as we'll see in the final lecture, that there's something very specific to magical realism that's very different from fantasy, and that makes it more palatable to realist critics. But it is important to note that everything that a great celebrated prize-winning author like Rushdie or Calvino or Eco or Garcia Marquez is doing is something that shows up in more genre category fantasy and more popular fantasy, and the kind of thing that you'd find in the supermarket checkout line. And I think it's a mistake to say, oh, well, the magical realists are dealing with important themes and the fantasy writers are just trying to sell books. First of all writers are trying to sell books. Second of all, the themes that Tolkien, C.S. Lewis, and Ursula Le Guin deal with are among the most important and emotionally moving to a huge number of people. Tolkien is very concerned about the problem of death and the problem of possible immortality, as is Le Guin, though they come at it from very different angles, as is C.S. Lewis. These writers are concerned with problems of religion, they're concerned with problems of interaction between races, all of the very key issues that we're talking about today. The fact that when the Lord of the Rings movies came out, people saw them immediately as having something very important to say about the events of September 11th, 2001, and the subsequent geopolitical events, when in fact the Lord of the Rings books were written 50 years before, and the Lord of the Rings movies had all gone into production long before the events of 2001, suggests how powerful and meaningful the ideas dealt with by fantasy authors really are. Now, defenders of fantasy literature will often argue that what separates fantasy literature from, say, magical realism or mainstream literature is that fantasy has a strong ethical and moral perspective. I also reject that idea because I don't see how you can say that the magical realist writers, that someone like Salman Rushdie, someone like Mark Halperin, doesn't have an ethical perspective, doesn't have a moral perspective. In fact, interestingly enough, the political perspectives of, say, Mark Halperin, who wrote Winter's Tale, and Salman Rushdie, who wrote the Satanic Verses, are probably diametrically opposed, but they certainly do have that point of view. Defenders of fantasy say, oh no, wait, mainstream fantasy, it's pro-Christian, it's pro-tradition, it's pro-moral values. But I don't think you can possibly look at something like Haroun in the Sea of Stories by Salman Rushdie or the stories by Gabriel Garcia Marquez and say it doesn't have moral values. And I really reject the idea that you have to break this down into some kind of left-wing, right-wing political dichotomy, and that Tolkien is somehow right-wing and Rushdie is somehow left-wing. I mean, maybe in their personal politics, though if Tolkien were alive today, he would almost certainly be a member of the Green Party, so to call him super conservative is probably a mistake. But more importantly, it's not that fantasy has an ethical perspective and other types of literature don't. It's that what fantasy chooses to focus on are often transcendent themes that modernist literature has been afraid to touch. The problem of death, the problem of immortality, mainstream modern literature, and even magical realism touches that problem by talking about how does the death of one person affect lots of other people? How does knowing you're going to die affect you and your relationships with other people? Fantasy takes a much bigger perspective. What does it mean that someone is going to die and leave the world in some way? Or, as Ursula K would argue, are they going to be reincarnated, and why do they resist that? Or, as Tolkien and Lewis would argue, why do people resist death when it's the entry point to paradise? These are problems that people have struggled with for centuries, but that mainstream modernistic literature has pushed to the side, and fantasy fills that void in a certain way. But I should add to this that it's a bad idea to say that fantasy does one thing and mainstream literature does another, because within fantasy there's a whole lot of differentiation. Tolkien has one approach, Le Guin has another, Donaldson has yet a third. The children's fantasists have a very different approach than, say, the writers who work in Arthurian literature, like T.H. White or Marion Zimmer Bradley. The Arthurians are building off of a long tradition of a type of fantasy that is very concerned with social interaction, with relationships between men and women, with relationships between kings and servants and friends. And so those particular people working in fantasy have a very different approach than, say, Tolkien or Stephen Donaldson or Robert Holdstock, who's coming from an entirely different tradition. We also might want to look at how the readers of fantasy react to fantasy. And that might tell us something about what is fantasy and what's not. Instead of saying, did an author intend for something to be fantasy? Because I think clearly that Garcia Marquez does not consider himself to be part of the same genre as J.R.R. Tolkien and Ursula K. Guin. But instead of saying, does the author want to be part of this genre, we could say, do readers perceive it as being part of the same genre? Now, that would immediately suggest to us that one of the ways to define fantasy is by popularity. One publisher said fairly recently, fantasy is mass market, everything else is niche. And if you go into your bookstore, you'll notice a gigantic fantasy section, often marked out very specifically with pictures of dragons and damsels in distress and monsters and castles. But you'll also note that right in the middle of the adult books and right in the heart of the bestseller lists are the Harry Potter books, which really can't be any other genre besides fantasy. Despite their elements of school story and everything else, they're truly fantasy. You'll note that new fantasy works come on the market all the time and shoot their way up the bestseller list, that fantasy authors who churn out book after book, like Terry Brooks, who we will discuss, sell to millions of people. But even more, that those readers of fantasy can still differentiate between good fantasy and bad fantasy, the same way we differentiate between good mainstream literature and bad mainstream literature, the same way we differentiate between the really excellent works of a mainstream author like, say, John Irving, and the more mediocre secondary works that sell but yet are not seen as being as successful. And even very highbrow authors like John Updike or Toni Morrison have good books and bad books. So it shouldn't be a surprise to us that there's good books and bad books within fantasy. What we'll do in this course is examine mostly what I think is the best fantasy, to come out in the past 50 years, and also talking about some of the older materials that leads in. We'll have a very strong focus on J.R.R. Tolkien, because Tolkien is the father figure, if you were, that all subsequent fantasy has to deal with. They either have to react against him, or imitate him, or try to escape from his shadow in some way. We're also going to look at the ways that some mass-market fantasy may transcend its category, may reach the point where it can be both a bestseller and an important work of art, and not simply because it's a part of popular culture or because it's influenced a lot of people, but because as a literary artifact, it's done something that hasn't been done before. I would argue that Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea books, and Robert Holdstock's Mythago Wood and Lavandis, at least, have reached a position in 20th century literature where they deserve to be taken just as seriously as many of the other important mainstream texts that come along. Perhaps fantasy literature is not only a new invention of the 20th century, despite the fact that we're going to connect it to the 19th. It really is invented in the 20th century. But perhaps, as many people think, fantasy is the rebirth or the reanimation of something that is very old and something that came before. And what I'm talking about here is epic and traditional oral epic, in fact. And that brings us all the way back to texts like Beowulf, the Song of Roland, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, texts that we have as written copies, but texts that reflect very clearly a pre-existing oral tradition. And I want to take a little time here to talk about what that means, because people throw around the term oral tradition without really thinking clearly how it works. Now, oral tradition started to be studied seriously in the 1930s, when two Harvard researchers, Milman Parry and Albert Lord, went off to the former Yugoslavia and began collecting, using that new technology of recording, collecting oral folk tales. And what they noticed in the Muslim parts of Yugoslavia in particular is there was a tradition during Ramadan of the men of the village going to a coffee house and listening to long epic tales that were sung by people called guslari. And the guslari were called that because they played an instrument called the gusla, which is a one-stringed instrument played with a bow. And I have to say, as much as I've tried to be a good sport and enjoy the music, it sounds like a cat being strangled. But nevertheless, the guslari would sing these enormously long epic tales. Now, Parry and Lord became particularly interested in these because they noticed that they were done in a form very much like hexameters. Those are 6 meters in a line, which is what the works of Homer, the Odyssey and the Iliad, were done in. And so Parry and Lord started to possibly see a connection between Homer and these living oral traditions, and they started to record them. And they learned some really amazing things. The first was that even though these things were 3,000, 4,000 lines long, they were never the same from one performance to the other. So it was clear that the singers had not memorized the giant long epic poems that they were producing. And studying these singers and asking them what they were doing and seeing how they worked led to what's called the theory of oral composition. Now what this means is that these singers have memorized a bunch of formulae so that they can fill out a line. They've got some type scenes. They've got a general story. But then they make up the story each time. And they make it up because they've listened to other people sing these stories for their whole lives. And most of the singers are quite old. They've listened through their whole growing up process of sitting in these coffee houses at night during Ramadan and listening to these men tell these stories. And they built up more and more and more stories. Well, Parry and Lord realized that some of the characteristics in these stories were very much like those in Homer and those in other classical materials that were supposed to be written. Then when they compared them to things like Beowulf, they also found similarities. And what this showed was that there was an existing oral tradition going around through various cultures that only got written down very, very late. If you think about it, for the vast majority of human history, humans were illiterate, so they couldn't write down their epic tales. But they could pass them on in something like this form of oral composition. And it also showed that instead of trying to expect someone to memorize a 3,000-line poem, they could memorize a set of techniques that could make them generate a 3,000-line poem. Now, if you're skeptical of this idea and how it might connect to fantasy, you can see exactly how this process worked, because in the 1960s, after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, a Yugoslavian epic singer made up a poem called A Death in Dallas, and he had read newspaper articles about the Kennedy assassination, but he cast it as a traditional Serbo-Croatian oral epic poem, and it's been recorded and it still exists. Now, my point in bringing this all up is that's very much how someone like J.R.R. Tolkien worked, not necessarily in the oral tradition, but in the same process of taking material and building it into a very, very large epic format. The other important point is perhaps the reason that fantasy is so popular is it taps into this deep cultural root of an oral tradition that we've always had in our culture, but which was supplanted really in the Victorian period, maybe you can say even in the 18th century, but it was supplanted by the novel. Before then, all storytelling was oral storytelling. Even if people read stories, they read them aloud. And it's only with the advent of cheap books in the Victorian period that more and more people start to write. The quote, hordes of scribbling women that came out in the Victorian period who invented the novel really as much as any male writers did. Jane Austen and the Bronte sisters and many, many lesser writers also. What happened then for a couple hundred years, or maybe 150 years, is the novel, the written novel, took over from oral tradition, and novels can do things that oral traditions can't do. Novels are really good about deep psychological motivation. They're very good about minute description of human interaction. But they weren't particularly good at the epic sweep of things. Yes, you have Sir Walter Scott and you have the Victorian adventure novels, but they were still following the canons of realism. So when Tolkien finally came along and started writing his fantasies, really even before World War I started, he was reaching back and tapping into this long, long, long tradition. And it's my belief that fantasy fulfills the same function in our society that the oral tradition used to fulfill. It allows us to interact with very difficult questions. It provides models and references and type scenes and formulae that we can use to communicate ideas very effectively. And it does so in a way that is easily reproduced the way oral tradition was. You can tell the story of The Lord of the Rings a lot easier than you can tell the story of Portrait of a Lady, because the two novels are trying to do very, very different things. Now, I would not go so far as to say that Tolkien is oral tradition. He sat there and wrote with a pen. We have the actual manuscripts. And he uses all the techniques that his predecessors had invented. Not just the predecessors everybody focuses on in medieval times, the Beowulf poet and the author Sir Gawain and the Green Knight and Chaucer and so forth, and not just the Victorian writers that he was so clearly influenced by, but also the 20th century writers like James Joyce and Virginia Woolf who were inventing new techniques. Fantasy uses all the things that modern literary technology, if you'll let me say something like that, has come up with. Flashbacks, unreliable narrators, stream of consciousness, interlace, wordplay, complex, exquisitely timed plots, the kind of things you can't do in oral tradition, but you can sit there like Tolkien did and figure out the phases of the moon for every day of your story so you can figure out what which character was seeing when they're in two different places and play them off against each other and make them parallel and create different kinds of suspense. Fantasy writers use all of that. They use the technology of the printed book. They use maps. Fantasy's famous for having maps in the books, whereas a lot of other texts do not. So all of these things are mixed with the power of the traditional epic to create something that's even better and more powerful. And that's my main argument about fantasy, is that fantasy does all the stuff that mainstream literature does, but it tries to do other things as well. Fantasy tries to get us to think about our place in the universe, to think about our place in nature, to think about our place in the world in a way that mainstream fantasy can't do, because mainstream fantasy is so tied to the world. Mainstream fantasy can't get outside the real world to look in on it and comment on it the way fantasy does. So I think you'll see in the next lectures, as we work through the history of fantasy, as we then work through J.R.R. Tolkien's contributions, and then the writers who followed Tolkien, what I think you'll see is that fantasy is deserving of as much respect as any mainstream literature. And more importantly, that even more than mainstream literature, it repays close study with an additional reward of understanding more about the way the human heart works. In the next lecture, we're going to trace the roots of modern fantasy, starting with the ancient epics, but not paying that much attention to them, paying much more attention to the roots of fantasy in the Victorian era, and looking at some of the books such as Alice in Wonderland, George MacDonald's The Princess and the Goblin, and Charles Kingsley's The Water Babies, that set the stage for what would follow.
This ends Lecture 1. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 2, Origins of Modern Fantasy.
In this lecture, what I want to do is bring us up to modern fantasy. Now, we're going to start all the way back with Homer and the Epic of Gilgamesh, but really what we're going to do is try to figure out what it was in the 19th century that set the stage for the flowering of fantasy in the 20th century. So we're going to go and look at, very briefly, the really ancient antecedents, and then much more closely, 3 or 4 of the most important books in the 19th century that made fantasy possible, made it marketable, made it at least somewhat respectable, and made it what it is today. So it's possible, of course, if you really want to push things, to find fantastic elements all the way back at the very beginning of literature in the Epic of Gilgamesh. There's an evil, monstrous giant named Humbaba who lives in Lebanon who has to be killed at some point. And so that's a fantastic element, we would assume. In Homer, there are monsters, Cyclops, for example, Scylla and Charybdis, and there's magic, and there's the Olympian gods who are always showing up, particularly in the Iliad, where there's an Olympian god on every fighter's shoulder at one point or another. Closer to home in English, of course, we have in Beowulf, we have the monster Grendel, his mother, and the fire-breathing dragon. But in fact, I don't think it's really accurate to categorize these works as part of the fantasy genre, because at the time that they were written, they don't seem to be anything but literature. They don't seem to be sending any kind of signal to the readers like, hey, we're fantasy literature, we're different in some way. This is just what literature was. You could have monsters, you could have magic. It's only distinctive to us because we've adopted a new aesthetic since the 18th century. So instead, what we should do is look at where fantasy literature comes from more specifically in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. And it's part of the flowering of popular literature. What the Victorians did was figure out that there were markets, and lots of different markets for literature. There wasn't just one kind of literature. I mean, even in Chaucer's day, there were slightly different markets, in that there was a market for the Canterbury Tales, and there was market for more romance, and there was market for devotional literature, and so forth. But when you have to copy each work by hand, the whole idea of selling things to a large audience, or more importantly, finding a small percentage of people that would still be a large number, is not possible. That's exactly what the Victorians did. They figured out that even if, let's say for the sake of argument, that fantasy is only interesting to 10% of the population, if the population is very large, and if you can sell to all that 10%, you can be very, very successful. And that's really what happened. The Victorians developed these segmented markets for children's literature, for adventure literature, for ghost stories, and all of these form these foundations of our contemporary genres. Now, going into all of Victorian genres, a little beyond the scope of this lecture, but I want to point out, as I mentioned in the first lecture, that there's a major break or dichotomy when Henry James and other writers come along. And they separate out serious adult literature from children's literature. And into the category of children's literature gets stuffed all kinds of fantasy, whether it's appropriate for children or not. Now remember, we're talking about the Victorian period. So within the category of children's literature, there became literature that was appropriate for children or not. Remember, as the period goes on, people get more serious about religion. People get more serious about how they're going to treat children. They get a little bit almost ideologically strange about what things they're going to expose children to or not. So then you have these texts that have magic and monsters and ghost stories and scary happenings, and they're in that children's genre because that's who they were written for, and yet the parents are saying, not necessarily appropriate for children. And so that very broad children's genre starts to divide up. On the other side is the adult genre, which Henry James and others are saying realism, realism, realism. Realism is appropriate for adults. Realism is appropriate for men also, whereas romance is for women, fantasy is for children. And you see this kind of division going on. And what that means is that even when someone wanted to write something in a very serious mode, they wanted to talk about a very serious issue, if they wanted to have fantastic elements, it got shunted over to children's literature. And then within children's literature, it's tried to get shunted out of children's literature. And so I think you can see how children's literature starts to divide that way into what might be considered like fairy tales and little kid stories, and more into more significant but still children's literature. And the book I want to look at first here then is Alice in Wonderland, because I'm assuming that many of you are very familiar with this, if only through the Disney movie. The book itself actually repays adult reading very much, and if you haven't read it since you were a child, you should give it a try. Remember also that there's really two books. It's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Alice's Adventures Through the Looking Glass. The Disney movie takes episodes from both and kind of scrambles them together. But in fact, Carol has them very distinctively set. Alice wakes up from one dream and then goes into another. I'm not going to go through the entire plot of Alice in Wonderland because it's not too difficult to follow. Far more important than the plot is what Carol does to justify all of this material. And what he does is he essentially says, he wimps out in the end and says it's just a dream. But for the whole first part of going through there, it's just an adventure. And all the weird things that happen to Alice, the eating the cake that makes her small or the potion that makes her large, and all of those other adventures just happen one after another. They don't need an elaborate motivation. And that's really important because the success of Alice in Wonderland then allowed other writers to come in and say, wow, we can just tell a great story without that extra motivation. Without saying, oh, and yes, when she was dreaming, the Queen of Hearts was actually the gardener. I mean, you can see how this would work. It's kind of what they do in the movie of The Wizard of Oz, where all the characters in The Wizard of Oz turn out to be the people who were around Dorothy's bedside. But that's not necessary, and in fact, it's harmful in some ways for the development of fantasy, which was trying to split itself apart from the real world and to give itself more freedom. The other important thing about not having to have a point-by-point comparison in fantasy was that it enabled fantasy to evolve in different ways than it would have when it's restricted by that point-for-point comparison. And you start to see some of that in another great Victorian book of children's fantasy, Peter Pan. Peter Pan, the stage instructions for the play by Barry, suggest that the same actor who plays Captain Hook has to play the father, because there's a psychological subtext going on in Peter Pan that suggests that Captain Hook, who wants to kill Peter Pan and destroy everything, is the father who's kicking Wendy out of the nursery, and so forth. But as good as Peter Pan is, and if you go read Peter Pan, I think you'll be really surprised at how beautifully written that book is. Children's book or not, it is a stunningly beautifully written book. But as good as it is, it's weakened by that very strong kind of family romance psychology aspect of it that doesn't allow it to be as fantastic as you would like it to be, and also then starts to turn some of it into cliche. Now, it's not Barry's fault that Peter Pan's become cliche with the pirates and the crocodile and the Indians and so forth, any more than it's Shakespeare's fault that all the lines in Hamlet are cliche. I mean, he wrote them first. But nevertheless, that connection of fantasy to the family romance, to the, and when I mean family romance, I mean that in Freudian terms, the struggles between mother and father and children for power and independence and so forth that Freud sexualized, the Victorians, sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. That's a hindrance, again, to the development of a free-ranging fantasy that can get out of the nursery and can include adults and can go all over the world. So Alice in Wonderland, Peter Pan, they start to open the doors, but they're still tied to the nursery in some way. As is George MacDonald's The Princess and the Goblin, a book that's important not only because it was so influential on Tolkien, who then goes on to develop modern fantasy, but also because it's a really terrific book in and of itself. The Princess and the Goblin is far less familiar to people than Alice in Wonderland or Peter Pan, possibly because there hasn't been a movie made of it. But the difference in Princess and the Goblin is there's actually quite a bit of very strong violence. I mean, they're killing goblins left and right, which you don't really see even in Peter Pan when they're shooting cannons at the pirates. You never see like dead pirates lying around or anything else. There's a threat, but there's not actual violence. Now you say, with your modern sensibility, maybe that's not such a good thing. But again, what it does is it opens the door, and it also links up children's fantastic literature with other things that are going on in the Victorian period, adventure stories, and it also raises the stakes. When main characters might be killed, and it's a serious might be killed, it's not the Peter Pan sense when you know for sure the good guys are going to win. The Princess and the Goblin, because of who the characters are, it's very possible that one or the other of the main characters could be killed or carried away by the goblins or destroyed in some way, and the kingdom could be knocked down, and there could be an unhappy ending. And that's, again, very important because it's allowing for the evolution of adult ideas to go into fantasy. I want to just say a couple more things about Princess and the Goblin because it's unfamiliar. Princess and the Goblin brings in the figure of the goblin, who's going to be really important in Tolkien, though Tolkien's going to call them orcs once he gets done with writing The Hobbit. Fantasy seems to need bad guys that you can fight against and that you can kill without feeling bad. And despite the general bloodthirstiness of the Victorians in other areas, they weren't particularly happy with slaughtering other humans in their literature. And the use of the goblin monster, this is a fairly weak. Any individual goblin can be defeated in a battle. It's the whole horde of goblins that's the problem. That sets up one of the characteristic elements of fantasy literature, which is the very, very large set-piece battle, the battle of thousands against thousands, or the hero who can slaughter hundreds of monsters as they come by. They have to be fairly weak monsters, and you have to not feel sorry for them. And the way MacDonald creates his goblins, which are hideous, scary, and basically invulnerable, except for their feet. It's very strange. If you hit a goblin in MacDonald, if you hit a goblin on the head with a sword, the sword bounces off. But if you step on its feet, it screams and runs off crying. And this idea of the soft feet is played up throughout the whole book until, in one of the great twists, the truly evil queen of the goblins has granite shoes and is therefore invulnerable to the attacks of the hero. The other thing about Princess and the Goblin is more so than Peter Pan or Alice in Wonderland, where elements of, say, romance or sexuality are very sublimated. Peter Pan's still a boy, Wendy's still a girl, even though there might be deeper attraction issues and issues with Wendy's father and Captain Hook and so forth that you could ferret out. They're not explicit. And likewise in Alice in Wonderland, you can say all you want that Lewis Carroll, whose real name was Charles Dodgson, had a kind of sick thing for little girls. But in the book Alice in Wonderland, there's nothing explicit that could be said that, oh, that's sexual, or that's even romance level. Alice is not going to marry anyone, and so forth. The Princess and the Goblin, the princess of the title, and Curdy, the boy who eventually rescues her, there's a very clear attraction and romance, even though they're, say, 10-year-olds. They're falling in love with each other in some way. And that element of romance added to fantasy, again, pulls it further out of the nursery, which is very important for the development. If we move then from MacDonald to someone who's definitely an adult writer, or at least a writer for teenagers, though he was also called a boys' writer, and I don't know how you can tell how young those boys could be reading his stories, is H. Rider Haggard. Haggard is most famous as the author of the book King Solomon's Mines and She. But he wrote tons of fantasy works, and he was widely esteemed in his own time period. In fact, Rudyard Kipling, the author of much studied poetry and the Just So stories and Kim and so forth, a writer who straddles the difference between being a serious good writer and a popular writer. Kipling once wrote a letter to Haggard saying, "I don't know how you do it. How do you keep those plots going so well? You're a genius writer." And Haggard was recognized in his time as being both a popular writer and a successful one. And it's only from our later vantage point, when we look back at Haggard and we'd see him as not being very serious, though he's studied a lot now to see what Victorian ideas about empire were about. In any event, Haggard's adventure novels are strongly grounded in heroism. There's lots of violence, there's lots of romance, and occasionally magic and the fantastic enter into it. So again, if we're examining the complexities of categorizing fantasy, of figuring out the boundaries of the genre, Haggard's sort of fantasy. She has some magic in it. Eric Bright Eyes has some magic in it. King Solomon's Mines a little bit. But it's still difficult to categorize him as strictly fantasy. I want to talk about one of his less famous novels, which is called Eric Bright Eyes. And I want to do this because Tolkien himself says that Eric Bright Eyes is as good a historical fiction treatment of northern material, in other words, not classical things from Homer and Virgil, but stories from Beowulf and Anglo-Saxon material and also Old Norse material. And Tolkien thought that Haggard managed to pull that together and make it into an exciting modern novel. Of course, it's written in the 19th century, but for Tolkien, that was modern. He grew up in the very early part of the 20th century, was born in the 19th. And what Haggard does is he read the Old Norse sagas. I'm almost certain he read them in William Morris's translations. I don't think he worked with the original materials. And he pulled all the stories together to make one large story around one protagonist, who he names Eric Bright Eyes. Eric Bright Eyes is your stereotypical Nordic hero. He's very handsome, he's very strong, he's very brave, he's very charming, he's very stupid. He falls in love with sweet, kind, wonderful Gudruda. And he's coveted by the evil Swanhild, who is Finnish, and so therefore, in Haggard's view, dangerous and possessed of magic. So there you have a very clear erotic element to the story. Gudruda and Eric are little beautiful blonde children who fall in love when they're like 13 years old, and then dark-haired, witchy Swanhild shows up, and she wants to get Eric and get rid of Gudruda. And the whole story is really focused around all of Swanhild's manipulations and how Eric meets them, though it's never directly Eric against Swanhild, and Swanhild really does love him, but she gets other people to try to marry Gudruda, and Eric fights them, and so forth. Eric's strength and his fearlessness makes him into a somewhat different hero, again, the Germanic hero. He's different from Odysseus, say, or Aeneas, in that, again, very strong, very brave, and kind of stupid. He doesn't negotiate with people. He doesn't figure things out. He's always rushing into things incorrectly, but he does things like climb a gigantic frozen waterfall that no one thought could be done, and he defeats Skallagrim, who Haggard calls the Bearsark, in a really interesting little mistranslation. In Old Norse, there were characters called berserker, and we take our modern English word berserk from them, but that's incorrect, because berserker didn't mean one who berserks. There's no Old Norse verb berserks. It's just a noun, a berserker, a person who goes crazy in battle. And they were also translated as bear sarks, wearing no shirt because they wouldn't wear armor in battle. Or they're mistranslated as bear shirts, wearing bear skins. And Haggard actually plays with both of these, and both of them are wrong. It simply meant that someone went berserk in battle. And here I am mistranslating it. Anyway, Skallagrim, who probably has nothing to do except the name with the famous Egil Skallagrimsson, the great Old Norse hero, and Eric make a kind of proto tag team fighters, like you'll get later with Frodo and Sam and all the great pairings in literature. You get Eric and Skallagrim, and eventually they are killed, and that's what makes it a tragedy of Eric Bright Eyes, and that's very important also, because unlike Alice in Wonderland, Princess and the Goblin, there's no happy ending. I shall also add that Tolkien rejected that idea that serious literature couldn't have a happy ending. But a lot of this comes from Haggard and in reaction to Haggard. The other person whose influence is really important is William Morris. And you might know William Morris as an artist. He's famous for being part of the arts and crafts movement. He created medieval tapestries as wallpaper so normal people could have them, or as mass-produced items. And he believed that he was a proto-socialist, not in the sense of a socialist against the free market as much as a socialist who wanted ordinary poor people to have nice things and beautiful things. And he tried to build those things and invent those things and draw those things. But he also wrote literature. He was very interested in medieval literature, and he could read, or at least he could read well enough that when someone helped him, he translated Old Norse sagas and Beowulf and so forth. And The reason I bring this up is his book, The House of the Wolfings, is almost certainly the major influence for how Tolkien treated the Anglo-Saxons when he gets to the Rohirrim in the Two Towers. And it comes from William Morris, and I'll talk more about that when we get to that lecture. But it's just important to see where these writers are coming from. Moving on from Haggard and Morris, who are very much serious and adult writers, and even though Haggard is selling to boys, it's hard to imagine anyone, say, younger than 14 or 15 really understanding a Haggard book because the vocabulary is fairly sophisticated and the syntax is quite difficult. I want to move to another very strange but very influential writer, who's Charles Kingsley, who wrote The Water Babies. Now, it's interesting that if you try to buy The Water Babies today, you can only buy an abridged version, and it's still quite a long book. And this is because Kingsley, who was a clergyman, would put in tons and tons of sermon lecturing in his book. And I will say it was such a relief after I'd read the original version, which has all of these sermonizing passages, to read the abridged version and see, wow, this is actually a fairly good story if he would ever stop talking about what everything means. In any event, The Water Babies begins on a very Dickensian note. There's a young, deprived chimney sweep named Tom, and he eventually gets turned into a water baby, which means he can swim underwater, he has gills, and he swims off under the ocean to the furthest west of west. This recapitulates the voyages of St. Brendan, the Irish saint who sailed furthest west of west until he found a paradise-type land. And that idea is enormously important for Tolkien, the idea of a paradise in the west part of his invented country. Now, what Kingsley showed, what's so important for Tolkien, and maybe for some other writers, certainly for C.S. Lewis, was that there could be a very, very strong religious message in fantasy literature. Now, Kingsley overdid it because of the strict sermonizing, but if you cut the actual specific doctrinal sermonizing, it's still a very, very strong Christian message in The Water Babies that you have to forgive the people that have wronged you in order to reach the paradise. And that's what Tom does, where he's a chimney sweep, his master has beaten him and almost killed him, but at the end of the book, he forgives his master, and both he and his master are then saved in some way. Also, what Kingsley was able to do was to sneak in things as well as being very explicit. So there's a character called Mother Carey who lives on this kind of bird island far off to the west. Well, that's a traditional way of saying the Virgin Mary, Mother Caritas, Mother Charity. And Kingsley kind of sneaks it in. Sure, his readers probably would have known it, but it's not as heavy-handed, and it gave Tolkien some very good ideas. Kingsley's book was also influential, I think, on T.H. White, whose Once and Future King is possibly the second most successful fantasy book after Tolkien in the 20th century. Kingsley has all these really long, bizarre lists of things that turn out to be funny if you read the entire list and see how it evolves. And that's exactly the technique that White will use later on in Once and Future King, as you'll see. And finally, the intrusive narrator of The Water Babies sets up, or maybe you can say better, the intrusive narrator of The Water Babies has cousins in The Hobbit and The Once and Future King, where the narrator telling the story becomes part of the story also, and creates interesting opportunities for contrast between what the narrator's saying and what the reader is reading and seeing later on. That also brings me to the wildly popular Arthurian genre, which in the Victorian period was serious mainstream literature as well as fantasy. Now, Arthurian literature has a pedigree that goes way back, and we'll talk about that a lot more in the lecture that specifically focuses on Arthurian fantasy. But in the Victorian period, you have writers like Alfred Lord Tennyson, as mainstream as you can possibly get, who's writing a series of King Arthur stories. There's the whole Gothic revival in which very serious artists, like William Morris, like the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, were painters mostly, who were painting Arthurian themes, who thought of Arthur as the great mythology for England that England didn't have. Unlike Greece and Rome, which had a mythology, or even France, which had Charlemagne and Roland, England didn't have a real mythology, but they did have King Arthur, and it's a very big deal. This is important because it shows that fantastic elements can become very, very serious and very mainstream, and that it was worth it for some writers, who were good writers, to lavish care on that fantasy material. Also, Arthurian material showed that magic could be just a plot device, as it was in many of the Arthurian stories, or a very serious concept to be dealt with in more detail, which Tennyson does in some of his poems, but not others. Arthurian literature also brings aspects of ethics and morality in a different way because it deals with interrelations between adults rather than between children and adults or children and monsters or children in a fantasy realm. And probably most importantly, Arthurian literature brought fantasy to new social classes. The educated classes could read Arthurian literature with no embarrassment, whereas some of the other things would seem childish and adults couldn't read them, the same way nowadays that supposedly people on the subway would take the covers off their J.K. Rowling books so no one would know they were reading Harry Potter on their way to work. Victorian literature and Arthurian literature add to fantasy this absolutely essential element of nostalgia. And this is one of the characteristic elements of fantasy in the 20th century. Nostalgia is a Latin phrase meaning our house. And it represents the idea that there's an unrecoverable but a beautiful past that people yearn for, but they can't get back to. And that shows up in Arthurian literature. It shows up even in Alice in Wonderland when she wants to get back to her dream. Certainly in Peter Pan where they want to get to Neverland. And that feeling is one of the things that motivates almost all the 20th century writers. In a very real sense, in Victorian literature, nostalgia is the main driving force of the plot. Even when there's morality, even when there's adventure, there's a nostalgia for a perfect past. Now, if you want to psychologically analyze that, that perfect past was probably the perfect past of childhood. Of course, not everyone has a perfect childhood, but people tend to remember the best parts of their childhood and idealize them. But it also gets mapped onto this idea that there was a perfect, or at least a better, political past, and that there was a better social past. That's exactly what the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, William Morris and Edward Burne-Jones and all those painters and writers, that's what they were trying to do, was say that there was a Middle Ages in England that was beautiful and pastoral and noble and honorable, and all of these ideas rolled into one. And the Victorians tried to make themselves match up to these ideas. And then they also recast what would be medieval ideas in Victorian terms of the roles of the sexes, which are not the same as what was really going on in the Middle Ages. But that essential element of nostalgia, the past for which we mourn, and the connection of fantasy literature with mourning is the Victorian innovation. You can't look at any of the proto-fantasies that I mentioned before, the Odyssey, the Iliad, Beowulf, and say that the fantastic elements are connected to a mourning for a past. They may be connected to tragedy. They may be connected to sadness, though it's hard to see how that works in the works of Homer or Virgil when they're connected to triumphs of various senses. Beowulf is indeed a tragedy, but no one suggested, oh, if only we could go back to Beowulf's youth or something like that. It's a very different thing that comes out of the Victorians. And then all the subsequent writers who build on that, and particularly the writers who follow Tolkien in looking at the problems of death and loss, are actually working in very, very Victorian themes, even though they're coming along much, much later. Nostalgia not only connects fantasy to childhood and connects fantasy to an imagined Middle Ages, it also can link up a present that's seen as being somehow unsatisfactory with a better past, whatever that past was. For Tolkien, for example, I think part of what he's writing at the end of World War I is trying to link up with what's called the Belle Epoque, which happened right before World War I, that beautiful flowering of culture and everything that then is destroyed in 1914 when the guns of August start to fire. And I think that it might be that one of the reasons that fantasy is so powerful now is that people tend to look at their own time period and wish for something that was purer, better. That doesn't mean I'm suggesting that this time period is any worse than any other one in the past, but that people tend to think that way. And either they idealize their own childhoods, or they idealize some point in the past, the 50s, the 40s, the 1890s, whatever it might be, and wish somehow they could go back to that unrecoverable past. All of these works I've discussed in this lecture, all the Victorian fantasy, sets the stage for the development after World War I of modern fantasy in the person of J.R.R. Tolkien. He was born at the end of the Victorian age, he grew up in the Belle Epoque, and he saw everything idyllic shattered by World War I. And he then went on to become the greatest fantasy writer of the 20th century.
After listening to Lecture 2, a student posed this question to Professor Drought. Weren't people recovering medieval texts during the Victorian period? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Yes, in the Victorian period, you see really the first flowering of scholarship into anything that wasn't Latin and Greek. Basically, that's when medieval scholarship is invented. And probably the most representative people from that are Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm, who are two German brothers and scholars who went around collecting German folktales. And they found peasants, people living in rural Germany, and got them to tell their stories, and they wrote them down. They also modified them quite a bit. And Grimm's fairy tales is how we know them now, and Grimm's mythology became enormous bestsellers, which is hard to believe because they're treated in a very scholarly fashion. And so these fairy tales were promulgated all over the place, and it's where we get the idea that the Victorians liked creepy, dark, scary fairy tales, because in fact they were creepy, dark, and scary. There's one particularly gruesome one where the evil stepmother, there's always an evil stepmother, gets put inside a barrel with all nails nailed through the barrel pointing in, and then they roll the barrel down a hill. And that's just an appropriate story to tell children in the Victorian period. And so there's a very weird kind of schizophrenia where on the one hand the Victorians wanted to get all the sex and all the adult things out of their children's literature, and on the other hand all these weird gruesome things, burying a brother's bones under the juniper tree and having him come back in some way, or an arm that sticks out of a mountain and rewards a little girl until her brothers come and chop the arm off. It's a very depressing story that way. All of these stories become really, really popular, and they feed into this fantasy because once people read some of these stories, the Grimm's fairy tales, or Andrew Lang, who's most famous for probably the Red Fairy Book, but he had 12 of them. There's the Red Fairy Book and the Green Fairy Book and the Blue Fairy Book and the Purple Fairy Book and so forth, that told all these stories in more of an English context. And so that whole idea of fairies and fairy tales is coming out of what we would consider to be anthropological work and being reworked. I should actually also bring in a tiny little bit about fairies, because there was this little furor in the Victorian period that maybe fairies were real. These little annoying fairies that floated around. There were some famous faked photographs of fairies, and everyone was into fairies and collecting fairies. And I think it again shows that the Victorians really wanted to have this active fantasy life. But at least for the adults, it had to somehow be justified. It had to be made scientific. Oh, these are photographs of fairies. It had to be made anthropological. Oh, these are collections of important things about our national mythology. But in fact, it was just feeding into the same thing that modern fantasy feeds into, which is a real desire for things that are fantastic and magical and perhaps interact with our psychology at a very deep level.
This ends Lecture 2. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. 3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 3. Tolkien, Life and Languages.
J.R.R. Tolkien is regarded as the greatest fantasy writer in English for a very good reason, and I'm certainly not going to challenge that idea. Tolkien himself said that people want to just eat the soup, and they don't want to see the bones of the ox from which the soup was made. But I'm going to violate that entirely in this lecture, and we're going to look at the bones of the ox, and then we're going to look at Tolkien's life and the languages that were so important to him. And by that I mean not only the languages that he studied. By one count, he could read 13 to 15 modern and ancient languages, but also the languages that he invented. And what I hope to show you in this lecture is that Tolkien's inventive process has two major wellsprings, and that is his life and his languages. And the way that they're put together and the way that they build is where the Lord of the Rings comes from. And more importantly, it's why Tolkien's fantasy work is so much better than everyone else's. So let's see if I can convince you of that. Where did Tolkien come from? If he didn't invent the fantasy genre, and I think in the previous lecture I showed you that he didn't invent it, then how come his works have come to represent it, to the point where I'm making the majority of this course be about his works? Well, his early biography is only a little bit helpful. Tolkien was born in 1892 in Bloemfontein, which was an Orange Free State. Now, this is mistakenly said that Tolkien was born in South Africa. There wasn't a country called South Africa when Tolkien was born. It was Orange Free State. It was then incorporated into South Africa. But in any event, Tolkien's father had a job there, working there for the Bank of Africa. The Tolkien family was descended from German immigrants to England, and they seem to have been piano makers. And they'd come over in the 1700s. And Arthur Tolkien got this posting in South Africa, and before he went, he fell in love with Mabel Suffield, who was from an old, very, very old West Midlands family. So Arthur Tolkien and Mabel Tolkien went to Orange Free State, and there they had two boys, John Ronald and Hilary. Now in 1895, that's when Tolkien was 3 years old, Mabel and Hilary, who was a very little baby, and Tolkien himself went to England because they weren't doing well with fevers. They weren't handling the climate of South Africa very well. And unfortunately, Arthur Tolkien got a fever and died before he could join them. So Tolkien lost his father when he was 4 years old. Arthur Tolkien died in 1896. Tolkien's mother didn't have a lot of money, but she had some help from her relatives, and first she got a place living in the city of Birmingham, and then they moved into the countryside, into the small village of Sarehole. Now, Sarehole was the idyllic time in Tolkien's life. He and his brother Hilary could wander the countryside, could sneak past the mill, could go play in the mill pond, could be in the out of doors, and they were educated by their mother, who began to teach them multiple languages and to teach them about the world around them. She also began to teach Tolkien her own kind of strange handwriting, which led later on to his calligraphy. But in 1900, so when Tolkien's about 8 years old, his mother converted from the Anglican Church to Roman Catholicism. And for this, she was ostracized from her family, and they cut her off from most financial support. And this created lots of problems for the family. They had to leave the countryside. They had to go live in Birmingham so that Tolkien could get to school. He took a trolley to get to school. And the strain of all this, of raising and supporting the children, and the fact that she had diabetes, meant that Mabel Tolkien died in 1904. So Tolkien and his brother Hilary were orphans at that point. They had actually lost both parents. Luckily for them, Mabel had befriended a Catholic priest named Father Francis Morgan, and he became the boys' guardian, and he raised them from that time on. And they lived in a house where he'd set up rooms for them. There were other orphans living in the house. It wasn't an institutional orphanage. There are then three major elements of Tolkien's early life that were most influential for him, and they're all related to his mother in some way. And I don't really like to psychoanalyze authors too much because it gets a little bit creepy after a while. But it is important to see that Tolkien didn't really remember his father at all. But he had a very, very close and very, very loving relationship with his mother. His mother converted to Roman Catholicism, and the boys converted as well. And Tolkien was incredibly devout and always said his mother had given him an enormous gift by converting to the church. But it also led to severe financial and other problems. So I think you can come up with three things that are really important in Tolkien's early life: the loss of his mother and of his happy childhood in the countryside, his Roman Catholicism, and his skill with languages. And that comes out of his mother, who was teaching him languages before he was learning them in school. I think the loss of his mother and the loss of that time in the countryside is what generates the nostalgia in Tolkien. Remember that I said that nostalgia is about a longing to return to one's own house or home. That's precisely what Tolkien wanted for his entire life, was to somehow go back to that idyllic countryside of Sarehole in Warwickshire, where he and his brother could ramble in the green fields, and where he could be with his mother. And that desire to return to something that was impossible for him to ever get to shaped all of his work. And it's really, really important to notice that it's a desire that you cannot return to. That's nostalgia. If you can go back there, it's not really nostalgia. I also want to point out that Tolkien's nostalgia is emotionally powerful, but it's not pathological. It's not like the kind of person who won't move on in their life because they're hung up on a tragedy or something that happened beforehand. Tolkien, in fact, did move on. He fell in love. He got married. He had children. He went to Oxford. He had a successful career. He fought in World War I. He wasn't always just sitting around moping, wishing he could be back in Warwickshire. It's also important to connect that nostalgia and the loss associated with it was very clearly tied to industrialization for Tolkien. Industrialization made it physically impossible for him to go back to that place because it had been swallowed up in Greater Birmingham, though there is a park in Sarehole today dedicated to Tolkien. If you look at Tolkien's works of literature, his invented world of Middle-earth, it has seen more glorious days. Its inhabitants, particularly the elves, are well aware of that. They know things were better in the past. They can see that the land is filled with ruins that somebody built who knew how to build things when we can't build them now. And they knew that they couldn't get back to that past. So I would say Tolkien's nostalgia is very personal, and it's a dominant motif in his literature. But it's also connected with what's going on in 20th century literature at the time that Tolkien starts to write. And by that I mean World War I. Tolkien started his drafts, his poetry, and his drafts of mythology in the late teens, 15 through 18 or so, or maybe even a little bit earlier. And this is very much in the air at this time. There's a lot of World War I poetry that's about lost youth, lost summers, things that you can't go back to, and so forth. So he's not as unusual or different as he's made to seem sometimes. Okay, so there's the loss of the mother and nostalgia. That's one. The second thing is Roman Catholicism. You have to understand that Tolkien's Roman Catholicism was exceedingly personal. It wasn't so much about being a member of a certain group, because in fact that wasn't very helpful to him. And while he was exceedingly grateful to Father Francis and loved Father Francis deeply, it wasn't about being a member of the church so much as it was a personal relationship between him and the ideas of the church and him and his idea of God. You'll notice that Tolkien very deliberately does not make religion explicit in his literature. There's no references to explicit religion for his characters. He doesn't bring in Catholicism. And that's what's led to the growth industry in the past few years of critics who can point out the different things where they see the Virgin Mary, or they see Jesus, or they see God the Father, and so forth. We'll talk about that when we get to the works. But Tolkien's belief in Roman Catholicism also served to separate him from the dominant culture of his time. It separated him from his other relatives who were High Church Anglican, and it separated him from the fashionable atheism and the rejection of traditional morality that was going on at Oxford when he went there. Catholicism was not so much the sense of belonging, though I'm sure that was important to Tolkien, as it was something that made him different from the others around him. So the Lord of the Rings is Catholic only below the surface. But the very fact that it doesn't reject Catholicism, it doesn't reject the value system of the many middle-class readers that it has, the many middle-class Christian readers we could even extend, has probably contributed a great deal to its popularity and influence. The third element in Tolkien's early life, then, is his gift for languages, which seems to have come from his mother, possibly as both a genetic gift and also a gift of teaching. Tolkien was already very advanced in Latin and Greek at King Edward's School in Birmingham, and he also knew French and German from his mother. So you're talking about he's got 5 languages already: English, Greek, Latin, French, and German. While he was in King Edward's School, which would be, say, late junior high school and then the rest of high school, he began to study philology and to learn Middle English and Old English, and most importantly, to learn the discipline of philology. And I need to take a second to explain what that means, because sadly, philology is not a current word. You say it to a normal person and they don't know what it is. It literally means the love of words. And it was the original source for what became today's departments of English and literature. But philology, as it was practiced in Tolkien's day, is much more what we would consider to be modern linguistics. It's the study of how languages work and how they're related to each other and how they interconnect. And I'm going to bring up our old friend Jakob Grimm, who I mentioned in the previous lecture. Jakob Grimm is, of course, most famous with his brother Wilhelm for collecting Deutsch mythology, the German mythology, and the German fairy tales. But with other scholars, Franz Bopp, Edward Sievers, he developed the field of what was called Germanic philology. Because what Grimm realized was that there were regular rules that showed how one language changed into another language. And so if you looked at, say, Old High German, you could apply Grimm's rules to it, and you could see how the words would change into modern German. Or for that matter, if you went further back to Indo-European or Germanic, you could see how there would be a split, and some of the words would go into English, and some of them would go into German. So just to give you an example of this, all the words for fish in the Latin side of things, the Latin languages, begin with P. Pisces, Pesha, and so forth. In the Germanic side, they switched to F. There's a lot of other words that do that too. And so what Grimm did was formulate some rules, and subsequent scholars came up with more and more rules that explained how language worked. Now, Tolkien was exposed to this at an exceedingly early age, and so he internalized those rules, which the rest of us have to spend a long time studying. While he was still at King Edward's School, Tolkien discovered a grammar of Gothic. Now, understand about the Goths. These are not people who dress in black and paint their fingernails black and so forth. These are the ancient Germanic tribe from which probably all the subsequent Germanic tribes were descended. We have the Gothic language. It's East Germanic. It's not a direct ancestor of English because English is West Germanic, and in fact there's East, North, and West. North are the Scandinavian languages, West are German and English, and East is just Gothic. But it's still one of the oldest ones we have written down. And Tolkien studied Gothic, and he internalized Gothic so well that the only existing poems in Gothic are written by J.R.R. Tolkien. He decided to write some poems in Gothic as an exercise. Well, no one's ever written any others, and no one had ever written down any previous ones, so the entire corpus of Gothic poetry belongs to Tolkien. All of this work with philology and with languages set up Tolkien's invention of his own languages. And even at a very early age, sometimes with his cousin, he had started to create new languages, one of which he called Animalic, and the other which was called Nevbosh, which was short for new nonsense, Bosh being nonsense and Nev being new. But what Tolkien did with his languages is he took all that knowledge he had of philology and all those rules about how languages changed, and he ran it in reverse. So instead of using it to describe a language, he used it to create one. Just to give you an example, if you were to go pick up Bright's Gothic grammar, and Joseph Bright was one of Tolkien's teachers at Oxford, if you went and picked up Bright's Gothic grammar, and you look at it, you would see first it would have a long description of all the sounds in the language. For example, it would start out with all the sounds that are called stops, like P and B, in which the flow of air is stopped as you're speaking. And then it would describe the fricatives, and then it would describe the vowels and so forth. It would go through all the different sounds and how they were pronounced in that language and how they're different from other languages. Then it would do a little bit on the grammar, and then it would do some vocabulary. This is how Tolkien invented his languages. He talked about the sound rules that were used to generate them. And then he went to vocabulary, and then he went to grammar. And so if you even look at what's been published or is what's going to be published of Tolkien's Elvish grammars and so forth, you see, oh wow, we finally got to verbs. And some of the languages have very, very few verbs because he never got to the point where he'd write the verbs, because in the traditional philological textbook, verbs come last. And then you get syntax, which he really never got around to. Tolkien had two major invented languages that he spent decades working on. The first one he called Quenya, and it's supposed to be the language of the high elves, that is, of the most important elves. He called it Elvish Latin sometimes. Let me just read a little bit of Quenya to you. Ai lori lantarlassi surinen, yene onto ime ve ramaradaran, yene velinte yuldarvanier, mior mardilisse miroveva, andune pelevardu telumar, nuluini yasen, tintilari eleni, omario arietari lirinen. Now, Quenya is based on the phonology, that's the allowable sounds and the sound patterns of Finnish. Tolkien found a Finnish grammar when he was in school at Oxford, and he said it was like stumbling upon a whole cellar full of new and unusual wine. And he never became particularly good at Finnish. He could read a little bit of the Kalevala, he's claimed. I think he probably could do a bit more than he admits to. But he loved the way Finnish looked and sounded. Finnish has vowel harmony, that different types of vowels are matched up with each other so that the words have a particular flowing feel to them. And there's also rules about where R's and L's have to be inserted so you can't have big clusters of consonants. And that gives you the sound that you heard in Quenya. Tolkien's other major invented language is called Sindarin. And that he based on the phonology of Welsh. He liked Welsh a great deal. He talked about watching the coal trucks go by in Birmingham and seeing these wonderful long Welsh names on the ends of the coal trucks. And he did read medieval Welsh and modern Welsh. So let me read a little bit of Sindarin. This, by the way, is what most people think of when they think of as Elvish. It shows up a lot in The Lord of the Rings, where Quenya is only that one little passage that I read where Galadriel is speaking in that language. But Sindarin is most of the place names and all over the place, and you'll probably recognize this very famous little poem in Sindarin. A Elbrith Gilthoniel Silivrin Penamiriel O Menal Aglar Eleneth Netchared Parendiriel O galad remen enorath, fenulios le linathon, nef ayar si nef eran. And I think you can hear the difference in those two languages. Now, Tolkien said, and no one has ever believed him, but I think it's probably true, that he invented all of his mythology and all of his worlds and all of his stories so that he could have someone to speak his two invented languages. But he really did start the languages first and worked on them first. And he shared them with his wife and his close confidants. And while people seemed very interested and they thought the languages were beautiful, it was also clear that they didn't really understand what was driving him to invent his own languages. Now, with his skills at grammar and his skills at phonology and his skills at inventing languages, it was a natural thing for Tolkien to go into literary studies. And Tolkien went into medieval literature. That's his academic discipline. Also mine. Tolkien had been trained in as hardcore philology as it is possible to be trained in. He was all the way on the side of what he called lang, which he distinguished from lit. However, he was very troubled about Joseph Bright, who'd been his teacher, who he said had gone into Gothic and into philology, and Tolkien said lost his literary soul. Bright became so focused on language for its own sake that he stopped paying attention to literature, and Tolkien didn't want to do that. In fact, what he did is he brought the sensibility of a lover of literature and sensibility as a creative artist to bear on his study of languages. And likewise, he would take what he knew about language to explain literature. And this is why he was such a successful scholar as well as such a successful writer. Tolkien studies both Anglo-Saxon and Middle English works, and I'm going to take a second to explain what that means. The original version of the English language is called either Old English or Anglo-Saxon. And it was spoken in England from about the year 500, maybe the year 400, until 1066, when the Norman conquest comes, and French was made the official language of England. Anglo-Saxon sounds like this. What, we gardenamen yir dagum, feod kuninga thrim jefrunan, hu tha athlingas, ellen fremedan. Oft schuld schefing, schiadana thriatum, monigum maethum, medosetla oft her, exoda erla sithan erest werth, feas shaft fundin hithas frofre jebed, weox under woltnam, werth mundum thach, othat him eihwilch, sitendra, overron rada, huran sholda, gomban guldan, that was God kuning. Those are the first 11 lines of Beowulf, a poem Tolkien knew better than anyone and knew much of by heart. And in fact, when Tolkien used to start his lectures on Beowulf, he would recite the first 50 lines at the top of his voice. I think he did it to scare students out of his classes so he's had fewer papers to grade. But in any event, he would read Beowulf at the top of his voice and reveling in the beauty of the Anglo-Saxon language. Now, after the Norman conquest of 1066, French becomes the official language of England. But the French didn't come and wipe out the entire population of England who were still speaking Anglo-Saxon. What happened is Norman French became the language of the court and the law courts, but the regular people still spoke Anglo-Saxon. And eventually, the two languages blended together to create what's called Middle English. This is the language of Chaucer. And you've heard this, if you've ever heard, Juan not April with his sure sote, the drocht of March had perse to the rote, and so forth. Now, Tolkien studied both Old and Middle English, and one of his major scholarly contributions was to note that there really wasn't as big a distinction between Old and Middle English as had been seen. Most people would like to look at it. Old English ends at 1066. Norman conquest happens, nobody speaks Old English, and then Middle English starts. But Tolkien studied that transition, and he studied the 12th century in particular. And it led him to understand that there had been much more continuity in English than had been there previously. And in an article called Ancra na Wissa and Hali Maithad, he showed that there had been a dialect of English in Herefordshire that had continued on being mostly Old English and making Old English distinctions well into the Middle English period. And Tolkien took this further to say that these people had preserved their Anglo-Saxon language, culture, and literature in spite of the occupation of the Normans. So Tolkien studied Anglo-Saxon works such as Beowulf, Middle English works like those of Chaucer or Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and less familiar texts such as Ancren a Wisse. Scholarship will always lead you to disputed questions, because that's what scholars focus on. They don't focus on the things everyone agrees on. They focus on the things nobody can agree about. And Tolkien was no exception. In the poem Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, for example, there's a strange word, woodwassa. Now, what does woodwassa mean? Tolkien thought it meant woodwoes, or wild man of the woods. But he couldn't really do much with that, because it's one word, it doesn't have a lot of context. But when he gets to the Lord of the Rings, he can invent the woodwoses, the wild men of the woods, and fill in this gap in English scholarship with his literature. And he does that all the time. He finds cruces, he finds problems in the scholarship, and solves them in the literature. For example, in Beowulf, line 112, it reads, Eotonas and Ylfa and Orkneas. Now this is a list of monsters. Eotans, whatever they are, Ylfa, that's elves, and Orkneas, and you can hear the word orc in there. We don't know what that is really either. So we have these words. Why are the elves mixed in with the monsters? And what are these monsters? Well, Tolkien decided that Eotans were probably trolls of some sort. He decided that Orkneas, originally he decided they were barrow-wights, which he then uses in Lord of the Rings. Then he decided that orc is something else. It's a good word for goblin. It's a good word for monster. Probably means animated corpses or something like that. But why would the elves be stuck in there? Tolkien liked elves. And this really is a pretty big problem in medieval English studies, because you have things that show very clearly, like that line in Beowulf, that people thought elves were bad. You could get elf shot, which was supposedly an elf would shoot you or your cow or horse, and you would get sick from it. You could also get water elf oddle, water elf disease, which was a bad disease. On the other hand, people named their kids Alfred, which means counseled by elves, or Alfgifu, which means gift of the elves. So what is the complex story behind this? Why would you name your kid after something evil? On the other hand, if elves are so good to name your kid after it, why would they cause diseases? Why would they shoot you in some way? Well, Tolkien tried to come up with a theory behind this, not academic purposes, but for the purposes of his literature. And he came up with a set of stories that would explain why people who spoke Anglo-Saxon might be afraid of the elves, because they didn't really know the elves, because they hadn't met any elves. But yet they preserved a memory that the elves were good in some, and named their kids after elves. That's exactly what he did. Now, it's a mistake to see everything in the fantasy as a reflection of the scholarship. There are people who do that, say everything in Tolkien has a medieval source, so he's not original. That's not the point. The point is that his method of working was to become inspired by something in the scholarship and then work it out in the fantasy and explain it in the fantasy. And in that, it worked very, very well. What that does, what his background in languages and medieval literature does, is give a consistency to the invented world that no other fantasy has. And I will submit that that's a controversial statement, and I'll stand by it. There is no other fantasy writer whose invented world has the consistency that Tolkien's does. And that's because it has a linguistic consistency that no one else has been able to do. When you hear a place named Mordor, and you hear a place named Moria, and you hear a place named Minas Morgul, and you hear those connections, it's because there's a radical that means dark or black coming out of those. All of those names have that element in it. And so he could make the names consistent in a way that even if you don't ever look into what these things mean, subconsciously you'll feel, yes, those things all hang together. Let's say, for example, you don't know what Imlad means. It means valley. But you see that there's Imlad Morgul, and Imladris is another name for Rivendell, and there's again a deep consistency. And there's also a deep historical consistency, because Tolkien was working with these sources, so he felt the need to invent background histories for the people who were speaking these words. And he connected them up. It's not meant to be that, oh, this is the ancestor of Beowulf that you're reading. It's much more that there's a consistency to each culture that he created, that you can get just from the sounds and from the stories and from the background. The other important elements of Tolkien's life that don't come out of the early childhood but come out later on is how he fell in love and when he went to war. While Tolkien was living with his brother Hilary, there was another orphan living in the house, and her name was Edith Bratt. She was a couple years older than Tolkien. She was exceptionally beautiful, and she was very good at playing the piano and singing, and Tolkien fell head over heels in love with her. Unfortunately for them, they were found out, and Father Francis Morgan forbid Tolkien from seeing Edith for 2 years. During that time, Tolkien followed Father Francis's rules, and he didn't speak to Edith because he felt that he owed that to the man who'd been his guardian and who had raised him. But as soon as he was of age, Tolkien went to Edith. Unfortunately, she was engaged to another man. But Tolkien was so persuasive that he convinced her to break off that engagement and to marry him. This led to some significant hardship for her because by converting to Roman Catholicism, she alienated some of her family members who were also Anglican. But nevertheless, they were married. And out of the Tolkien and Edith romance came Tolkien's most powerful mythological tale, the tale of Beren and Luthien, because he claimed that he wrote that story after he saw Edith dancing for him in the woods one afternoon. With him happily married to the love of his life, of course what would happen is that World War I would come along. Tolkien finished up his work at Oxford and then enlisted, and he was made an officer in the Lancashire Fusiliers, and he fought in the Battle of the Somme. Now, at this point, it was just pure luck that Tolkien survived. 2 of his 3 best friends were dead by several weeks into World War I, and the devastation that he saw was just tremendously horrible, and it influenced him for the rest of his life. But Tolkien never became the kind of stereotypical burnt-out case coming out of World War I. He was never hospitalized, he never had panic disorder, he never went crazy. In fact, his regiment did very well. They actually defeated the Germans and broke through the lines, and the field marshals went to them and said, boy, if I had a whole bunch of other regiments like yours, we would have already won this war. So for Tolkien, the war wasn't completely the experience of horror and failure that it was to other people. This is very important about how he thinks about war later on. It was horrifying. The trenches were revolting. His most beloved friends were killed. And he himself came down with trench fever to the point where he nearly died and had to be shipped back to England and hospitalized for, I think it's 18 months, so for greater than a year. But he did get to be with Edith there. And then when the war was over, he was able to go back and start working in Oxford. And he worked for the Oxford English Dictionary. And J.R.R. Tolkien wrote the definition of the word walrus. If you go to the Oxford English Dictionary today and look up walrus, you're reading Tolkien's words. Because the Oxford English Dictionary had gotten to W by the time he started working on it. Tolkien spent a couple years working for the dictionary, and he claimed later that those years were the best training he ever had in languages, because he had to discover the etymology and the ancestry in multiple languages of all these different words that he was studying, most of which began with W, and including wasp and wain, and my favorite, walrus. Tolkien also was preparing for an academic post by working at the dictionary, not so much by applying, but by making connections among the important people at Oxford. And when an opening came up at Leeds University in the north of England, he was given the professorship, and he went north to Leeds. There, he met E.V. Gordon, who was Tolkien's best collaborator, but who tragically died quite young. Tolkien and Gordon did an edition of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, the great Middle English poem, that became the standard edition for over 50 years. Gawain and the Green Knight is very different from the Middle English of Chaucer. It's northern, and it's exotic, and it has a lot of close connections both to Old Norse and to Old English. It sounds a little bit like this. Some wheeler with wormes he wears, and with wolves, alas. Some wheeler with wadwas that wandered in the knares, both with bules and bears and boars other wheeler, and etenes that him analeder of the hea fela. So you can see there's a difference between that Middle English and Chaucer's Middle English. Tolkien and Gordon were very successful collaborating, and as seems to always be the case in Tolkien's life, when he was doing a lot of academic work, he also wrote a lot of literature. He started writing very long poems, one in alliterating half-lines called The Tale of the Children of Húrin, and another one in octosyllabic rhyming couplets about Beren and Luthien. And these 2 poems form the real heart of the Silmarillion mythology, which is going to be the background to all the stuff he did in The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien had been at Leeds for a few years and had been very successful, at least he thought so, and so did his colleagues, at integrating lit and lang. when in 1925 the Rawlinson-Bosworth Professorship of Anglo-Saxon opened up at Oxford. Now this is the most prestigious professorship in Old English anywhere. Tolkien was very young to be applying for it, and in fact his old tutor, Kenneth Sysom, was in line for the job. But Tolkien applied anyway, and it ended up being a tie between Tolkien and Sysom, between the electors who would be elected. The chairman broke the tie and decided to choose the younger man, Tolkien. And so at a very young age, Tolkien had a lifetime appointment to his beloved Oxford, studying Anglo-Saxon and Middle English. Tolkien then moved his family back to Oxford and settled in there and became very successful as a professor. And there he met C.S. Lewis. And the two of them had a very long-standing, great friendship, almost a collaboration, though they created no joint works together. But they would meet at the Eagle and Child pub with a group of other like-minded writers and critics, and they would read each other's work to each other. And out of that group of people, which is called the Inklings, grew The Lord of the Rings and the Chronicles of Narnia and many other works besides. However, there were other influences on Tolkien besides Lewis, and the most important of those was possibly his own family. The audience for Tolkien's stories were his sons and later his daughter when she was born. And one of those stories that Tolkien first told to them sitting in his study became his first popularly successful work, The Hobbit, which is the subject of the next lecture.
This ends Lecture 3. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 4. Tolkien, The Hobbit.
In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit. This is one of the most famous opening lines in all of literature, certainly in the 20th century. And it all began as a story told to Tolkien's own children. In this lecture, I want to work through The Hobbit, both its influences from Tolkien's academic work and what the story itself means and how we might interpret it. The Hobbit is not just the introduction to The Lord of the Rings, but it's a very successful children's book in and of itself. And it allowed Tolkien to put together both his contemporary life and the material that he was interested in there, and his academic research. And in fact, at one point, his academic research helped him to stop being stuck where he'd written himself into a corner in The Hobbit. The Hobbit was first published in 1937, and it was Tolkien's first real success in anything like a popular genre. He'd had his edition of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight and his Middle English vocabulary, but really, The Hobbit was the first time he had had successful fiction. How the story began is itself an interesting tale. Tolkien claims that he was grading exams one day, and a candidate had left a page blank in the exam book. And on that blank page, Tolkien simply wrote, "In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit." And then he had to figure out what a hobbit was. Now, research has shown that this is probably not exactly what happened. The word hobbit actually goes back into the Middle Ages, and it shows up in something called a new glossary of the Huddersfield dialect. And you think, well, how obscure is that? Very obscure, but Tolkien wrote the introduction to it. So most likely he had encountered the word, but not worked with it or thought about it very much. When he decided to explain what hobbits were, he had to work through some kind of culture or history for the hobbits. Now there's a couple influences here also. The first of these is a very strange book called The Marvelous Land of Snurgs by E.A. Weish Smith. This is a late Victorian, earlier Edwardian piece, children's story, that Tolkien's children liked very much. And the Snurgs have some characteristics in common with hobbits. The Snurgs, they love to eat, they dress in bright colors, they're generally good-natured. The thing about Snurgs is they're exceptionally strong, which is not at all how the hobbits are. The other influences that go into Hobbit may in fact be linguistic, or it may at least be based on the sound of the word. Now, although Tolkien denied it to his grave, the word rabbit has to have something to do with Hobbit, if only because people are always calling Bilbo Baggins, the protagonist, a rabbit. 3 or 4 times people call him a rabbit and say he's rabbit-like and so forth. And rabbit is a really interesting word. Tom Shippey points this out in connection to Tolkien. Tom Shippey is probably the greatest living Tolkien scholar. That rabbits were actually not introduced into England until the 14th century, and yet they seem a completely natural part of the English landscape. Think Peter Rabbit, think Watership Down, and so forth. Also, the word rabbit is formed exactly like any other Old English word would be. It has an Anglo-Saxon phonological structure, but we have no evidence of it being there before the 14th century. Before that, you had hares, but you didn't have rabbits. So it's very interesting. It's like they'd always been there, but they'd never been noticed, just like the hobbits. The other influence that Tolkien himself admitted is Babbitt, the Sinclair Lewis book about a very gray flannel, boring, middle-class kind of person and his adventures in life. And Tolkien did think there was something of Babbitt in Bilbo Baggins, and he had read the book. So those are some of the influences that go on. Should also set up that Tolkien had been working on his mythological works, the material that would become the Silmarillion, for close to 15 years when he wrote The Hobbit. And though he never intended The Hobbit to be specifically connected to the mythological world, he found it seeping its way in various little places, which we'll talk about. Tolkien's great success in The Hobbit, which then translates into The Lord of the Rings, is his invention of a character who could mediate between the medieval stories he loved so much and the world of his 20th century middle-class readers and himself. This is really important. When you read medieval epic, when you read Beowulf, when you read Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, it's somewhat alienating because the stories are about only kings and princes and heroes and people who are at the absolute top of almost supernatural powers. And that's not what 20th century novels are about. We have trouble identifying and interacting with those people, and we have trouble understanding why they behave the way they do. Tolkien's brilliant innovation in The Hobbit is to bring in Bilbo Baggins, who, even though he's not a person per se, is a perfect stand-in for bourgeois, middle-class, 20th century life. Okay, maybe he's late 19th rather than 20th centuries. He certainly lives in a pre-industrialized era, but he has a doorbell and a pocket handkerchief, and he smokes a pipe, and he has the Daily Mail, and so forth. And Bilbo sits in between us and the ancient heroic world of kings and princes and revenge and dragons and high style. And it allows Tolkien to have it both ways. He can have his people who speak in elevated language, and he can have his magical dragons and monsters and talking spiders and so forth. And at the same time, he can have people like us who are interpreting it, and that's Bilbo. And you'll see how this works. The mediating effect of Bilbo allows Tolkien to simultaneously take his invented world very, very seriously and comment upon it, and therefore, as an author, have a 20th century sensibility about that world. So it's not just a made-up ancient text, it's a made-up ancient text that connects with us. Let me give you just a quick example before we go into the details of the plot and the story. Thorin the dwarf invites Bilbo to go on his quest with him with a letter full of very legalistic reasoning. And Tolkien has his narrator comment upon that by saying, by what he meant by this was X. Now, what that does is it shows that Tolkien recognizes the legalistic reasoning of the dwarves, that they are operating on a very contract basis. At the same time that there's this heroic lesson where Thorin says, and bring our curses home to Smaug if we can. At the same time, Bilbo's saying, I should like to know about remuneration and so forth. The bourgeois sensibility of who's going to get paid and how am I going to get fed and who's going to take care of my body if I die and so forth. So that allows Tolkien to not have to treat his fantasy world ironically or critically within that world. Thorin the dwarf doesn't think there's anything ridiculous about him at any time, but we can think something is ridiculous about him from the outside. The other thing that's unusual and interesting about Bilbo Baggins is that his psychological development in The Hobbit is very different from that of any medieval hero. The only psychological development you usually see in a medieval hero at all is the hero goes from being somewhat heroic to very heroic, being somewhat overconfident to completely overconfident. Beowulf has a few dark thoughts at one point. Gawain worries about getting his head cut off, but realistically there's not a lot of psychological growth. It's exactly the opposite for Bilbo, and that allows The Hobbit to work as a 20th century story as well as a retelling of the medieval epic. Bilbo starts out completely bourgeois, alienated from the ancient and heroic, scared, and concerned about what people think of him rather than what he can accomplish. So, for example, when he's invited to go on the quest, and one of the dwarfs says, "Looks more like a grocer than a burglar to me," he's highly offended by that, and much rather prove that dwarf wrong than do the smart thing and not go on the deadly quest, which he really doesn't want to do to begin with. And by the time we reach the end of the quest, and Bilbo is shown how much he's grown by recognizing really complex political issues and trying to save lives despite honor and despite stiff necks and so forth, we realize that Tolkien has taken us through the maturation of a hero, from close-minded, insular, cut off from the world, to someone who can be a part of that epic world, but also can have bourgeois morals and can comment upon it. Now, I keep going on about class in The Hobbit, not because I really like heavy-handed class-based analysis, Marxist analysis of literature. They can be tedious, dull, and mostly wrong. But in this particular case, they work pretty well to explain some of the things going on in The Hobbit, as long as we don't push it too far. And so I'm going to try to take you through at least the first few of Bilbo's adventures with a view to what's going on in terms of social class. Now, the first thing is, Bilbo is sitting on his porch, blowing smoke rings and reading his morning letters when Gandalf comes over. And they have this cute little conversation where you can see Professor Tolkien showing up, where Bilbo says good morning several times to Gandalf, and Gandalf says, "What a lot of things you do use good morning for. Now you mean it won't be a good morning until I leave and you're trying to get rid of me," and so forth. It's parsing the different possible meanings of good morning, very much like a literature professor would. In any event, in his desire not to be rude to Gandalf, following bourgeois mores, Bilbo invites him back for tea. Gandalf scratches a mark on his door, and this brings all the dwarves to show up, one or two at a time, in this very comic moment of more dwarves and more dwarves and more dwarves coming unannounced. This is also possibly one of the motivations for having The Hobbit written down. Michael Tolkien, Tolkien's son, tells a story about how the youngest son, Christopher, was very invested in petty consistency and said, "The last time you told the story, you said Thorin had a green hood with a gold tassel, and this time you said he has a blue hood with a silver tassel." And Tolkien apparently said, "Damn the boy," wrote down which tassel he was supposed to have, and then was motivated to write down the entire story instead of telling it orally. So we can thank Christopher for The Hobbit and for many other things, as we'll see later when we do some of Tolkien's other works. In any event, Bilbo is bourgeois, and the dwarves are a representation of the ancient heroic ethos of the North, though they are dwarves and not heroes. And in Old Norse, dwarves are very keen on bargains and following the letter of the law and being a little bit tricky. And at this stage, Tolkien's working that in. I should also say that all the names of the dwarves come from an Old Norse source called the Dvergatal, which means the tally of dwarves or the list of dwarves. That's just smack dab in the middle of this poem called Völuspá, which is kind of the creation poem. And all of a sudden there's this list of dwarves, and Tolkien stole most of them directly from there. Really interesting is that one of the dwarf names in the Dvergatal is Gandalf, which means probably elf, the elf part, and Gand with a staff. So why is there an elf with a staff stuck in amongst this other list of dwarves? Again, it shows that problems or cruces, the singular of that is crooks, in medieval literature were inspirational to Tolkien. And by the way, his first drafts of The Hobbit, he named the wizard Bladderthin. And I somehow think that The Hobbit would not have been as great a classic if it had stayed Bladderthin instead of Gandalf. So, after the dwarves have convinced Bilbo to go on their quest, they head off into the wild. And the first monsters that bourgeois Bilbo encounters are the trolls. The trolls speak something like this: "Mutton yesterday, mutton today, and blimey if it don't look like mutton again tomorrow." They're the only monsters in The Hobbit that Tolkien uses specific spelling to indicate their dialect. And they have modern English names, lower-class modern English names of Tom and Bert, and then William, but who also goes by Will. The trolls have very bad manners, and Tolkien makes a big deal about that they have bad manners. So what's happened here? Bourgeois, safe little Bilbo has had to encounter scary working-class laborers. And why are the working class laborers monsters? Or you could say the monsters depicted as working class laborers, because that's one of the anxieties of the bourgeois. They're afraid of people who are big and strong and tough and mean. And that's what the trolls are. So in fact, when the trolls are talking about boiling and cooking and killing the dwarves in Bilbo, Tolkien keeps making little comments about their manners not being quite drawing room, and so forth. And they even wipe their fingers with mutton fat on their legs, and so forth. Gandalf rescues Bilbo from the trolls, and they move on to other adventures. But it's important to see this idea that the bourgeois Bilbo's left his safe little hole in the Shire, which you'll note, by the way, that he has a wonderfully kept hole, that he has all these beautiful things and all this food, but he doesn't ever seem to actually work. But laying that aside, meets the trolls, has this encounter with the trolls. Then he has a visit to Rivendell and the elves. And for people who've read Tolkien's other fiction, the elves in Rivendell and The Hobbit are very strange, because they're completely silly, goofy, not serious at all, just gambling around and laughing and making tedious jokes, and Tolkien really hadn't found what he was doing with the story yet and how important the story was to him when he gets to Rivendell, really not until they meet Elrond. And with Elrond, the half-elven, Tolkien says this is when people from the old stories would still be found around. And Elrond was one of the lore masters. So it's a character from his Silmarillion mythology that he brings into The Hobbit. And it's at that point that The Hobbit takes off, that it becomes much more serious and much more effective and not just a goofy children's story, much as I like the trolls and their accents. After they leave Elrond, there's a brief encounter with some stone giants, but they only see them in the distance, and that's not really important, because the real encounter is with the goblins. I mentioned goblins earlier, goblins being a very important invention for fantasy, because you need cannon fodder, you need some bad guys to kill that you don't feel bad about killing. And Tolkien's sort of inventing that, but his goblins are also a lot like the goblins in The Princess and the Goblin, except they don't have soft, delicate feet that are a weakness. The goblins come into the cave, and in what was, for my whole childhood, the most terrifying moment in all of literature, a crack at the back of the cave opens, goblins leap out, grab Bilbo and the dwarves, and hustle them down into the mines. It's possibly over-determining things to read this poem in the accent, but I'm going to do it anyway. This is what the goblins sing as they drag the dwarves and Bilbo down into their halls. Snap, crack, the black, crack, grip, grab, pinch, nab, and down, down to Goblin Town you go, my lads. Okay, so I gave it a little bit of a Russian accent, but the goblins are very much like munitions workers, factory workers, early, scary, factory laboring communists. And you think, oh, that's way over the top, Drought. How could you possibly do that? But in fact, look at how the goblins are characterized. They manufacture things, mostly weapons of mass destruction, things that explode or things made of metal, things for the purpose of torturing people. And they're utterly interchangeable. Not one goblin has a name. The only goblin that can be separated from any other goblins is the Great Goblin, and all that is he is the Great Goblin. There's no descriptions of them so that you can tell one from another. So yes, I'm making the argument that the goblins are threatening because they're also lower and working class. But they're even more dangerous than the poor laboring trolls because the goblins are organized, because the goblins are all in one group, and as we'll see at the end of The Hobbit, that's why they're so dangerous. They're creatures of machines and slavery. They're not the middle-class people that Bilbo would be used to dealing with. I'm skipping for a second a really important episode with Gollum, because we'll come back to that at the end. I want to talk about what happens after Bilbo escapes the goblins. The next monsters, the next danger they face are the wargs, the evil wolves. I would argue that if you compare the wild, untamed nature of the wargs with the helpful, beautiful, tamed animals of Beorn's Hall, which we see later on, we'll see another example where this class-based analysis worked. The wild, untamed nature is very, very threatening again to the middle class, whereas tamed nature, Beorn's domestic animals, are not. And so that's how you can have the wolves also in there. The spiders and the eagles who are on the good side don't actually work very well in this. And I don't think we should be a slave to analysis. On the other hand, because the analysis isn't totalizing, we can suggest that maybe Tolkien's idea evolved and got more complex and wasn't just playing off middle-class anxieties. There's a third monster that really works well, though, and that's Smaug the dragon. Smaug the dragon represents a different threat to middle-class Bilbo. It's not a threat from below, like laborers or untamed animals. Instead, it's a threat from above. Smaug is the greedy aristocracy. He even talks in what someone called the rude politeness of the British upper class, where he says things to Bilbo like, "You have nice manners for a thief and a liar," in such a way that Bilbo's not supposed to take offense. Smaug gathers in wealth. He sits on a huge bed of treasure. And unlike the middle class, he doesn't circulate that wealth. He gathers it to himself, leading to the ruin of the economy around him. So Smaug is the old, hidebound aristocracy, which is just as much of a threat to the middle-class person of Bilbo. This is really important because most other fantasy is aristocratic. If you take a class-based analysis, most fantasy is about the upper classes defending their privilege. The Hobbit is about the middle classes asserting their moral and other kinds of superiority over both the low and the high. That's possibly a reason why it's so powerful. Okay, I don't want to push the class-based analysis so far, so let's set it aside and talk about some other things in the book. The Hobbit taught Tolkien how to use his medieval materials. And in fact, it seems that he got stuck after he'd gotten away from George MacDonald and Princess and the Goblin and the Goblins, and he'd gotten his dwarves and Hobbit up into the Eagle's Eyrie. He really didn't know where to go. This is after they escaped the goblins and the wolves, but they were stuck with the eagles. And it was then that he thought of Beorn. Now, Beorn's name in Anglo-Saxon means both warrior and bear. Likewise in Old Norse. And it seems to be part of what they call the bear taboo, where in many northern languages, you don't say the name bear. It's bad luck. It brings the bear to your house. Instead, you say things like Sweetfoot or the wolf of the bees, which is what Beowulf means. So I think that might have gotten Tolkien thinking about Beorn. He's both a warrior and a bear. And instead of it being just a metaphor for warrior or a metaphor for bear, it is a warrior who can actually turn into a bear. That's where the magic comes in. Tolkien started to think he could use some of his legendary Anglo-Saxon material in the creation of Beorn and Beorn's great wooden hall, which even Tolkien's own illustration looks very much like an illustration from a book about Anglo-Saxon England. They meet Beorn. They make friends with Beorn, another little comic scene where the dwarves arrive 1 and 2 at a time, and Gandalf is there also to help. And then they go to Mirkwood, and then Gandalf leaves them, so they have to grow up again. They've had Gandalf to help them before, but now they have to be on their own. And Bilbo keeps coming into his own. Now, I'll also mention that in the Goblin Caves, Bilbo had found the ring. And at this point, all it does is turn him invisible. It's an equalizer. It allows Bilbo to do things that a real hero could do without having to be stronger, bigger, braver than anyone else. So, they leave Beorn, they go through the great forest of Mirkwood, and there they're attacked by the giant spiders, and Bilbo is separated from the dwarves. He wakes up, a giant spider is tying him to a tree. He draws his sword, fights the spider in the dark, and kills it. And Tolkien said the killing of the giant spider, all by himself, with no one else around, without Gandalf, without the dwarves, changed Mr. Baggins. And that's part of Bilbo's growth. He can now do things on his own. Remember, he was hired to be the burglar, just to go into the dragon's lair and steal things. But now, he's becoming a hero of his own. When the dwarves are then captured by the elves and kept in prison because they won't tell the elves what they're trying to do because they don't want the elves to ask for a share of the treasure, Bilbo is able to rescue them using the ring, float them down some barrels to the Long Lake. There, Thorin convinces the men of Lake Town to give them provisions to go and try to get the treasure back from the dragon. And then we come to the climax of the story. The dragon is living underneath the Lonely Mountain, which used to be the dwarves' kingdom. He's gathered together all the dwarves' treasure and the treasure of the neighboring towns and the city of Dale, and he sleeps on it. At the Lonely Mountain, Bilbo puts on his magic ring, sneaks through the secret door, and goes down to see the sleeping dragon. And Tolkien says that was the bravest thing Mr. Baggins ever did. Everything that happened afterwards was nothing compared to the battle he fought in the tunnel all alone. This is really important. There's no medieval epic that you could ever find that says that the hero's internal struggle against abstract fear, okay, because he hasn't seen the dragon yet. The dragon's down at the bottom of the tunnel. He hasn't seen a dragon. So he's fighting against his own fear of the dark and of what's ahead. And that's the real battle. That makes The Hobbit so distinctively 20th century, in a way that none of Tolkien's sources are. Bilbo goes down after he fights that battle, he steals a cup and comes back up. That's taken directly from Beowulf, where a thief or a servant, it's not clear from the Beowulf manuscript, sneaks into the dragon's barrow and takes a cup. And I think, again, Tolkien is working on a crux, on a very difficult passage. In Beowulf, it's not clear if it's a slave or a servant or something like that. And with Bilbo, he gets called later on the servant of the dwarves. But is he a thief? Is he a burglar? What is he really at this moment? Is he a treasure hunter? Is he a hero? He doesn't fit the mold that even Smaug the dragon expects for him. And that's important later on because Smaug is confused and he doesn't eat Bilbo right away, but instead talks to him when he goes back in there. And again, that's taken from Beowulf. Tolkien found a way to use material from Beowulf. Tolkien also realized, maybe at this point, maybe early on, that he could incorporate Old English or Old Norse into his stories by changing the spellings but keeping the words the same, by making them look like normal English words. So, for example, the Arkenstone, the super precious jewel at the heart of the mountain that Thorin covets and Bilbo finds, is an Old English word that is Eorclan. That's spelled E-O-R-C-L-A-N. That looks foreign, it looks weird, it's hard to read, but Tolkien realized when he translates it into a modern English form, Arkenstone, it looks very normal. Likewise, the Forest of Mirkwood. In Old Norse, this is Myrkvirthr, which again looks weird on the page. Mirkwood makes complete sense. Tolkien also figured out this technique of alluding to things as if everybody knew what they were, without having to describe them. And it gives The Hobbit its sense of vast depth, that it's connected to a real world. He mentions the necromancer who lives down south. He mentions the high elves and the deep elves and the sea elves, without ever explaining what they are. And that creates this illusion of depth. Now, that depth was there because of the Silmarillion material, but no readers of The Hobbit saw that material for 40 years. And that's very important. Let me also bring in, then, the ring, because that's allowed Bilbo to get this far, but I've been holding off on it because it's very important to see where it comes from. Remember, it's originally an equalizer, but Bilbo does get it from someone. He gets it from Gollum. And Gollum is one of the most difficult characters to understand in The Lord of the Rings, but also in The Hobbit. He's just Gollum. What is he? He seems to have come from this poem that Tolkien wrote called The Glip, about a strange creature that lived in a cave and ate the bones of sailors after they'd been killed in shipwrecks. And originally, Gollum offers to give Bilbo the ring. This blows people's minds when they read it, because they're like, what, he gave Bilbo the ring? How did that work? Well, Tolkien hadn't figured out how the ring worked yet. And so he just thought that Gollum had lost the ring, Bilbo had found it, Gollum offered to give it to Bilbo after the riddle game. When Bilbo wins and Gollum can't find the ring, then Gollum shows Bilbo the way out voluntarily, keeping apologizing. This became a huge problem for Tolkien when he wanted to write The Lord of the Rings, and he decided that the ring was dangerous and important. But in 1951, he had a chance to do a new edition of The Hobbit, and he completely rewrote the chapter, and then tried to explain it in The Lord of the Rings, which I'll go into in the next lecture. The important point here is that Tolkien adds in this idea with Gollum of someone, not just a monster, but someone with an identity that Bilbo could feel sorry for. Bilbo definitely feels sorry for Gollum, even in the early version, much less in the late version when it talks about his endless time in the dark and so forth. And that sorrow and kindness is another element that's unusual to the adventure story. Maybe not so unusual to the children's story, but unusual to the adventure story. What's also unusual to the adventure story is what happens in the way that the dragon is defeated. Bilbo does not kill the dragon. Bilbo does not fight with the dragon. All that Bilbo does is notice the dragon has a hole in his armor in his left breast. That information then goes to Bard the Bowman, who's a much more typically Beowulfian hero. And when Smaug is burning down the town of the Lake Men, Bard shoots the dragon and kills it. This is again a real departure from the standard fantasy story or the standard heroic story, and it allows Tolkien to make the end of The Hobbit really very sophisticated, and I'll have to admit very difficult for a lot of kids to try to understand what's happened. Because Bard, as the slayer of the dragon, has a claim on the treasure, a legitimate claim. The dwarves have a claim on the treasure because Smaug stole it from them, but he also stole treasure from other people and mixed it in. Bilbo has a claim on the treasure because he has a contract. And so what you have is a standoff with the men and the elves outside the Lonely Mountain and the dwarves barricaded inside, and both sides wanting the treasure, and both sides partially right. The dwarves were right to say, "Why should we give you any treasure? You wouldn't have given it to us if you had gotten it first." The men and elves are right to say, "Some of this treasure belonged to our ancestors, and furthermore, we helped you when you had nothing." And so there's an impasse, which Bilbo wants to solve before it comes to open war. So he steals the Arkenstone, which he has found, and gives it to the Lake Men and the elves so that they can exchange it for a portion of the treasure. I always had trouble with this as a child, because why would Bilbo betray his friends? But his point is he wants there to be no open war. And so he's concerned more about peace than he is about his friends, and he sees that there's truth on both sides. Well, this is still going to come to open war anyway, because Thorin's relatives, the dwarves, have come marching up and are about to attack, and there's going to be a war when Gandalf says, "Stand and wait." And the goblins and the wargs have heard about the death of the dragon and have come up on their own to steal the treasure. So the aristocracy is dead, and the laborers are coming to get their fair share of the spoils. Okay, again, we can push that analysis too far. Because the goblins and the wargs show up, it shows the value of having orcs or goblins, because it makes the good guys all fight on the same side instead of fight against each other. And there's a large battle. The goblins are defeated, and sadly, Thorin receives his mortal wound. And this is the section of The Hobbit that makes it so unlike a children's book, because Bilbo goes in and has final words with Thorin as he dies. And I have to admit that when I read The Hobbit, my own daughter, I get all missed at this particular scene when Bilbo and Thorin are saying goodbye to each other, and Thorin says, "I go now to join my fathers. If only more people valued food and drink instead of hoarded gold, it would be a happier world." And then Thorin dies. Again, very unusual for a children's book, and setting the stage for evolving into The Lord of the Rings. Then, after the first climax of killing the dragon, and after the second climax of defeating the goblins, Tolkien does something else very unusual. He has quite a long epilogue, as it were. It's still part of the story, where he takes Bilbo all the way back to the Shire, even though the journey is not particularly interesting. And by doing this, by bringing things back full circle, Tolkien sets the stage for what he's going to do in The Lord of the Rings also, the there and back again. And it's something that separates out The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings from all their imitators. It's very risky, because that ending portion is not very exciting. It doesn't go out on a high note. In fact, the last lines of The Hobbit are, "And he reached for the tobacco jar." And right before that, Gandalf tells Bilbo, "You really are only a very little person after all." Bilbo says, "Thank goodness for that." So what Tolkien does is then undercut the whole heroic, romantic, we killed the dragon fantasy to make it much more about Bilbo has grown up in some way, and he's returned home a better person than he was before. This is exemplified at the very end when Bilbo says to his old friend Balin. Balin says, "Whenever our halls are made fair again, you should join us in them." And Bilbo says, "If you're ever passing by, tea is at 2:00, but stop by any time." And the point is, both of those characters are saying exactly the same thing, but one is speaking from the middle-class bourgeois point of view, and one is speaking from the heroic point of view, and now these two points of view can understand each other. That's what Bilbo's done. He's bridged that gap by gaining the respect of the dwarves and learning to respect them also, and learning to respect the heroic world and to love the heroic world. This psychological journey is far more interesting than a hero like Conan the Barbarian who just smashes everything in his path. And it also, by mediating between the bourgeois world of the readers and the heroic world, gave Tolkien a way to work in all of his fantasy material, all of his legendarium that he'd been building up, that he hadn't been able to work on before. And so when he sits down to write the sequel to The Hobbit that his publishers wanted, which he originally gave them the Silmarillion, which didn't go over very well, when he sits down to write The Lord of the Rings, he has a technique for working with the material he wants to work with and making it understandable and palatable to his readers. And in so doing, in blending those two things together, he creates the greatest work of fantasy of the 20th century, which will be the focus of our next lecture.
This ends Lecture 4. Remember to visit this course's webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures you just heard. Scholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures you just heard. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 5. Tolkien, The Fellowship of the Rings.
One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them, in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. It took Tolkien nearly 20 years to complete the sequel to The Hobbit that his publishers had asked for after The Hobbit's enormous success. Tolkien knew right away that his connection would somehow be the ring, but he didn't know how he would develop it. This lecture is going to focus on The Fellowship of the Ring, the first book in The Lord of the Rings. It's important to note right away that Tolkien wanted The Lord of the Rings to be published as one gigantic book and not as a trilogy. It's always called a trilogy because The Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, and Return of the King. But that was done simply to save paper and to minimize production costs. It was not Tolkien's original intent. In any event, we're going to work through The Fellowship of the Ring in this lecture, The Two Towers in the next lecture, and The Return of the King in the third. And in doing so, we're going to tackle a variety of the different themes that Tolkien treats differently in each of the books. There's no point in trying to summarize the plot of The Lord of the Rings, which is a 1,000,000-word novel and has more twists and turns than even a Hollywood movie could keep up with. But it will be worthwhile for us to work through bit by bit and see what each of the major pieces of the narrative is doing, from the development of the heroes to Tolkien's commentary on different kinds of medieval civilizations to his big picture ideas about morality, addiction, freedom, and transcendence. When Tolkien set out to write The Lord of the Rings, he knew that the connection between The Hobbit and the sequel would have to be Bilbo's ring. It was the one major loose end that he could connect something with. But he didn't know how it was going to work, and he was very troubled by things that had already been published in The Hobbit that now he didn't want to have to undo. So at the end of The Hobbit, he had suggested that Bilbo would live happily ever after till the end of his days. Well, he didn't want to change that by having Bilbo have another adventure. He started to work out that a nephew, cousin, or son would be the right way to go, to bring in a new character, some descendant of Bilbo, or relative at least. He tried to figure out what would go on with the ring, and at first, and this will be kind of surprising to anyone who's read the books, he writes of the ring not very dangerous, if not used frequently. This is, of course, the exact opposite of what he came to believe of the ring, but he really didn't know what he was doing. In fact, as you can see from reading the drafts, Tolkien thought The Lord of the Rings would be about as long as The Hobbit. At one point, he says to his publisher that he thinks he's going to be done with it in about a month or two. 17 years later, he finished. The great gimmick for The Lord of the Rings is the ring. And the gimmick is this: the ring belongs to Sauron, the Dark Lord, a demonic being with great power. Sauron is attempting to conquer all of Middle-earth, but he is hampered in that by his loss of the ring. Years and years ago, Sauron made the ring and poured much of his own power into it. But a last alliance of men and elves defeated Sauron and then cut the ring from his finger. And the ring was then lost, and Sauron weakened. But Sauron came back, and the ring was found by Gollum, kept in a cave in the Misty Mountains for many, many years, and then passed to Bilbo, and then to Bilbo's heir, Frodo. Frodo is a young hobbit, and considered by just about everyone who meets him to be the best hobbit in the Shire. He knows how to speak Elvish, he's interested in people outside the Shire, he's a non-insular hobbit. He wants to travel, he wants to follow Bilbo, but not yet. The Fellowship of the Ring begins with a long-expected party. The first chapter of The Hobbit was an unexpected party, so Tolkien's trying to turn The Hobbit upside down. And this is going to be Bilbo's 111th birthday. He will be 111. Many people find that when they sit down to read The Lord of the Rings, they can't get past the first chapter, because there's a lot of what I would call hobbit business in the first chapter. Kind of light jokes and talking about what hobbits do as they go from place to place and their customs and so forth. And to be honest, it's a bit tedious. But what it does is set up beautifully what the Shire is and why the Shire, which is the country of the hobbits, is so important to Frodo. And this will be important throughout the entire sequence of books. So it's giving you the beauty, the bucolic nature, the kindness of the hobbits, and also their insularity. Frodo says at one point that he thought that an earthquake or an invasion of dragons would be really good for the hobbits, so that they would stop being this way. But on the other hand, he loves them so much he wants to protect them. So Tolkien has to find a way to tell his readers how the ring is important and to move the ring from Bilbo to Frodo. And he does this by having Bilbo have this huge birthday party, the end of which he vanishes, leaves the ring to Frodo. And it's at the end of that chapter that we first get the hint that something is wrong. Because Bilbo doesn't want to give up the ring and becomes very angry and almost violent to Gandalf when Gandalf says, "You need to leave it for Frodo." That's our first hint that something is wrong. The subsequent chapter, The Shadow of the Past, pretty much lays out the problem of the Lord of the Rings. Gandalf gives the history of the ring, how it was made by Sauron, how he lost it, how it was found by Gollum, how Bilbo got it, and he talks about the ring's power. This is the gimmick. The ring gives invisibility, we knew that from The Hobbit, but it also gives a dominating person the ability to dominate other people. First, because anything that's done with the other magic rings that are around in Middle-earth, there are 3 rings for the elves, 7 for the dwarves, and 9 for mortal men. The owner of the one ring can control those people, can control those rings, but just in general it amplifies the power of domination and control. And it is itself intrinsically evil. No matter how hard you try to do good with the ring, it will twist what you do to evil. That's the real gimmick. That's what separates Tolkien's magic ring from other magic rings in literature, and makes it characteristically 20th century. For example, in Plato's Republic we hear of the Ring of Gyges. Gyges is an innocent shepherd who finds a ring that will allow him to turn invisible. And what he does then is basically rape and murder and destruction because he has this power. Plato's point is that even giving a good-natured, kind shepherd ultimate power will turn that person to evil. Similarly, in The Ring of the Nibelungs, which is in the German Nibelungenlied and most famously developed by Wagner in the Ring cycle, the ring is not intrinsically evil. The ring simply gives whoever has it the power to rule the world, and therefore evil, grasping people are fighting over it, trying to get to it. Tolkien's gimmick is to make his ring be intrinsically evil, and that's really important because people forget that, characters within the story react against that, and critics also suggest that it's not really working. But that's the key point. The second major important point about the ring is that it cannot be destroyed by any means that a regular person possesses. You can't put it in a fire, you can't beat it with an axe or a hammer, you can't destroy it except by throwing it into the lava in the fiery heart of Mount Doom, which, conveniently, happens to be located right next to the Dark Lord's tower in the middle of his evil land. So, from this point on, we have the outline of the quest. Frodo needs to take the ring to Mount Doom and destroy it. Easier said than done. Even once Tolkien had worked out these points in Chapter 2, he still had an enormous amount of work to do, and more importantly, he had a lot of false starts and a really difficult time getting things going. This was frustrating to him, and it meant it took a long time. But those frustrations ended up developing the structure of The Lord of the Rings, which is one of the things that separates it out from other texts. The Lord of the Rings has an aesthetic pattern of action and rest, or stress and release, as Ursula Le Guin calls it. Characters do the same things again and again. There's multiple underground journeys. There's multiple journeys through a forest. There's multiple safe, homely houses that the characters stay in. But just like the oral traditional material that I discussed at the very beginning of the course, where when you see the repetition, you see it for itself, and you also see it in comparison and in distinction to the repetitions that have come before, it's the same thing in Tolkien. So that when we're going through the Barrow-Wight's chamber, or the Mines of Moria, or Shelob's lair, each of those underground journeys matches up with the previous one, and is both similar to it and different from it. I don't know for sure that Tolkien planned this out in advance. It's not entirely clear from his drafts that he thought he wanted to have this microstructure, macrostructure pattern. However, it's consistent with what he said about the poem Beowulf, and it's also consistent with the pattern of interlace that you see in Anglo-Saxon art and literature. That is, where plots or even lines on a page cross and recross each other in a complex pattern. You can think of this Celtic knotwork that you see illustrated in medieval manuscripts. That's representative of this interlace pattern. Now, what that pattern does, first of all, is it violates the straight-ahead action style of Tolkien's sources, either in the Victorian age or in medieval times. people argue that there's an interlace structure in Beowulf, but pretty straightforwardly, he fights one monster, he fights the other monster, then he goes back and tells about the fights, and then he fights a third monster. But yet again, even in Anglo-Saxon, which had interlace, it's not as complex and sophisticated as it is in Tolkien. So the many false starts and the many attempts to get going ended up paying a great benefit in the overall psychological experience of the reader reading The Lord of the Rings. I am certainly not alone in feeling that in some strange way, The Lord of the Rings recapitulates journeys of childhood, going from the small country, that is the Shire and its immediate surroundings, to the larger and larger and larger country in the larger scale, where the temptations and the difficulties start out fairly small and very soon become very, very large and cosmic. And that pattern of stress and release. It's much more like a person would go through life than it is the way a person would go through a story. What also makes Tolkien's work psychologically realistic is how many people, creatures, and events just come out of nowhere. This is sort of what happens in our real lives. We go and we meet someone we've never seen before, or end up in a situation we've never heard of, or do something we'd never expected. Literature, on the other hand, tends to be more neat and packaged. As Chekhov says, if you have a gun on the mantelpiece in Act 1, somebody better shoot it by Act 3. That's literature. Tolkien's is a little different. People come in that you never expected, whether it's Strider in Bree, or Faramir in Ithilien, and again, nice parallel between those two, or Tom Bombadil, or the Barrow Wights. All of these things just appear out of nowhere, seemingly, to the hobbits. And what that does is it makes the readers become the hobbits in a certain way. Just as the hobbits don't know the world that they're entering into, really, and are surprised by everything that comes along, so too the reader is surprised by each new thing that comes up. And this, to me, by the way, was one of the big flaws in Peter Jackson's film of The Lord of the Rings. Jackson felt that he had to do what Hollywood and traditional literature does. So if you had a character show up, there had to be a motivation for that character. So instead of it just being some random elf named Glorfindel who comes riding up, it's Arwen who happens to be in the love affair with Aragorn, so you can connect it all up, and so forth. Likewise, everybody knows who Aragorn is, rather than he's some strange vagabond from the wilderness. I understand why Hollywood did that. It's a lot different experience to watch a movie on the screen where you can't stop and reread or think about something than it is to read a book. But I also feel that it shrinks Middle-earth, and it makes The Lord of the Rings smaller and less effective. So the hobbits are intermediaries for us, just like Bilbo was in The Hobbit, but they're also protagonists, and they're also heroes. They're very unlikely heroes, though. They're small. They're weak. They appear to be very soft, though that turns out to be deceptive. And they're fundamentally decent. That's the point of that tedious first chapter. As annoying as the hobbits might be to each other with little social barbs and stuff like that, they're basically fundamentally decent. And it's that heroism of decency that, again, links up The Lord of the Rings to its middle-class readers. We can't all go slay a dragon. We can't all go change the world, but we can all be fundamentally decent. This, by the way, is why the various religious readers are able to find things that fit their faith in The Lord of the Rings, because decency is a virtue that's shared by every religion. And so I think that that's one of the reasons The Lord of the Rings is so amenable to religious criticism, because of that virtue of decency. Now, when the hobbits finally do get out of the small country of the Shire, and just to recapitulate, they're chased by black riders, they go into the old forest, and interestingly enough, despite the fact that Tolkien is known as an ecologically sensitive writer, and maybe the first green writer and so forth, the first monster they face is an evil tree, which they plan to deal with by either setting on fire or chopping down, though they don't have to do that. They then end up in the house of Tom Bombadil, very strange character, probably drawn from Finnish legend in some way, but Bombadil was the protagonist of poems that Tolkien had written in the 1920s set in the Oxfordshire countryside. He's kind of a spirit of the countryside. After the Old Forest, the interregnum of the house of Tom Bombadil with its warmth and light and happiness, then we get the danger of the Barrow Downs, and the first underground encounter when the hobbits are captured by a Barrow Wight, an evil spirit that lives inside a mound. This is one of the first major tests for Frodo. Frodo with the ring is with his companions, Samwise, the servant/gardener/helper, who is always his best friend and strongest supporter, and his two more upper-class hobbit friends, Meriadoc, Merry, and Peregrine, Pippin. Well, they're all captured by the Barrow Wight. Frodo wakes up. Because he has the ring, he thinks, I could put the ring on and escape, and I'd be sorry that I left my friends. It's a moment of temptation, A very key moment in The Lord of the Rings, because Frodo passes the test and doesn't abandon his friends. Instead, he summons Tom Bombadil, and the Barrow-wight is vanquished. Then, the hobbits arrive in Bree, a city of men and hobbits on the edge of the wild. This is most important, for here they meet Strider, who actually is a traditional hero. Strider is the descendant of ancient kings, and he really is the legitimate king of all of Middle-earth, or at least of all the human kingdoms in Middle-earth. But he's dispossessed, and he's wandering in the wilderness, actually looking for the hobbits to help them, because Gandalf, inexplicably, we find out why later on, Gandalf hasn't shown up. Now, when they meet the true hero of Strider, we see another way that The Lord of the Rings is fundamentally different from Tolkien's sources. Strider is not a modern anti-hero, but he's not a Beowulfian hero either. Strider is not racked with existential self-doubt about whether should I be a hero or shouldn't I. That's how they did it in the movie when they had Viggo Mortensen say, should I really be a hero? Should I help Frodo? I don't know. That's not Strider. But on the other hand, he's not like Beowulf, who shows up and said, I'm going to kill the monster now. Don't worry about me. And that makes him very un-medieval. In fact, the Aragorn, the rightful heir to two kingdoms, looks foul but seems fair. Tolkien's setting up that idea of a hero. Also, speaking as a teacher of writing, where I always emphasize to my students, revise, revise, revise. Tolkien's original name for Strider was Trotter. Strider was not supposed to be a ranger or a man, but a hobbit, and he was supposed to wear either wooden shoes or possibly even have wooden feet. So see, if you revise things, they get much better. Frodo's original name was Bingo also, and that was another good revision on Tolkien's part. Now, because Aragorn is introduced as Strider the Ranger rather than Aragorn the heir of kings, he never develops that distance from the reader that you get in your typical heroic narrative. He's not above everyone else, though he starts to move above everyone else later on. He's just Strider to the hobbits, and they treat him very informally. And we as readers then become close to Aragorn. We like Aragorn, but as Strider again. Strider and the hobbits are pursued through the wilderness by the ring-wraiths. The ring-wraiths are an invention of Tolkien's that don't seem to come from any particular source. I guess they're ghosts in some way. But they're men who have taken rings from Sauron and been transformed into these wraith-like beings that don't have a real visible body and have to wear dark cloaks and ride on black horses to be seen. Frodo is stabbed by the Lord of the Ring-wraiths, but, and this is somewhat of a plot hole, but the ring-wraiths don't finish him off, and instead they leave him because they know that there's a splinter of the knife in his shoulder, and it's working its way inward to his heart. But then Aragorn manages to lead the hobbits off into the wilderness where the ring-wraiths can't find them, and they get very close to Rivendell, their ultimate goal. There's a chase at the very end where Frodo is almost caught, but manages to get across the river, and then the ring-wraiths are washed away in a flood sent by Elrond, and Frodo and his companions make it to Rivendell safely. That's the first big rest and the first pause. It's also the end of Book 1 within the Fellowship of the Ring. Each of the 3 volumes has 2 books in it. So Book 1 was up through Rivendell, and then Book 2 begins in Rivendell and continues. We have a brief period where we get some examples of Tolkien's poetry, which he has as Elvish poetry, and tells the story of Arundel, which is the backstory for Aragorn and Elrond and Arwen and so forth, though we don't really know it at the time. And then we move on to the Council of Elrond, the most notoriously difficult chapter in The Lord of the Rings. I've actually had people say, you'll enjoy The Lord of the Rings if you just skip the Council of Elrond. I think those people are insane because you won't understand anything that's happening. But it is a 40 to 50 page meeting. Elrond has an agenda. What do we do with the ring? Frodo's here. Once they figure out what to do with the ring, which is destroy it, then they have to figure out how to do so. But here, Tolkien introduces his large themes of what we could call geopolitical significance, the wars of Middle-earth, the fact that even if Sauron doesn't get the ring, he's still going to be able to conquer the world with his physical armies. So even without the magic, he's going to conquer the world. What should we try to do about this? Here, Tolkien introduces his theme of fighting the long defeat. This is a continued struggle that the elves and the men and the good guys are fighting against evil. They seem to have a triumph, but then the evil comes back. And this is the pattern, again that repeated pattern that Tolkien had already developed in his Silmarillion materials. The idea of fighting the long defeat is a modification of Tolkien's theme of northern courage. He developed northern courage, as he called it, from His analysis of the poem The Battle of Maldon, an Anglo-Saxon poem about the defeat of the English by the Vikings, and how it was noble and important to continue fighting even if your cause was doomed, because perhaps something would happen to make your cause not be doomed. And that's basically what the people at the Council of Elrond decide, that their cause is doomed, but yet they're going to fight anyway. Tolkien here starts to introduce another major theme in The Lord of the Rings, which is the theme of immortality. He does this through the elves, through Elrond and the other elves in Rivendell, and their sorrow. Elves are immortal. Turns out, though he doesn't say this in The Lord of the Rings, that they can be reincarnated if they're killed, but otherwise they don't die. But time passes for them at a different rate. Time seems for them both slow and fast, because mortal lives wink out quickly in an elvish lifespan, and slow because the world changes slowly as they watch it. But Tolkien put in this idea that the elves grow weary of the world after enough time, and therefore they either fade from sight or they travel across the sea to the Blessed Land. But the elves in Middle-earth came up with a trick, sadly by the help of Sauron. They made 3 beautiful elvish rings that allow them to preserve things and to not get weary of the world, and to make beauty in Middle-earth and not have to leave it. But the elves are pretty sure that when Sauron's ring is destroyed, all of their works of their 3 rings will be destroyed also. But the elves are willing to sacrifice that. And this adds in yet another important theme, where freedom, in Tolkien, is worth the loss of beauty. And that is not always the case for other 20th century literature, where aesthetic beauty is sometimes elevated above all other things. But for Tolkien, it's about freedom. Freedom from domination, even if there are still hierarchies and other structures that aren't exactly democratic. The Council of Elrond decides that Frodo is the safest guardian because he won't be tempted by the ring. That is, because he won't be tempted to use the ring for some good purpose and then be trapped into evil. This is not universally accepted. Boromir, who's the son of the steward of Gondor, and to set this up, Gondor is on the front lines of the physical warfare against Sauron. He's going to attack Gondor first. So Boromir says, let's take the ring and use it as a weapon to defeat Sauron and then destroy it. But the elves and the wizard say, you can't do that. If you try to use it for good, it will automatically become evil. Boromir is skeptical. This skepticism is shared by many critics of The Lord of the Rings, who suggest that the ring couldn't be all that evil anyway. But Tolkien is definitely trying to set this up that way. So you can't use the ring, and Frodo is safe because Frodo, as a little hobbit, is not likely to be tempted to dominate anyone or to lead any armies or to use the ring for any reason. Elrond appoints 8 companions for Frodo. Aragorn, Boromir, the son of the steward of Gondor, as I said, an elf, Legolas, a dwarf, Gimli, the wizard Gandalf, and the other hobbits who have already come with Frodo this far. That kind of multiracial fellowship becomes a standard trope in fantasy literature later on. All the imitative fantasy, and including things like Dungeons and Dragons and so forth, would have these various groups that the different talents of the different races would contribute to the success as the whole, and that comes from Tolkien. The Fellowship's plan is to proceed from Rivendell along the Misty Mountains and then cross over the Redhorn Pass, but they're foiled by a blizzard, and they decide instead that they're going to go through the Mines of Moria. This is a dwarf city that was built under the mountain, but was abandoned long ago because the dwarves had been attacked by something or destroyed by something. It's not clear yet. They go through the Mines of Moria, and there they encounter, as well as a bunch of orcs, goblins, a giant fiery monster called a Balrog. The Balrog is important because it developed from Tolkien's Old English work also. There's a word Cielwara, which means, nobody really knows what it means. Tolkien assumed that it means dweller in the sun or some kind of black-skinned fire giant with red eyes. And he used that to invent the idea of Balrogs. In any event, the Balrog fights with Gandalf, the leader of the company, and it pulls Gandalf into an abyss. And so Gandalf is lost to the Fellowship. Now, it's true that Gandalf had deliberately left Bilbo and the dwarves before Mirkwood, but this is another big deal. He's fallen into a pit with a fiery monster, and they assume that he's dead. And so they have to go on, as Aragorn says, without hope. There's always vengeance. This action and the tragedy of Moria is followed by another one of Tolkien's periods of rest after action. And in this case, it's perhaps his most beautiful creation. and that's the golden wood of Lothlorien, the home of the Lady Galadriel and the Lord Celeborn, who are ancient elves who have produced, through the power of one of the three rings, this unbelievably beautiful forest woodland where nothing ever dies, and the land of Lorien knows no stain. The trees have golden leaves, and the golden leaves fall off and make a carpet on the floor, and golden flowers come out in the spring so that there's gold above and below. These are Malorn trees. In Lothlorien, Tolkien depicts many of his ideas about the elvish world and elvish beauty. For example, the differential flow of time, where it seems to the companions that they're in Lorien for a week, but it turns out they're there for over a month. Tolkien also introduces the character of Galadriel, an ancient, powerful elf queen and an image of beauty. Galadriel can see into the hearts of the companions, and she wants to help them. She gives them powerful gifts to help them on their way, and she gives them lembas way bread so that it can sustain them. It's also a nice mechanism so Tolkien doesn't have to have them stopping and hunting or digging up food or something like that. In fact, she gives elven cloaks that hide them to all the companions, and golden belts for Merry, Pippin, and Boromir, a bow for Legolas, for Sam, a small box of earth, which we'll get to at the very end of The Lord of the Rings, and for Frodo, a glass that glows with its own light, with the light of Arendelle, the evening star. Gimli the dwarf asks for and receives just a few strands of the elf queen's hair. And this is important because it's showing this rapprochement between the dwarves and the elves who had been hostile races before this time. I want to look at one scene in a chapter called The Mirror of Galadriel because it brings together a lot of Tolkien's themes and imagery in one particular place. At this point, Galadriel gets Frodo and Sam to come with her and look into her mirror, which is a bowl full of clear water, and her magic allows different images to appear in the bowl, including the Eye of Sauron and things that may happen in the future and things that might not happen, and so forth. And Frodo is so taken by Galadriel's beauty that he offers her the ring. He says, "You are wise and fearless, Lady Galadriel. I will give you the one ring if you ask for it. It is too great a matter for me." Galadriel laughs and said, "You know, I have been wanting this for a very long time. And look, here it's brought right to me, and you even offer it to me." And this is how she puts it. "And now at last it comes. You will give me the ring freely, and in place of the Dark Lord you will set up a queen, and I shall not be dark, but beautiful and terrible as the morning and the night, fair as the sea and the sun and the snow upon the mountain, dreadful as the storm and the lightning, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me and despair." And then she passes the test. She doesn't take the ring. She says she will diminish and go into the west and become Galadriel. And there's a couple really key points in that scene. When she says, "All shall love me and despair," that's confusing. Why would it be despairing if all loved her? I think when you pick apart that scene and you look at what's going on, why is that wrong? Why is it not better at least to have her instead of the Dark Lord? Because she would be taking away people's freedom. All shall love me and despair. If you're loving something that's not a transcendent being, then you should despair. If you're loving at that stage, all shall love me. And so Tolkien's saying here, even as beautiful as Lothlorien is, it's worth sacrificing if freedom can be preserved instead. After leaving Lothlorien, the Fellowship takes to boats and travels down Anduin, the great river. This allows them to avoid making their decision about whether they're going to head directly to Mordor, which is Frodo's quest, or go to the city of Minas Tirith with Boromir, and then go to Mordor. That's what Boromir wants them to do. As they're traveling, Boromir becomes more and more restless, and the readers, even if the characters can't, the readers can tell that Boromir really wants the ring to go to Minas Tirith, and he wants the ring for himself, not out of greed, but to save his city. He says, even if you can't use it as a weapon of war, you could at least have it there, and Sauron will be afraid to assault it. Eventually, the desire for the ring, and the desire to save his city, which he is sure is doomed otherwise, drives Boromir mad. And when they come to the moment of having to make the decision, Frodo says, "Let me go off and be alone for a while and make my decision." Boromir wanders away, finds Frodo, and tries to take the ring from him. Frodo puts on the ring to hide from Boromir and runs away. At the same time, orcs who have been following the company since Moria as well as some new orcs who serve the evil wizard Saruman, as well as another set of orcs who serve the Dark Lord Sauron. And in the next lecture, we'll go into much more detail about Sauron the Dark Lord and Saruman the evil wizard. But all of these orcs assail the company, and they try to capture hobbits and run away with them. Frodo and Sam are not seen by the orcs. They manage to go across the river, head east, and start their quest on their own. Merry and Pippin are captured by the orcs. Though Boromir makes a valiant stand and kills dozens of orcs to protect them, he's eventually killed. Now, Boromir hasn't turned completely evil, and he recognizes very quickly that he's done something wrong. Not, by the way, that he's just done something that upset Frodo, but that he's done something deeply, deeply wrong. And Tolkien allows him to redeem himself at the very beginning of The Two Towers, which we'll get to. But at this point, the Fellowship is broken. Frodo and Sam head east. They cross the river in a boat and begin their trip to Mordor, just the two of them. Merry and Pippin, Boromir, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli are still on the west bank of the river. And that's how the book ends. Frodo and Sam have traveled from the safety of their home, the Shire, into the protection of the wise, such as Elrond and later Galadriel, and now finally off on their own, without Gandalf, without Aragorn, with only their own companionship and their own courage to sustain them. With the loss of Gandalf, with their separation, they must grow up enough to take care of themselves. In the next book, The Two Towers, which is the subject of the next lecture, Tolkien brings in more of his geopolitical concerns and talks more about politics and culture. But the thread that holds everything together is the journey of Frodo and Sam, the journey of the ring from the Shire to the land of the Dark Lord, and the growth of all four hobbits as they go from insular, uneducated, and inexperienced to adults who are able to take responsibility for not only themselves, but for the entire world.
This ends Lecture 5. This ends Lecture 5. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 6. The Two Towers.
This lecture focuses on the multiple views of evil that Tolkien develops in The Two Towers, the second book in The Lord of the Rings. And I'll remind you again, Tolkien thought of it all as one long book subdivided into shorter pieces, but not as a trilogy. In any event, in The Two Towers, Tolkien provides several different views of evil, different kinds of evil, and he plays them off against each other, part of his interlacing narrative. In fact, you could say that The Fellowship of the Ring is about temptation, The Two Towers is about treason and evil, and The Return of the King is about war, though of course all of these themes show up through all the books. Previously, I mentioned the technique of interlacement, where one plot or theme or idea interconnects with another one, and some patterns are blocked for a while or dropped and picked up. Now, we've seen this in the sense that the small things that happen getting out of the Shire, for example, going through the Old Forest, the Barrow Downs, and so forth, are recapitulated later on with the Mines of Moria. But there's also an interlacement that really begins in The Two Towers, where the narrative actually breaks apart, where you have, on the one hand, the story of Frodo and Sam and their quest to Mordor, and on the other hand, the stories of Merry and Pippin, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. The Two Towers then is broken up into two books, Book 3 and Book 4. Book 3 is all about Merry and Pippin and Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, who are following them and then catch up to them, and Book 4 is entirely about Frodo and Sam. I should note also that even the title of this book, as is usually the case with the middle of any kind of series, particularly a series of 3, it's somewhat ambiguous. The Two Towers could refer to the Tower of Sauron the Dark Lord, the Dark Tower, and the White Tower of Minas Tirith, or it could refer to the evil wizard Saruman's Tower Orthanc, and the Tower of the Hornburg, where the great battle is fought, or it could refer to the Tower of Minas Morgul, or the Tower of Cirith Ungol, which Sam and Frodo climb past at the end of Book 4. In fact, Tolkien was very happy that there was some ambiguity about which towers the two towers were. I think it's most likely that the two towers really are the evil wizard Saruman's Tower of Orthanc and the Tower of Cirith Ungol at the end of Book 4. But again, ambiguity can be good in this case. After the breaking of the Fellowship, at the end of the Fellowship of the Ring, Tolkien introduces different narrative points of view for the first time in The Lord of the Rings. Now, this may sound strange because Tolkien's all the way through has what we would call an omniscient narrator. The narrator knows the lay of the land even when the hobbits can't see the lay of the land, and he knows some of the history and the background and so forth. But if you pay close attention while you're reading, you'll realize that for the entire Fellowship of the Ring, you're pretty much seeing things through Frodo's eyes. Occasionally, perhaps through Sam's when Frodo was unconscious or something like that. And again, it's not a first-person narrative. It's not even what we would call technically a highly associated point of view. But the point of view is generally what the hobbits, particularly Frodo, would see. When we get to the two towers, that splits. We get the point of view of Aragorn, and then of Gimli, and then of Pippin, and then of Merry and Pippin, and then of Frodo and Sam. Almost always, except with that little bit of Aragorn, and it has to be done in order to make the scene make sense, in general, the least powerful person mediates the narrative for us, the same way that the hobbits have done, and the same way that Bilbo did in The Hobbit. So Tolkien complicates the point of view here. That allows him to have things like irony. So, for example, when Aragorn is saying, all my choices have gone wrong, we as readers know, in fact, that his choices have gone pretty well so far. And it also allows for the creation of suspense, where Tolkien can cut away from one character, pick up with a different one, and we won't know what's happened at one place even as the story goes on. And it is actually very effective for creating that kind of suspense. Now, the major plot point of the first half of The Two Towers is the wizard Saruman. I deliberately left this out of the discussion of the Fellowship of the Ring because at that point it needlessly complicated things. But here we need to bring it in. To the confusion of generations of readers, Tolkien comes up with a second villain. So we had the evil Dark Lord Sauron, but now there's a wizard, Saruman, who's also turned to evil. Saruman was originally good. He was the head of the White Council of wizards and good elves that drove Sauron out of his old fortress of Dol Guldur in Mirkwood. But now, as part of his quest for power and part of his jealousy of Gandalf, Saruman has decided that the only way to defeat the Dark Lord is to make himself into a better Dark Lord. And so he's searching for the ring. He wants the ring. At the same time, because he happens to occupy the position of Orthanc, this tower, in a very strategic location, he has begun to build up his own armies and his own powers. And the reason Gandalf wasn't there to help the hobbits get out of the Shire and to escape the Black Riders and get to Rivendell was because Gandalf had been imprisoned by Saruman in Orthanc until he escaped with the help of an eagle. So, Saruman has gone evil. And in his going evil, he represents a different kind of evil than Sauron. Sauron is a diabolic evil. He's a monster. He's a demon of some sort. And he's pure evil in that sense, though it does say that he originally was not evil. It's like a giant greedy mouth that wants to devour everything. Saruman's a little bit different. So to set this up, I want to read a passage that's actually from the Fellowship of the Ring, but explains Saruman very well. This is what Saruman says right before he's taken Gandalf prisoner. The elder days are gone, the middle days are passing, the younger days are beginning. The time of the elves is over, but our time is at hand, the world of men which we must rule. But we must have power to order all things as we will, for that good which only the wise can see. And listen, Gandalf, my old friend and helper, he said, coming near, speaking now in a softer voice. I say we, for we it may be, if you will join with me. A new power is rising. Against it the old allies and policies will not avail us at all. There is no hope left in elves or dying Numenor. This then is one chance before you, before us. We may join with that power. It would be wise, Gandalf. There is hope that way. Its victory is at hand, and there will be rich reward for those who aid it. And as the power grows, its proved friends will also grow, and the wise, such as you and I. may with patience come at last to direct its courses, to control it. We can bide our time. We can keep our thoughts in our hearts, deploring maybe evils done by the way, but approving the high and ultimate purpose, knowledge, rule, order, all the things that we have so far striven in vain to accomplish, hindered rather than helped by our weak or idle friends. There would not be any real change in our designs, only in our means. Now, this is very Weasley, dangerous, and very rhetorically powerful. And Tolkien was very, very good at doing this with Saruman. Saruman is a manager. He wants to manage and control, regardless of the morality of anything that he's doing. And if you look at that particular passage I just read, you'll notice that there's lots of Weasley little adjectives and adverbs. So, for example, there would not be any real change in our designs. So, okay, what does that mean? Our designs are to make sure Sauron can't take over the world, but we're going to let him take over the world, but it's not a real change in our designs. Saruman's own name, and I can give you other examples of that, but let's stick with this. Saruman's own name, Siaruman in Anglo-Saxon, means crafty man or technological man. And not only is Sauron interested in technology, he builds wheels and fires and furnaces and machines, but he's interested in the technology of rhetoric, in the ability of using his voice and using his words to manipulate people. Gandalf uses his words to inspire people. Saruman uses his words to manipulate people. Saruman's representation of evil, then, is not the evil of a consuming, greedy, well, it is greedy, but it's not like Sauron's evil, which wants to engulf everything. Sauron's evil just wants to make himself be the manager of all of it. And it doesn't matter if what's done under him is good or bad. In fact, it's easier if it's bad, but maybe it could be good. Now, it's interesting that Tolkien rejected comparisons of The Lord of the Rings to World War II. He said it was not an allegory because it didn't fit. However, when he rejected that allegory, and he did it point by point, he said, if the ring were atomic weapons, then obviously that doesn't work because the atomic weapons were actually used while the ring wasn't, and so forth. But he interestingly identified Saruman with Soviet Russia. And it's an idea of a technology of controlling and manipulating and dominating people. Not throwing them into ovens, perhaps, like Sauron representing Hitler would be, but at least controlling them and sucking away their freedom. And that's what Saruman does. And in so doing, he's become a mockery of Sauron. He's built his own tower. It's just not quite as big as the Dark Tower. He has his own orcs, but there's not as many of them. He has his own servants, but they're not quite as good as Sauron's servants, and so forth. It was a mockery. It was a slave's flattery, Saruman's little tower of Orthanc, of the great Dark Tower of Barad-dûr. So that sets up the idea of evil and Saruman. Other elements in the plot that are going on are the idea of redemption, because Boromir, remember, had done something quite evil at the end of the Fellowship of the Ring. He tried to take the ring from Frodo. But at the beginning of the Two Towers, Boromir redeems himself, because he gives up his life fighting against orcs. The orcs end up taking Merry and Pippin, so he doesn't triumph. But by killing so many orcs, he causes the orcs to run away rather than stick around and hunt for Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Frodo, and Sam, who've all gotten split up. So Frodo and Sam have escaped across the river in large part because of Boromir's sacrifice. And there's a very touching scene between Boromir and Aragorn where Boromir admits, he confesses that he tried to take the ring from Frodo, but then he says, I have paid, and Aragorn agrees and basically absolves him. So some people would even argue that Boromir is the most modern hero of the Lord of the Rings and that he has failed and then achieved success afterwards rather than just achieved success. In any event, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, they decide they can't go with Frodo and Sam, even though the fate of all of Middle-earth rides with Frodo, because they can't abandon Merry and Pippin to the orcs, even though Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli against 100 orcs is not going to be a very good battle. Nevertheless, they decide they're going to follow the orcs and see what they can do. And they start off on this very, 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 very long chase where they just run after the orcs. I think the point is that here Tolkien is illustrating personal loyalty and basic decency being even more important than the big geopolitical concerns. Because any kind of value-maximizing choice would say, you have to go with Frodo. They need Aragorn's help. He knows the way. Go with Frodo. But Aragorn says, I can't leave those two hobbits to the orcs. And so they chase after them. They don't catch them, by the way. I think this approach illustrates the idea that Tolkien rejected completely the Machiavellian notion that the end justifies the means. He would say, no, you can't do evil means to a good end. In the very large scale, that's represented by you can't take the ring and use it to overthrow Sauron, even though that's a good thing. Because by seizing it, by using it to dominate other people, by, like, say, riling up your own army and enslaving other people to fight Sauron's army, you're doing something that's evil and wrong. I think it's that rejection of the end justifies the means that sets Tolkien outside the mainstream political views of the 20th century, basically. But it's also what makes him seem so moral compared to lots of other literature. Merry and Pippin suffer through a terrible journey with the orcs, which I'm not going to go into here now. But what they discover is there's several different kinds of orcs that are all fighting at cross purposes. There are the orcs of Sauron, who want to get hobbits, preferably the ring, back to Mordor. The orcs of Saruman, who want to get those same things to Orthanc. And orcs from Moria and the Misty Mountains, who just want revenge for all the orcs that were killed there. Merry and Pippin are able to leverage this infighting into escaping, basically, and they get away from the orcs, and they get into the forest of Fangorn, and the orcs are destroyed by the riders of Rohan, which in a moment I'll talk about how important they are. But let's just go into the forest for a second. This is a forest that the hobbits have been warned about. It's dangerous, it's scary, but they're safe from the orcs. They're standing on a hill looking out, and suddenly they hear a voice behind them. They turn around, and it's a gigantic talking tree. That 14 foot tall, looks like an old stump. And it's Treebeard. And Treebeard is one of Tolkien's most appealing characters in all of The Lord of the Rings. And also his most original. Interestingly enough, in his early drafts, Treebeard was supposed to be evil. And he was supposed to capture Frodo. Frodo captured by evil giant Treebeard was one of Tolkien's notes. But as the story evolved, Tolkien changed his mind. And he decided that Treebeard was good. He also used Treebeard to solve a crux in Anglo-Saxon literature, which is the word ent. In Anglo-Saxon, the word ent clearly means some sort of giant. It's like glossed with the word gigantos, and it's parallel with gigantos, but it's not very clear what these giants would be. It was Tolkien's innovation to make them be giant trees. By the way, there's no evidence that the Anglo-Saxons thought that their ents were trees. This is Tolkien's invention here, and it probably comes from first coming up with the name Treebeard and then connecting it up with ents. But it does, again, show him taking material from Anglo-Saxon and bringing it into his own work. Even people like the critic Edmund Wilson, who hated The Lord of the Rings, love Treebeard and love the ents. Since they're trees, they speak very slowly, and they speak very sonorously. And I'll give you an example of Treebeard here, though I'm sure it would sound better if it were in Tolkien's own voice. The hobbits ask Treebeard about why they were warned against his forest by Celeborn back in Lothlorien. Why did Celeborn warn us against your forest?
Did he now? Rumbled Treebeard. And I might have said much the same if you had been going the other way. Do not risk getting entangled in the woods of Lorelindorinan. That's what the elves used to call it. But now they make the name shorter. Lothlorien, they call it. Perhaps they are right. Maybe it is fading, not growing. Land of the Valley of Singing Gold. That was it, once upon a time. Now it is the Dream Flower. Ah, well.
Treebeard's slow, sonorous speech is very compelling, especially when you can read it at the speed you want and you don't have to listen to it go through very slowly. And he's a very funny old creature, and he really likes the hobbits, and he's very powerful. It's very important that he's very powerful and he's the leader of the Ents, because the good guys are going to need all the help they can get. Because not only is Sauron, the Dark Lord, attacking Minas Tirith, but Saruman is attacking Rohan, the country of the Horse Lords, which is where Fangorn Forest is located, at the edge of Rohan. Just to catch you up really briefly on the plot, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli meet the riders of Rohan, are told that the orcs are all dead, are told there were no hobbits, but nevertheless go to try to find the hobbits. They find the hobbits' tracks, track them into Fangorn Forest, but lose track of them, but there they meet someone even more important. It's an old man, clad in white. They think at first it's Saruman, but it turns out to be Gandalf, who is brought back from death after his encounter with the Balrog, and is now Gandalf the White, the replacement for Saruman, and ready to lead in the wars against Sauron and Saruman. Now, what happened to Gandalf, we learn. He tells the story of how he fought the Balrog, how he killed the Balrog, and how he himself died, but was then sent back. It's never made clear whom he was sent by, but he was sent back. And now he's got more power and is reborn in some ways. And this sets up some of the ideas that Tolkien has about providence and about the valor, the powers that help run the world. But Tolkien doesn't ever bring this into the story, so we just have to go with Gandalf was sent back. Well, I'm glad he's there. It's at this point that Tolkien starts to bring in additional heroic cultures into his story, and he sets up this comparison of civilizations that's very important both to the first half of the Two Towers and the first half of the Return of the King. He brings in the Rohirrim, and the Rohirrim, the horse lords, speak Old English. They say, Westhu Theoden Hal, which means be you, king, well. And they say everything that they speak in their tongue is in Anglo-Saxon. Now, I'd pointed out that Beowulf had been a strong influence on The Hobbit, but Tolkien's medieval sources in The Lord of the Rings had not really been that important yet, but now they start to really come into play, and his scholarship is involved in his world building. Now, it's important to note that Tolkien denied that the Rohirrim were Anglo-Saxons, though they speak Anglo-Saxon. He made this elaborate circumlocution to say that, well, he was just translating whatever the Rohirrim's real language was, and in fact, it had the relationship to the common speech that Anglo-Saxon had to modern English, and that's why he translated that way. But I don't think anyone actually believes that. It's kind of a band-aid to put on top of the whole argument. More importantly, though, they're not real Anglo-Saxons in the very important sense that they are completely focused around horses, and the Anglo-Saxons were not. But the ancestors of the Anglo-Saxons were. And that's where Tolkien's coming from with the Rohirrim. They're the Goths, if you want. They are the continental European horseback warrior culture that gave rise to the Anglo-Saxons eventually. Their culture is young and fresh and energetic, but it's not very learned. In fact, listen to the description that Tolkien gives of the Rohirrim. This is Aragorn describing the riders of Rohan to Legolas and Gimli so that they can know what they're going to meet. They are proud and willful, but they are true-hearted, generous in thought and deed, bold but not cruel, wise but unlearned, writing no books, but singing many songs, after the manner of the children of men before the dark years. This is really not a description of the Anglo-Saxons at all, who wrote many books, as well as singing many songs. But it's an idealized kind of Germanic barbarian, and I think it really comes a lot from William Morris's The House of the Wolfings. And let me give you a good example of that. When we get to the description of Edoras, which means the courts in Anglo-Saxon, where the king of Rohan lives, Tolkien describes the room that they're in, a great hall with pillars and tapestries and so forth, using almost only Anglo-Saxon words. He uses one French word, louver, which describes a place where the smoke can escape through the roof. Interestingly enough, in William Morris's House of the Wolfings, Morris has the same word, but he tries to anglicize it and calls it a luffer, L-U-F-F-E-R, which would be the English spelling. Tolkien realized that that would just be too jarring and distracting since no one uses that word anymore, and so he was stuck with the French word, but he's still playing, I think, off of Morris there. In any event, they meet Theoden the king, and Theoden's name means king in Anglo-Saxon. And in fact, this becomes a little running joke with Anglo-Saxon in The Lord of the Rings, in that all the names of the kings of Rohan mean king in Anglo-Saxon. So Theoden means king, Thengel means king, Eomer means king, Eamund means king, and so forth. So it's a joke when they address each other, they say king, king, and so forth, if you know the language. Theoden has been bewitched by Saruman, and he's miserable, and he's not willing to fight, but Gandalf kindles his spirit, and they rush off to fight a huge battle at Helm's Deep, a fortress. And there, with a lot of luck and a lot of heroism by Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, they defeat the armies of Saruman. Also with a lot of help by Treebeard and the Ents, who on the one hand go and destroy all the fortress around Saruman's tower, though they can't destroy the tower itself, and on the other send these moving but not talking trees called Hurons to kill off all the extra orcs. So, Saruman is defeated, but Gandalf has to still go and try to get him out of the tower. Gandalf tries to convince Saruman to become good, but Saruman has gone too far down his path of evil, and so he refuses, and Gandalf breaks his staff, casts him out of the wizard club. Then, at that moment, a shining ball is thrown out of one of the top windows of Orthanc and almost hits Gandalf. Turns out that this is a palantir. It's a crystal ball. It's been used for seeing afar, and that has put Saruman in touch with Sauron and allowed Sauron to dominate Saruman. Pippin looks into the palantir and nearly betrays everything to Sauron, but he doesn't, which is lucky. And so Gandalf takes him away to Minas Tirith, and that sets up the next big cultural comparison that we're going to have, which is between the civilization of Minas Tirith, the civilization of Gondor, and the Rohirrim, who we have met, these proud, bold, unlettered, but very brave Anglo-Saxons. So that concludes the first of the books in the Two Towers, Book 3. And now we switch points of view from all of the geopolitical struggles that have been going on to the very straightforward journey of Frodo and Sam. And this is a theme that Tolkien consistently returns to, the idea that the real quest, what's really important, is what's happening with Frodo and Sam, and all the other very exciting battles and big picture things are all kind of a sideshow to whether Frodo and Sam will get to Mordor or not. And the most important thing that happens in this book is that Frodo and Sam meet up with Gollum. Gollum from The Hobbit, Gollum who has been searching for the ring for years and years and years. And Frodo and Sam capture him. And there's this really, really powerful confrontation between Frodo and Gollum, because Frodo doesn't know what to do. If they kill Gollum, they're doing something wrong. You can't kill a helpless enemy in the decency of the hobbits. The hobbits would no longer remain decent if they did something like that. On the other hand, they can't leave Gollum loose to follow up behind them and strangle them as soon as they fall asleep or to bring enemies upon them. They're caught in a dilemma. They're between their own morals and the fate of the world. And as is usual with Tolkienian heroes, they choose their own morals, even if they have to risk the fate of the world. Now, the other reason that the confrontation between Frodo and Gollum is so powerful is that Gollum and Frodo are the two individuals on Middle-earth who can understand what the other one has felt. Because of being ring bearers, because of having had the ring for so long, Gollum understands what Frodo's going through with the ring in a way that Sam doesn't, and vice versa. Frodo understands what it must have been like for Gollum to lose the ring and to have lost his treasure and to be suffering it, because the ring generates a kind of addiction in the person. The person who has the ring becomes addicted to it. They can't put it down. They can't let it go. That's part of its power. And they lust for it to come back to them. And so Frodo understands Gollum and Gollum understands Frodo. This, by the way, was beautifully accentuated in Peter Jackson's film of The Lord of the Rings, where they used computer technology to take the actor Elijah Wood's eyes and give them to Gollum. So the same blue eyes were in both characters to indicate how close Frodo and Gollum were to each other. So what eventually happens is that Gollum and Frodo come to an agreement. Gollum swears by the ring, which he calls his precious. He swears by the master of the precious, which is Frodo at this point, that he will do whatever it is that Frodo tells him. He will protect the precious. And Frodo believes that Gollum will keep that promise, because he's sworn it to the ring, which has controlled him for so long. And Frodo knows that if he were to put on the ring, because the ring had once mastered Gollum, he could control the Gollum. But it's a very weird situation. It's a little, almost like a love triangle, because both Gollum and Sam adore Frodo and can't stand each other. They hate each other. Sam is suspicious of Gollum. Gollum knows Sam is suspicious of him. Sam was the one who attacked him in the first place when they fought and so forth. So there's a weird kind of emotional triangle that goes on here. Gollum guides the hobbits through the hills of the Emyn Muil, through the dead marshes where they would have died if Gollum hadn't been there to help them. And then, out of nowhere, they meet Faramir. And this is very parallel to how out of nowhere they met Strider back in Bree. And Faramir is the brother of Boromir. He's of the men of Gondor. He's of the Númenórean race of men, a group of men who we'll see in the first part of the Return of the King, who still remember their elvish lore and are still connected to elves in some way. And Faramir is completely honorable. So he says, as a rash promise, he says something like, if I found it lying on the roadside, I wouldn't take it, not knowing that Frodo has the ring. And then when he finds out that Frodo has the ring, he holds himself bound by that promise. That's how much Faramir values his word. Faramir, just like Galadriel before or Elrond before that, helps Frodo and Sam. There's a whole extra confrontation with Gollum that we don't need to go into right now. But basically, Gollum proposes to lead Frodo and Sam into Mordor through a secret path. They already tried the main gate. They saw that they couldn't get in there. So they're trying to do a secret path called Cirith Ungol, which means the Pass of the Spider. And Gollum is planning a treachery. Gollum's idea is that the giant spider who lives in the cave will eat Frodo and Sam, but not keep the ring, and then he, Gollum, can get the ring, and he won't have actually broken his promise not to hurt Frodo, since someone else will have done it. While Frodo and Sam and Gollum are on the stairs of Cirith Ungol. Tolkien develops what we would call metafiction, fiction about fiction, where he has Sam talking about, Mr. Frodo, do you think we're in a book right now? Are we in a story and someone's reading the story to their son, and the son says, let me hear more about Frodo, the great hero, the most famousest of all the hobbits? And Frodo laughs and says, what about Samwise? Frodo would have gotten nowhere without him. So the two characters are, in a non-ironic way, they're aware that they're in a story, and they look outside of the story. And at that moment, Sam asks of Gollum, Gollum, are you the hero or are you the villain? Which do you want to be? And Gollum isn't there. Now, this is so important because it has great bearing on the problem of evil. How does evil exist? What is evil like? How is Gollum evil? And the question is Gollum, in his own mind, the hero of his own story? The story of good old Sméagol, Gollum's original name, and how Sméagol got the ring back? Or is Gollum so damaged and so broken that even in his own mind, he's not the hero of his own story? And I bring this up because in a lot of discussion of Tolkien, there's all this talk that everybody's black and white, there's only good, there's only bad. Well, this is utter nonsense, as we'll see with Denethor later on, as we've already seen with Boromir, but most of all with Gollum, you can't really clearly determine, is Gollum even the hero in his own story? And it's very sad, actually. And Tolkien emphasizes that sadness a little bit later on when Sam and Frodo have fallen asleep on each other and Gollum comes back to them. And I just want to read this little passage here. And so Gollum found them hours later when he returned, crawling and creeping down the path out of the gloom ahead. Sam sat propped against the stone, his head dropping sideways and his breathing heavy. In his lap lay Frodo's head, drowned deep in sleep. Upon his white forehead lay one of Sam's brown hands, and the other lay softly upon his master's breast. Peace was in both their faces. Gollum looked at them. A strange expression passed over his lean, hungry face. The gleam faded from his eyes, and they went dim and gray, old and tired. A spasm of pain seemed to twist him, and he turned away, peering back up toward the pass, shaking his head as if engaged in some interior debate. Then he came back, and slowly, putting out a trembling hand, very cautiously he touched Frodo's knee. But almost the touch was a caress. For a fleeting moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that they beheld an old, weary hobbit, shrunken by the years that had carried him far beyond his time, beyond friends and kin, and the fields and streams of youth, an old, starved, pitiable thing. But at that touch Frodo stirred and cried out softly in his sleep, and immediately Sam was wide awake. The first thing he saw was Gollum, pawing at Master as he thought. "Hey, you," he said roughly, "what are you up to?" "Nothing, said Gollum softly. "Nice, Master." "I dare say," said Sam, "but where have you been to, sneaking off and sneaking back, you old villain?" And Gollum withdraws himself. Gollum, who had been up to that moment about to repent, and who felt a great love for Frodo because of Sam's harsh words, which at that point were not deserved, fails. And Tolkien wrote, "I wept when I wrote that scene." And it is the most powerful, moving scene in The Lord of the Rings because exactly, it's the failure of repentance. And even though there was no real chance that Gollum would repent, he's done so much evil, yet there was that small chance, and yet it gets ruined. So, Gollum then leads Frodo and Sam through the tunnels of Shelob, the evil spider creature. And Shelob attacks them, but Frodo and Sam drive her off temporarily and actually get through into Mordor. But Shelob isn't dead yet, and she comes rushing out, stings Frodo, and then in a giant battle with Sam is defeated and chased away, though not killed. But Sam thinks Frodo is dead because he's paralyzed and he's wrapped up in spider silk. And so Sam takes the ring from Frodo in an effort to go on and finish the quest. But then a group of orcs come along and pick up Frodo's body, and by overhearing them, Sam learns that Frodo is alive and not dead. And so the very last line of The Two Towers is, "Frodo is alive, but was taken by the enemy." It's one of the great cliffhangers, because when the books were published, there was, of course, a very long delay between when The Two Towers was published and when The Return of the King came out, and people desperately wanted to know what happened there. The Two Towers has shown in the macrocosm of the great battles in Rohan and against Saruman, and in the microcosm of Frodo and Sam's journey, about the struggle that each of these sets of characters has had to accomplish in order to at least have a chance to defeat Sauron, even though that's an impossible chance. And now that Frodo is actually captured, it seems like all hope is lost. But one of the major themes of The Return of the King, which is the subject of the next lecture, is that giving up hope is never acceptable to Tolkien, and that those who maintain hope will be rewarded for it in some way.
This ends Lecture 6. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. 99 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 7. Tolkien, The Return of the King.
We now come to The Return of the King, the conclusion of The Lord of the Rings, and the conclusion, therefore, of Tolkien's masterwork. What we're going to do in this lecture is work through some of the big themes that Tolkien manages to tie together at the end of The Return of the King. And these are the comparison of cultures between Gondor and Rohan, a discussion of war, which has been apparent in the other books, but is really the focus of The Return of the King. And then finally, the climactic moment of Frodo on Mount Doom with the ring, and then the very, very, very long anticlimax that Tolkien uses to conclude the book. So I want to begin by talking about war. That's really what the first part of The Return of the King is about. It's about war. There's been war before, but not this way. For example, war comes to Gondor. Pippin and Gandalf are trapped in the besieged city of Minas Tirith. And we really see what medieval siege warfare must have been like to those on the inside, where there was no hope of getting out. And it was just a question of in what way you were going to die, whether it was going to be of hunger or fire or being slaughtered. It's important at this stage to note that Merry and Pippin are separated for the first time. And so we get Merry's point of view and Pippin's point of view. And that allows Tolkien to develop a very clear contrast between Gondor and Rohan. Merry becomes the esquire of Theoden of Rohan. And Pippin becomes the esquire of Denethor, the steward of Gondor, and Boromir's father. And if you compare the two different ceremonies in which this happens, you can see another element of the two cultures. In Rohan, it's a very short ceremony. Basically, Merry says, "May I lay my sword in your lap?" And Theoden says, "Yes, and you shall be a knight of Rohan." Whereas to be a servant of Denethor, Pippin takes a very complex oath. "Here do I swear fealty and service to Gondor and to the lord and steward of its realm, to speak and to be silent, to do and to let be, to come and to go, in need or plenty, in peace or war, in living or dying, from this hour henceforth, until my lord release me, or death take me, or the world end." You can see the comparison right there. Gondor is the Rome of Middle-earth, and Rohan is the England in many ways. And they both have strengths and weaknesses. In fact, the Rohirrim have more martial vigor. They're better fighters. They fight on horseback. They're valiant and brave, and they don't give in. Gondor, they're learned, and they're educated. And it's also interesting that Tolkien plays upon this in how families work also. Denethor is very Númenórean. That's the ancestral people for Gondor. He's a throwback. He's very wise and learned and educated, and Faramir, his son, is like him. But Boromir, his other son, is much more like somebody from Rohan. He loves to fight and ride and do battle, and so he's even more beloved than the more intellectual and cerebral Denethor and Faramir. And that's also the two cultures. And I think that's important to look at because Tolkien is looking at this dynamic of cultures in the Middle Ages that was very important, that all the learning and all the history went with Rome, but the vigor went with the barbarians. And that's what you're seeing with Gondor and Rohan also. So the Dark Lord sends his armies against Minas Tirith, and things are not going well for Gondor. And on the more personal level, Faramir is wounded with a poisoned dart, and Denethor goes insane. And this is a really key point, again, in the idea that Tolkien has only black and white heroes. Denethor's a good guy. He's going to lead the forces of good against evil, and yet he goes mad. And the way he goes mad is that he decides that he is going to burn himself and his son Faramir to death even before Faramir has actually died on a funeral pyre. And Pippin runs off to try to get Gandalf to try to prevent this. And what Tolkien's doing is working out the problem of pride and despair. We've had problems before of pride with Boromir wanting to take the ring and pride and aggressiveness, but this is pride and despair, and that's the point I was making at the end of the last lecture. Tolkien says, you're not allowed to give up hope. You have responsibilities to those who you are protecting, and even if you think you are destined to lose, you can't give up hope. But Denethor does. And the way Tolkien works this out, which is really interesting, is I think he's making a kind of triangular relationship between Denethor, Shakespeare's King Lear, and the Lord of the Nazgul, the king of the evil ringwraiths. Now, how does this work? Well, given the pressure that's put upon a king in this situation, the king can go in one of several directions. Lear goes mad. Denethor goes mad. Both of them have given in to pride and despair. Now, why am I linking Lear and Denethor and the Lord of the Nazgul? Well, for a couple reasons, and most of them have to do with language, and it also suggests that Tolkien referred to texts outside of Middle-earth with his language. When the Lord of the Nazgul shows up on the field of battle in front of Gondor, and he speaks to Eowyn, we'll talk about that in a second, but he says, "Come not between the Nazgul and his prey." When King Lear is in his frenzy and anger, he says, "Come not between the dragon and his wrath." It's almost the same. All you have to do is substitute one monster for another, dragon for Nazgul, and then wrath for prey. Also, when Denethor is fighting to burn his son alive and himself alive, he says, "Come forth if you not all be recreant." That's a somewhat unusual word, recreant, but it shows up in King Lear where he says, "False recreant knight." So I think there's this linkage, and the point is that an ordinary person may be allowed to have despair, though Tolkien doesn't really think so either. But when it happens with a king, it has huge implications. The huge implications in this case are that King Theoden of Rohan, who's done a heroic thing, led his people to Minas Tirith, saved the day, ends up being killed because of Denethor's madness. And then Denethor himself ends up dying. That's when we also find out that Denethor also has one of those crystal balls, the Palantir, and has been communing with Sauron. Though he hasn't been giving in, Sauron's been just showing him what he wants him to see. And this is a key point that I read The Lord of the Rings 40 times before I realized that this was important. Denethor looks in the Palantir, and he says to Gandalf, "Even now the wind of thy hope cheats thee, and a fleet with black sails comes up the river." And so I always thought he saw the fleet with the black sails and figured that that was the end. But actually, if you go through the timeline in the back of The Lord of the Rings, you'll see that what Denethor has seen is Frodo's elven cloak, Sam's sword, and Frodo's mithril coat, which will explain why Sauron has those in a minute. But the point is that he thinks that Sauron has got the ring at this point, and that's why he kills himself. Now you say, well, that might be a good reason if Sauron got the ring to kill yourself. But first of all, Denethor shouldn't be looking in the Palantir, and he knows that. And second of all, even if he has reason to despair, because he's the king, he's not allowed. Aragorn, who's the good king, never actually despairs. Theoden, once Gandalf breaks him out of his funk at the beginning of the Two Towers, doesn't despair either, no matter how badly things get. Okay, now in the front of the city on the battlefield, something very exciting is happening also. The Lord of the Nazgul on his flying beast has swooped down, knocked Theoden off his horse. Well, actually, the horse reared and Theoden was crushed, and Theoden's dying. But when the Nazgul tries to finish Theoden off, a warrior stands up. And this warrior turns out to be Eowyn, a woman, the niece of King Theoden. And her helmet falls off and her golden hair blows in the sun. And this is the most traditionally heroic scene in The Lord of the Rings, because Eowyn stands there and says to the Lord of the Nazgul, "You will not touch him. I will prevent you from touching him," meaning her seemingly dead uncle, "if you may." And that's when the Nazgul says, "Come not between the Nazgul and his prey." And Eowyn, who had disguised herself as a man, had also brought Merry into the battle. Merry had been told to stay home, "You're too small to fight." Eowyn had been told to stay home, "You're a girl," and had brought Merry in. So together, they defeat the Lord of the Nazgul. Merry stabs him in the back of the knee, and Eowyn stabs him in the face and kills him. And this was important because there was a prophecy that said, "No living man may kill me," which is a hint of Macbeth there. And Eowyn says, "I'm not a living man," basically, and kills him. So it's a great heroic moment. It's also really interesting because it's the only traditional one-on-one against the monster and somebody wins. I mean, Gandalf on the Balrog maybe, but it's a little bit different there, and especially because it doesn't happen in real time. But one-on-one against the monster, and who is it? It's a woman in drag, sort of. I mean, she's dressed as a man, fighting against a monster. Again, I think Tolkien's not completely comfortable with that traditional machismo attack, and so he channels it in different ways. It's hobbits, or it happens by good luck, or when Aragorn does cleave his way through all the hosts of Mordor, we don't see any of the individual fights when he kills any individual person or monster. I should note, however, that Éowyn, as heroic as she is in that moment, then gets domesticated later on, where she agrees to live in the Houses of Healing and then marry Faramir, and everything's good, and she's put back in the place that's appropriate for women. But this fits up with a kind of World War I archetype, which I think World War I has a lot more to do with the Return of the King than medieval sources even. And that is that she represents the kind of Joan of Arc warrior woman archetype that shows up here, and that's why she is able to kill the monster in such a way. But even with all this heroism by Merry, by Éowyn, and so forth, the battle would have been lost because a fleet with black sails comes sailing up the river. However, in a moment of what Tolkien would call eucatastrophe, a good catastrophe, it turns out it's Aragorn in those ships. And Aragorn and his men, Legolas and Gimli, sweep through the hosts of Mordor. The hosts of Mordor are defeated, and the good guys win. But just for a moment. Because Aragorn, having used the Palantir that got thrown out of the window of Orthanc, has seen that there are even larger armies waiting in the Dark Lord's land to sweep out, and he knows that military battle is not going to be enough. And so there's a chapter called The Last Debate, in which Gandalf and Aragorn and all the princes of Gondor and Rohan and so forth decide what to do. And they have a brilliant plan. They're going to go and attack Mordor. Yes, the impregnable giant stronghold of the Dark Lord, filled with armies, and they've got about 6,000 people, and they're going to attack it. The reason they're going to do this is they want to trick Sauron. They want Sauron to think that they have the ring, and that this is the vanity of the new Ring Lord, and he's going to drive in and try to attack Mordor, and so Sauron can think, well, I can just defeat him and take the ring from him then. And the whole point is to distract Sauron from Frodo, because again, the point is not the big large-scale battle, the point is the two people, Frodo and Sam, making their way through Mordor. In The Last Debate, Gandalf outlines his whole strategy and what should be done, and why they should try to destroy Sauron via the ring, rather than in military force. And if they can destroy him, a great evil will be removed. And then Gandalf says this is a key part of Tolkien's philosophy. Other evils there are that may come, for Sauron is himself but a servant, or an emissary. Yet it is not our part to master all the tides of the world, but to do what is in us for the succor of those years wherein we are set, uprooting the evil in the fields that we know, so that those who live after may have clean earth to till. What weather they shall have is not ours to rule. I think here Tolkien is addressing and rejecting the idea that because you can't end all injustice in the world, because you can't destroy all dictators or all bad guys, you shouldn't fight any of them. That's the appeasement strategy, right? We can't fight both Hitler and Stalin, and so we shouldn't fight either of them. And who are you to say that it's right to destroy Hitler first? But Tolkien thought that was nonsense. You did what you could in front of you, you did what was your turn to do, and then you at least gave a chance for the next generation to fight. So I think it's a very important idea there. Then they march off to Mordor, they're in front of the Black Gate, and Sauron sends out his emissary, the mouth of Sauron, and he has Frodo's mithril coat, Frodo's elven cloak, and Sam's sword. And he says, we'll give you this spy. Notice he says the singular, so we already know something's up. We'll give you this spy back if you'll give all the land between here and the Misty Mountains as tributary to Mordor. Now, Sauron has no intention of actually following this, but he's toying with them and trying to make them feel miserable. And then he lets loose this huge host of orcs, and you're going to overwhelm them. And at this last moment, Pippin starts to yell, "The eagles are coming! The eagles are coming!" Just like at the end of The Hobbit, where Bilbo had yelled, "The eagles are coming." However, Pippin himself notes there's a variation. That was Bilbo's tale, and this is mine, and it is over now. And that's how Book 5 ends, with Pippin passing out. In Book 6, then, we return to Sam, who has to rescue Frodo from the Tower of Cirith Ungol. But in another good gimmick, Sam realizes that if he puts on the ring, Sauron will see him, because he's wearing the ring, If he doesn't put on the ring, the orcs will see him. And then we get what's probably the biggest plot hole in The Lord of the Rings. Frodo's at the top of the tower, and there's like 100 orcs in there. But then all of a sudden, the orcs fighting over the mithril coat that Frodo was wearing kill each other off until there's only 1 or 2 left. And so Sam is able to go in, kill an orc, rescue Frodo, and escape. And he gives the ring back to Frodo also. And this is where we see that something is really not right with Frodo. Frodo is thinking Sam's monstrous, and give me the ring, he yells. And you see that Frodo is going to have a real big problem giving up that ring later on. Tolkien's forecasting it there. One of the other things that does happen at that moment is that one of the orcs escapes from the tower and heads off to Sauron's tower, carrying Frodo's mithril coat and the cloak and the sword. So we know now how the mouth of Sauron got those things. And that's why there was that big cliffhanger there, because how did those things happen? Well, the orc got away with the stuff, but Frodo and Sam actually did get away. Then there's the hideous journey through Mordor, a journey of hunger and thirst and misery and getting partially captured by orcs. But I want to skip all that and get us right to when they're climbing the slopes of Mount Doom. Frodo has been almost completely consumed by the ring. He says all he can see is the image of the ring in his mind, like a wheel of fire, and he can't even walk. Sam has to physically pick him up and carry him. Interestingly, Sam doesn't feel the kind of magical burden of the weight of the ring. He just feels a kind of emaciated hobbit, and so he actually can carry Frodo up the mountain. But then, at the last moment, they're attacked by Gollum. The attack from Gollum rouses the embers of Frodo's heart, and he shoves Gollum away, and he keeps Gollum from getting the ring. And he leaves Sam to finish Gollum. Sam draws his sword, because Sam fully intends to kill Gollum after the betrayal with Shelob and so forth. Frodo goes on, but then Sam finds he can't do it. Gollum's this shriveled little emaciated skeleton cowering in the dust, and Sam can't bring himself to murder it. So he says, "Just go away before I kick you." And Gollum seems to run off. Sam turns around. Of course Gollum turns around and follows them. You knew that was coming. They go into the very chambers of fire, the heart of the mountain where the ring was forged. And Frodo fails. Frodo goes right up to the edge of the crack of doom, and he says, "Then Frodo stirred and spoke with a clear voice, indeed with a voice clearer and more powerful than Sam had ever heard him use, and it rose above the throb and turmoil of Mount Doom, ringing in the roof and walls. 'I have come,' he said, 'but I do not choose now to do what I came to do. I will not do this deed. The ring is mine.' And he puts on the ring and vanishes. Now, before we go to what actually happens, I want to look very, very closely at what Frodo says there, because Tolkien obviously chose these words with extreme care. I have come. So Frodo acknowledges that he has brought himself to the point he is supposed to bring himself to. This is really important for later on. But I do not choose now to do what I came to do. This is important because of the metaphor of addiction that I've been using about the ring. The ring has addicted Frodo, but yet Frodo himself acknowledges that it's his choice. He doesn't say, I can't do what I came to do. He says, I choose not to. That's very important because Tolkien is saying that Frodo bears moral responsibility for this choice. I will not do this deed. That's his will. The ring is mine, claiming it for himself. It's very important to parse those words, because while it's true that Frodo was unable to get rid of the ring, it's also true that Tolkien wants to make it very clear that this is a choice that Frodo makes at that moment, regardless of what leads up to it, that he believes in free will at that point. So then what happens? Gollum rushes in and knocks Sam down and attacks Frodo to stop him from destroying the ring. And he bites the ring off of Frodo's finger, well, actually bites the whole finger off, and holds the finger up, and then Gollum slips and falls into the crack of doom, and the ring is destroyed. So here's one of my questions. Is Gollum the real hero of The Lord of the Rings? Gollum just saved the world. Yes, he was doing it for completely selfish motives. He wanted the ring for himself. But he saved the world, and Frodo failed. Frodo got all the way there, and then almost gave the whole game away, because the Dark Lord is very close by, and the Nazgul are flying up, and so forth, and there's no way Frodo would have been able to keep the ring from them. So Frodo almost gives up everything. And yet look at those first few words. I have come. That's really important. What Frodo did, he knew that he wouldn't have the willpower to get rid of the ring. but he put himself in the place that he needed to be, where there was at least a good chance for something to happen. And because of Frodo's forgiveness of Gollum, because of his mercy towards Gollum, on multiple occasions, Gollum is there that even though Gollum does something evil, Frodo is saved. This is a really key moment. Obviously, it's a key moment in Lord of the Rings. It's a key moment in fantasy literature because the quest is not about getting a treasure. The quest is about throwing the treasure away. But the hero can't even do that. And it makes it almost unique in fantasy literature, which is always about the hero doing something. Well, all Frodo did was drag himself to the right place. And even then, it's really Sam that dragged him physically there for most of it. So what's happened is that free will plus the recognition of your own self-weakness can be leveraged because Frodo manipulated himself into a situation where there was at least a chance he'd do the right thing. And luckily, he was given the grace, and that's what Tolkien says that is. When Gollum falls in, that's grace of some sort. Nobody earned that, but they put themselves in the right position. So, Ring is destroyed, Sauron's destroyed, Captains of the West are saved, everything's good. And then you have some actually very joyful chapters after this, with the field of Cormoran, where the ring bearers are honored, and then when Aragorn becomes king, and so forth. The large-scale drama of the epic concludes the same way that all epics are supposed to, traditional oral epics, with a wedding. In this case, it's Aragorn with Arwen, Elrond's daughter, and Galadriel's granddaughter, and, I have to say, Aragorn's cousin. They're first cousins like a couple hundred times removed, but they're still first cousins. The wedding is usually the end of a traditional epic, but in this case, Tolkien has more than 100 pages of what could be called falling action, which is again where we get things in the microcosm that had been in the macrocosm. Just before, we've gotten things that had been in the microcosm of the Shire, and then in the large-scale events of the War of the Ring. Now the hobbits go back to the Shire. And what they find there is that Saruman has tried to ruin it. He sent his ruffians, and he's made some deals with some corrupt hobbits, and trees are cut down, and there's lots of gathering and sharing, but no one actually gets to share, they just gather, and things are poor, and there's lots of rules. Well, the hobbits, now that they're grown up, Merry and Pippin particularly, also Sam, less so Frodo, because Frodo's rather burnt out, and he's a complete pacifist, and pacifism isn't needed at this particular moment, but Merry, Pippin, and Sam rouse the Shire, chase out the ruffians, and set things to rights. And so on the very, very large scale where they've chased out Sauron and set things to rights in Middle-earth, they've done it on the small scale in the Shire now. Gandalf says, "You have all grown. Among the great you are now." And that's the psychological journey that we saw in The Hobbit for Bilbo, that we've seen on a much grander scale for all of the hobbits, though less so for Frodo, who's become sacrificed, but much more so for Merry, Pippin, and Sam. Finally, Saruman gets killed in the Shire, and that's kind of the conclusion of the end. Evil is removed from Middle-earth. But the book isn't over yet. Frodo is unable to enjoy the Shire because of his many wounds and because of the loss of the ring. And after a time, he decides that he's going to depart with the elves and go across the sea from Middle-earth with Galadriel and Elrond, who are leaving now that the power of the Three Rings is gone. And he meets up with Bilbo, who is also leaving, who's very, very, very old at this point. And they get on a ship at the Grey Havens and sail across the sea, leaving behind Sam, who's married and has children back in the Shire, and Merry and Pippin and the mortals. The last line of The Lord of the Rings, when Sam returns home, and they set his little daughter on his lap, and he says, "Well, I'm back," is one of the most heartbreaking lines in literature, because everything that Frodo's done, and everything that Sam has done, it comes down to going on with your life, being back to start everything over again. Not necessarily start an adventure, but to start living in the Shire. When Frodo and Bilbo go across the sea, I know myself, I always thought that that was some kind of heaven and that they'd get to live forever. It would be a great reward. But in fact, Tolkien said they were going to the Blessed Land to die. They would be healed of their pain, they would enjoy some time there, but they too would die. And I find that even more heartbreaking in a sense. There's no great reward for doing such wonderful things as saving the world. So what are the large themes that we can see that have worked all the way through The Lord of the Rings, or that might take us till the very end of the book to see how they played out? Well, I think one of the most important ones, and probably the one that has given so much impetus to the Christian criticism that's been a growth industry in the past 20 years, is the theme of mercy. Nobody ever gets punished for being merciful, even when it's dangerously merciful. Even when it's letting Gollum live, when he's right behind you and you know he wants to try to kill you in order to get the ring. Even that mercy isn't punished. Now, it's true that some people have criticized Tolkien that no orcs are given any mercy. Tolkien himself found this ridiculous. He said a book that breathes mercy from one end to the other shouldn't be criticized for not giving quarter to orcs. But that is a problem in some ways, depending on how you look at it. The theme of mercy is there throughout the books. The theme of loss is there throughout the books. Despite the victory at the end, really the entire falling action, it's Theoden's funeral, it's the departing and saying goodbye to everyone, saying goodbye to Rivendell, seeing the Shire damaged, and then saying goodbye to Frodo and Sam. It's a very, very long saying goodbye. That's really heart-wrenching when you read it, especially when you read it after all that's come before. So there's a theme of loss. There's a theme of loss of immortality. And there's a theme that the world is not as good now as it was before because of how evil has marred it. We can also look at The Lord of the Rings through contemporary critical eyes. And I want to address one issue that's been very, very harshly debated, especially since the films came out. And that's the issue of race in The Lord of the Rings. Especially looking at the films, which made orcs very dark-skinned with dreadlocks and so forth. There's been a lot of criticism that The Lord of the Rings is racist in some way, that there are these Aryan blonde elves. Not really true in the books. In the movies they made all the elves blonde. Only Galadriel was blonde in the books. And northern European peoples defeating the swarthy orcs and the swarthy dark men of the south and so forth. And I have to admit that if you take this at a very shallow view, that looks pretty unpleasant. And it has bothered some people. But I want to put things in a couple contexts. The first of these is that orcs are not people. This is very important. That's why I made such a big deal about the invention of orcs and goblins in MacDonald. Tolkien feels bad when people get killed. He does this very explicitly in the scene where Sam sees the Oliphant and sees the dead Southron soldier. And Sam wonders what brought this man so far from home. And Sam feels very, very sorry for this man that has been killed. That's very important to distinguish between killing a monster, which are the orcs, and killing a person. I can take this even further. It's not 100% clear, but it's at least possible that what orcs really are elves who have had their spirits taken out of them, and then the spirits would be reincarnated, and have evil spirits put into them. In which case, killing the orcs would be metaphysically a good thing, because you're freeing the elvish bodies up from these evil spirits. But the bigger point is, especially this comes from Beowulf, why Beowulf fights Grendel, Grendel's mother, and a dragon rather than a bunch of people, is that for fantasy literature, it's uncomfortable to kill a bunch of humans, even if they're bad humans. Even though this does happen, obviously, in The Lord of the Rings, there's lots of Southrons and Easterlings and so forth that have to be fought. The second thing is that at least when it comes to the Southrons, Tolkien seems to be admiring them, even as he has his men fighting against them. They're brave, they're proud. It's exactly the image that people in medieval Europe had of the Saracens, the Moors, what we would call today the Muslim countries, but it was a little more racially set then, that was going on during not just the Crusades, but when the Moors were invading Europe and so forth. And so it's not our contemporary gross form of racism of thinking these people are inferior. They actually were thought to be superior or braver in some ways. That doesn't excuse, of course, if you were actually killing a bunch of people because they look different from you. But remember, this is a political conflict. And so people do have to defend themselves in it. And I think it's wrong to consider Tolkien as being some kind of racist because of that. Now, Tolkien does seem to believe in hierarchy. Elves are higher than men and so forth. But again, these are different species, not different races. And I think that's important to look at. Another contemporary prism that you can look at The Lord of the Rings through is that of women. How do women signify in The Lord of the Rings? For the longest time, people said, oh, it's all just a boys' book. It's not relevant to girls. Now, I think the success of the Lord of the Rings films has shown that's not true. Every time I go give a lecture somewhere, there's at least as many women as men in the audience, and as many women who dress up in costume and so forth. But it's more important than that, because when you read The Lord of the Rings carefully, you realize, yes, the main characters are all male. But yet, the women are among the most important characters in the book, particularly Galadriel and everything she does, and Éowyn and everything she does. And then off stage, Arwen, Goldberry, Tom Bombadil's wife, and you could even add in Shelob, the giant evil female spider, but that might be pushing it too far. But the point is that in some ways, women drive the plot, even though that there are men doing the things in the plot, and women are extraordinarily powerful and represent certain different kinds of ideals. So I think it would be a mistake to go at Tolkien with the whole contemporary race, class, and gender view, though I think I've shown you in the past few lectures how that can be profitably applied. I think it's more important to look at how does The Lord of the Rings work as a fantasy. Does it work as a fantasy? And I would submit that it does, because it creates a powerful, beautifully realized secondary world that hangs together, that doesn't have to connect with our primary world because it stands on its own. Now that said, Tolkien did try to build a little miniature frame narrative in the appendices that would connect The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and The Silmarillion to our primary world by suggesting that he was translating all of these from the Red Book of Westmarch, which was written by Bilbo and Frodo, added to by Sam, and the heirloom of Sam's house, and eventually comes down to Tolkien and he can translate this. It's an interesting idea, and it allows Tolkien to do more stuff with languages. But The Lord of the Rings avoids the technique of having our real world and then a secondary world that people travel to or look at. Tolkien suggests it's meant to be the distant past of our own world, but he doesn't push that very far, and I think there's a good reason. Because every time that you make the secondary world come into contact with the primary world, it weakens the illusion that you're really there. And if there's one thing that The Lord of the Rings has accomplished, more than its ideals of mercy, more than its ideals of the powerless becoming powerful, or the small doing the great deeds, it is that a secondary world can be so complete that people can enter into it. And people obviously do that with The Lord of the Rings all the time. It is, in fact, one of the driving forces for the writers who come afterwards, for those who felt that they wanted to invent their own secondary worlds after they'd engaged with Tolkien's. For generations of readers now, Middle-earth has been someplace that people have felt they've really gone. And the journey of The Lord of the Rings, I think because exactly that it follows that stress and release pattern, because the microcosm imitates the macrocosm, because it's there and back again, reading The Lord of the Rings feels like the successful completion of a psychological journey. And I think that's what's happened for so many readers and why Tolkien's work remains so powerful today. One of the biggest reasons that Tolkien's secondary world hangs together so well is that it had a background. It had the background of the languages, it had the background of the histories, and it had the background of the legends. In the next lecture, we're going to examine those legends in the Silmarillion and in other work that was not published during Tolkien's lifetime, but was edited by his son Christopher and published later on. You'll see that the Silmarillion, although it's very, very difficult text, has a lot to offer to readers of The Lord of the Rings, but we'll also see that the Silmarillion does not succeed as well as The Lord of the Rings did because it lacks the crucial mediating agent of the hobbits that can bring the ancient world into contact with the modern world. The Silmarillion, on the other hand, exists completely by itself.
This ends Lecture 7. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 8. Tolkien, The Silmarillion, and Later Works.
Back in 1937, The Hobbit had been so successful that Tolkien's publishers had clamored for a sequel, as had many, many fans. 17 years later, Tolkien gave them The Lord of the Rings. When The Lord of the Rings was published in 1954, people immediately began clamoring for a sequel for that, and Tolkien thought this was his chance to finally publish his material for the Silmarillion. Unfortunately, that material was in such a complex and disorganized state that it didn't lend itself well to being published in one volume. Tolkien did spend the next 18 or 19 years trying to work on it as people became more and more excited about a Silmarillion. He had people come over from America to try to help him with it. He worked with his son, but he could never give it a complete shape. And when he died in 1973, the Silmarillion was still unpublished. Some critics have said things should have remained that way, which is a bit harsh. But finally, in 1977, 4 years after Tolkien's death, his son Christopher put together at least a small compendium of the legends and material of the first age of Middle-earth, and this became the Silmarillion. When it came out and people flocked to the stores to buy it, they were in for a major shock. Because the Silmarillion is nothing like The Lord of the Rings. It begins with a creation story. It has very few speaking characters, or at least dialogue. Characters do speak, they don't really speak much to each other. They sort of declaim long and impassioned speeches. It has no hobbits at all, and therefore there's no mediation between the ancient world and the imaginary world of Tolkien and the reader. What that meant was that the Silmarillion came across, as someone said, it's the Elvish Bible. And in fact, it reads very similarly to the King James Bible. So this may seem like a very strange topic for this next lecture in the course. After all, the Silmarillion is notoriously difficult to read. It's not clear how many people actually do read the Silmarillion as opposed to how many millions of them have bought it. And it's hard to understand. But I want to make the argument that if you understand what's going on in the Silmarillion, and I don't mean by any means to try to summarize the plot of this gigantic book, but if you understand what Tolkien is trying to accomplish and what he's trying to create, the first thing is the success of The Lord of the Rings makes a lot more sense. The aesthetic success of The Lord of the Rings, the sense that there are vast backdrops and ancient histories beyond The Lord of the Rings, they give that narrative so much depth that people feel as if they've really experienced it. Well, that depth is created not just by little gimmicks and tricks, but by the fact that Tolkien wrote up several thousand years of history, sometimes close to year by year, that he built into the Silmarillion, and that was all behind The Lord of the Rings when he was writing it. But I first want to acknowledge some of the problems, and these are literary historical problems and literary theoretical problems that are associated with the Silmarillion. The first question is, what order should you read the books? Now, I've presented in what could be called the traditional order: The Hobbit, because that was published first, and then The Lord of the Rings, and then the Silmarillion. Tolkien's son Christopher, who edited all the material, believes that you should start with the Silmarillion, then read The Hobbit, and then The Lord of the Rings. Now, obviously, he doesn't think this is particularly practical advice, because the kind of person who'd pick up The Hobbit and just enjoy it as a good story, particularly children who would read The Hobbit that way, would not be able to get through the Silmarillion. I myself read the Silmarillion when I was 9 years old, but I'm very unusual in that sense. Most of the young readers who pick up the Silmarillion don't get past the first few pages. There's also the problem that Christopher Tolkien later acknowledges of how to understand the Silmarillion as a collection of work. What Christopher Tolkien did was try to take the best versions, that is, the most completed or most finished versions of each of the legends or stories that made up the Silmarillion, and he pulled them all together into one volume. But the problem with this is that oftentimes the ones he used were not Tolkien's latest ones, because Tolkien was a fanatical and somewhat disorganized reviser. He'd write up a manuscript, he'd give it to someone to read, and then he'd get another copy from someone else that he had loaned to read, and he'd revise that one differently than he revised the first. Then the first one would come back, and he'd revise that in a third way. And so what you ended up, poor Christopher Tolkien, was an enormous volume of paper, an enormous volume of stories that didn't all agree with each other. When Christopher Tolkien put together the Silmarillion, he tried to make everything agree. But in doing so, he had to change a lot of things and leave a lot of things out. He himself then came to doubt this process and decided instead that he should pretty much release the raw material, just edited for clarity and spelling and so forth. And so he then released the 12-volume History of Middle-earth series, and very few people except the most hardcore Tolkien aficionados read those books, because some of them are actually, I would say, unreadable, in the sense that Christopher Tolkien will give a variant passage. He'll say, well, this was the original draft of the chapter, The Shadow of the Past in The Lord of the Rings, and then he'll just stop in the middle of a paragraph and say, from here on, it's exactly like the published version. So the only way to really read some of those books is to have your Lord of the Rings or your Silmarillion in your right hand and your History of Middle-earth in your left hand, and I have to say very, very few readers have done that. In fact, what most readers who do deal with the history of Middle-earth do is they mine it for information rather than seeing it as a connected whole. Now, this may be a mistake, because it's possible that the reason that Tolkien was never able to finish the Silmarillion in his life is because the way he viewed the Silmarillion was a continuing and evolving creation, a development of more and more stories, some of which would clash with other stories, some of which might be different variants. In other words, he was creating a medieval archive. The kind of thing that you would get if you went into a medieval library that hadn't been destroyed by Henry VIII and tried to piece together all the different conflicting information there in the historical materials, in the chronicles, in the annals, in poetry, in stories, and then tried to make sense of it. I mean, medieval materials, they often do clash with each other. They give different dates. They say different people did different things. They say one side won a battle, another version said another side won a battle. And Tolkien ended up creating that. A Hungarian scholar named Gergely Nagy has figured out that what Tolkien has created in the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings seems so much like myth to so many people, exactly because it has those contradictions, dead ends, and mistakes. He calls it a great chain of reading, and he points out that the feeling we get from things like the Greek myths or the fragments of Old Norse mythology, or even the tiny bits we can piece together of Anglo-Saxon myth, the feeling we get when reading it, the aesthetic sense that these materials create, comes from the fact that they seem to be based on a long chain of different people reading and revising and adding and manipulating, and that there are bits that stay in there, bits of language, turns of phrase that seem to be very, very old, so old sometimes we don't know how to make sense of them, and there are other things that seem new. Well, that's exactly what the effect of all Tolkien's work was. You might remember that I mentioned that when Tolkien was at Leeds, way back in the 1920s, he wrote two very long poems, The Tale of the Children of Húrin, which was written in alliterative long lines, and The Tale of Beren and Luthien, which was written in octosyllabic rhyming couplets. Now, both of those tales are sort of the foundation for the Silmarillion, along with the very, very, very earliest text that Tolkien wrote in his mythology called The Fall of Gondolin, about the fall of a beautiful elvish city to the forces of evil. Those early texts get rewritten and quoted and misquoted all throughout this material, and so when you read some line that seems like it comes from somewhere else, it does come from somewhere else, and this creates that sense of great depth in the Silmarillion and in the Lord of the Rings, so they're intertwined with each other. Now, the reason that people have jokingly called the Silmarillion the Elvish Bible is that it begins with the creation of the world, and at least hints at the end of the world, and has pretty much everything in between. Tolkien conceived of time in his Middle-earth as having three large pieces, which he called ages: the first age of the world, the second age, and the third age. The Silmarillion's primarily concerned with the first age. All the events in the Lord of the Rings happen in the third age. And in fact, with the fall of Sauron, the fourth age begins. And theoretically, we are still part of the fourth age. This is a very medieval view also of the different ages of man. The first age is mostly about the elves. And this is where Tolkien's heart really lay, and this is what he really wanted to do, was create a coherent set of stories about the elves, from their creation to their fall, to their great wars against the Dark Lord, and talking about their amazing creations and their interaction with man. So the Silmarillion begins, as I said, with the creation of the world. There is Eru, the One, and that's Tolkien's match for the one God that he believed in. And Eru creates the world out of song in a very beautiful passage called the Enu Lindale. And he sings and he creates these angelic beings that are called the Valar. The Valar are very important, even to Lord of the Rings, though they're not mentioned very often. Only Varda, who's the Elbereth in Elbereth Gilthoniel, is mentioned in the Lord of the Rings. But the Valar are sort of angelic beings. They're way more powerful than any mortal creatures like elves or man, but they're not actually gods. There's only one god. And here's Tolkien trying to have it both ways. He really likes the Old Norse and the Greek pantheon idea that there's a god of wind and a god of water and a god of stars and so forth. But also, he wants to make his mythology consistent with Christianity, so there's one big real god. That's how he balances that out. The one big real god only shows up one more time in the whole Silmarillion, so we're going to put him aside for now. But the Valar, the powers, again, a god of air, a god of water, and so forth, and goddesses, are very, very important. Because the most powerful of them, Melkor, falls from grace. He becomes the first and greatest Dark Lord. It's the Lucifer story. It's the Satan story from Christianity, and Tolkien is reworking it in here. And so whereas the other Valar are trying to fulfill the one god's purpose, Morgoth, his original name is Melkor, but Morgoth means black enemy of the world, and that's what he becomes named by the elves. He's trying to undo everything. He wants everything to be subservient to him. That sets up the continuing struggle throughout the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings, the presence of evil has marred the world from its beginning, and therefore it must be fought against by creatures with free will. One of the important images for Tolkien that's hinted at elusively in The Lord of the Rings, particularly in the drawing of the Moria Gate, and mentioned a few other times, are the two trees of Valinor. This was Tolkien's mythology that before there was a sun and a moon, there were these two beautiful glowing trees, one all of gold and one all of silver, and light poured off of them, and they mix. So sometimes everything would be all silver light, and sometimes gold light, and sometimes they would blend together, sometimes they would both quiet down. These beautiful trees are beloved by all of the elves. Now, I should mention that the elves are where the trees are because the Valar, being afraid of the Dark Lord, have summoned the elves to the Blessed Land where they can keep an eye on them and keep track of them. But some of the elves didn't go. This is really important because it's how Tolkien solved one of the big problems in Germanic mythology. Remember when we talked about the Brothers Grimm and the collection of Germanic mythology, and there was this problem of elves. Why are elves sometimes thought to be evil? There's some material that says something about light elves and dark elves. And people assume that dark elves were evil and dark elves were dwarves. Tolkien wanted to solve this in a different way. He didn't want there to be any evil elves. And he thought it was kind of a bad scholarship to say, well, the dark elves must be the same as the dwarves when dwarves are mentioned in the same sentence. So instead, he said there were elves who went and lived under the light of the two trees, and those were the light elves, and those elves that never left Middle-earth were the dark elves. This becomes important later on because the light elves and the light elves think they're better than the dark elves don't, and it generates this whole long conflict between the different sorts of elves, and it's part of the wars that go on in Middle-earth. In Valinor, under the light of the two trees, is born the greatest of all the elves, Fëanor, whose name means Spirit of Fire. And Fëanor, as well as inventing writing and lots of other important things for the elves, and making the Palantirs, those crystal balls, and inventing swords and so forth, Fëanor makes 3 jewels that contain the light of the trees. And they're called the Silmarils. They're the most beautiful things that anyone has ever made. And Tolkien took this idea of the Silmarils, not the jewels specifically, but of this really bright, beautiful thing that everybody wants from the Finnish legends of the Kalevala. There's something called the Sampo. Nobody really knows what the Sampo is, but everybody wants the Sampo. Well, Tolkien made this into the jewels of the Silmarils. And the Dark Lord, he covets those jewels so much. And so he makes an alliance with a giant evil spider, Shelob's great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, called Ungoliant, and they sneak into Valinor under cover of magic darkness, they kill the two trees, and they steal the Silmarils. And that sets up all the rest of the plot. Because the entire rest of the plot of the Silmarillion are the elves trying to get the Silmarils back from Morgoth, even though he's a godlike being and they're just a bunch of elves. And this project is doomed to failure from the moment it starts, and yet the elves do it anyway, because they've sworn an oath that they're going to get these jewels back. And this estranges the elves from the Valar, which is a really important plot point, because if it was just gods against godlike figure, there would be a chance, but instead it's a bunch of elves who can't get the help of the gods until the very end against Morgoth. Tolkien was also very interested in the idea of the fall of the angels when Lucifer is thrown out of heaven, and the fall of man, which happens from eating the apple in the Garden of Eden, and any other kind of fall where an idyllic, paradisical sense of time is ruined by people disobeying. So he has a fall for the elves also. When the elves are rushing off to get their Silmarils back, they want to go back to Middle-earth, the Valar tell them, not so fast, don't go, and a group of the elves, led by Fëanor, kills another group of elves and steals their ships. And this kinslaying is kind of the original sin of the elves, because they can never undo that, because they've murdered other elves at this point. So, the elves go back to Middle-earth to fight this fruitless war, and that's the large story arc of the Silmarillion. There's lots of sub-stories. We're not going to go into most of them. Many of them are very good and powerful, but there are 3 major stories that make up the Silmarillion. The first is the tale of Beren and Luthien, which was Tolkien's most important myth. The second is the tale of Turin, which Tolkien had originally written in that long poem of alliterative lines, The Lay of the Children of Húrin. And finally, there's the story of Arendil. And Arendil might be the earliest piece of the entire mythology. It was inspired by a line in Anglo-Saxon, which is Eala Arendil Engla Bergdost, which means Hail Arendil, the brightest of angels. And Tolkien wanted to find out why there was an angel named Arendil, and he traced it all through mythology. He didn't like the mythology that he found, which involves Thor snapping off someone's frozen toe and throwing it up into the sky to become a star. He wanted Arendelle to be something a lot more important than that, and so he makes up a new story, which we'll get to in just a second. I want to start with Beren and Luthien, because the story of Beren and Luthien, which does show up in The Lord of the Rings and actually drives a big part of the plot of The Lord of the Rings, introduces several of Tolkien's most powerful themes. The first of these is love between an elf and a mortal man, which brings in the theme of immortality. Luthien is the daughter of Thingol, the king of the elves, and Melian, an angelic being. So she's already half elf and half something even better than elves. Beren is just an ordinary man, a great hero, but an ordinary man. And they meet and fall in love. And Tolkien took this myth to heart. Although he never called his wife Edith Luthien as any kind of a pet name, on their 2 gravestones he had engraved Beren and Luthien. That's how important this mythology of a mortal who falls in love with an elf was to him. So Beren and Luthien fall in love, and Luthien's father Thingol is horrified because he doesn't want his daughter marrying a mortal who's going to die on her. So he says, "You can't marry my daughter unless Morgoth's crown." This is the trope of the rash promise that you see all throughout mythology and legend, where someone makes a quick promise and it comes back to bite them. In this case, Thingol doesn't want to just kill Beren in front of his daughter, because that would be wrong, and he would feel terrible about that, or she would feel terrible at least. But he also wants to get rid of Beren, so he sends him off on an impossible quest. But Beren says, "Okay, the next time you see me, a Silmaril will be in my hand." Beren goes off on a hopeless quest. He has many adventures, but Luthien runs away from home and goes to help him. And eventually, through horrors and fire and danger, they end up before the throne of Morgoth, and Luthien uses her magic to make Morgoth fall asleep. And Beren uses a magic knife that he has to cut the Silmaril out of the Iron Crown. Then he gets greedy and tries to cut the other 2 Silmarils out, thinking he can end the war. And instead, the knife breaks, Morgoth wakes up. Big problem. Beren and Luthien run away, they're escaping, but right in front of them is this gigantic wolf. And Beren decides that the wolf could not bear the light of the Silmaril, and so he sticks his hand out with the Silmaril in front of the wolf's face, and the wolf bites his hand off, with the Silmaril in it. So this is a problem. Beren and Luthien go back to see Thingol, and Thingol says, "You know, you said the next time I saw you, a Silmaril would be in your hand." And Beren says, "A Silmaril is in my hand." Which is true, because the hand is inside the belly of the wolf with the Silmaril in it. So, kind of a bad joke at the heart of all of this mythology. In any event, they finally kill the wolf, get the Silmaril out, but Beren is killed. He suffers a fatal wound, and he dies. And then this is the part of the myth that spoke so strongly to Tolkien. Luthien intervenes on Beren's behalf, and no mortals are ever allowed to come back from death. But Luthien is so beautiful and so sorrowful, and her song is so beautiful, that the powers relent and say that Beren can come back to life, but only if Luthien will give up her immortal life. And she agrees, and they have a short, brief, happy time on Earth, and then they both die. And so she's the only elf ever to completely die, not to be reincarnated or not to go to the Blessed Land. This tragedy, mixed with love, was really important to Tolkien. As you see it showing up in The Lord of the Rings when Aragorn tells the story of Beren and Luthien, or in Rivendell when we see Arwen, and it says that Arwen, this is who marries Aragorn later on, looks like the reincarnation of Luthien, and so forth. It also sets up another really interesting theme, which is that many of the great people who are subsequently descended from Beren and Luthien are half-elf and half-human. There's a kind of racial mixing that generates superior beings. People have looked at this as an example that Tolkien's not really a racist or something like that because he's in favor of mixing. Other people have noticed that it's always the woman who's of the exotic race. It's always female elves and male humans and not vice versa. I don't really know what the answer is there. I know that Tolkien thought that the entrance of the elvish blood into human nature would ennoble it some way. So he definitely thought the elves were superior that way. The next key story, the story of Turin, is not really connected with Beren and Luthien. It is also mentioned in The Lord of the Rings very, very briefly. When Sam is fighting Shelob, the narrator says, even if the hand of Beren or Turin had wielded the sword, it wouldn't be any stronger than what happened there. So there's an allusion to Turin, but you don't know what the story. Now, Tolkien stole the Turin story from the Finnish Kalevala. One of the subsections of the Kalevala is the story of Kullervo the Hapless, who accidentally, because he doesn't know who she is, ends up, among other things, sleeping with his sister, and then he commits suicide because of this misery. Well, that's basically what happens in Turin. Turin is the greatest of all heroes of men. He has all these wonderful triumphs, and he eventually kills Glaurung, the father of all dragons, the evilest dragon that ever lived. But because a spell has been put on his sister, and he hasn't seen her in many, many years, and she forgets who she is, they end up marrying, and she's pregnant when the dragon then tells him, surprise, it's your sister. And so he commits suicide, and she commits suicide. And this is this tragic tale. Now, Tolkien wanted to redeem that a little bit. In the next lecture, we'll talk about why Tolkien was so big on happy endings. And so even though it was a tragic tale with the death of Turin, the death of Niniel, and so forth, he says at the end, the last battle between the forces of light and the forces of darkness, it will be Turin who leads everyone, possibly because he suffered more than any other person because of the evils of Morgoth. Finally, there's the Arundel story. And the Arundel story is the germ of all Tolkien's subsequent mythology. The basic question is, where does the evening star, Venus, where does it come from? And I alluded to an Old Norse story where someone's toe freezes and Thor snaps it off, throws it into the sky, and it turns into a star. Well, Tolkien thought there could be a better story. And his idea is that after Beren and Luthien have gotten that Silmaril from Morgoth's crown, the sons of Fëanor want it back because it belongs to them, but it stays with Beren and Luthien's heirs. And eventually, in a second kinslaying, the sons of Fëanor come against the people who have the Silmaril, the elves who have the Silmaril, and try to take it. But the descendant of Beren and Luthien, named Elwing, who's wearing it, throws herself into the sea and is transformed into a bird. Her husband, who is Arundel, doesn't happen to be there. He's a mariner in a boat, and he's off sailing, and she comes as a bird to him wearing the Silmaril on her chest, collapses on his boat, turns back into his wife. Now, I should say that Arundel is another half-man, half-elf. He's the son of a heroic man, Tuor, and an elf princess, Idril. And so he's half-man, half-elf, and he's marrying Elwing, who's like 3/4 elf, 1/4 man, going back to Beren and Luthien. Well, because he has the Silmaril, which he binds onto his brow, he's able to pierce the shadowy seas that the Valar have set up to keep the elves from sailing back to Valinor, and he goes back in front of the powers, and he begs, on behalf of both elves and men, for help from the Valar. And the Valar agree. But because he broke the rule that you're not allowed to sail in the west, he can't go back to Middle-earth. And instead, they put his ship with the Silmaril and him up into the heavens to sail and guard the heavens and so forth. That's where the evening star comes from. It's the light of the Silmaril, and it's a sign that the Valar are coming to rescue the elves. And they do. They defeat Morgoth, they throw him out of the world past the uttermost doors of night, though inexplicably they decide to leave Sauron alone because he seems to have repented. This is this mistake that everyone makes with Sauron. So, he's become good now. Never works, doesn't happen, don't trust Sauron. Anyway, everything is good now in the sense that the forces of darkness have been vanquished and there's a new hope and everything else. And for the men who had fought on the side of the elves, there's a special reward. They get an island off the coast of Middle-earth, a beautiful, large island where everything grows and people live a long time, called Numenor, the land of the gift. And the whole second age of Middle-earth is tied up around Numenor. Now, you've heard that name before, and if you read The Lord of the Rings, you know Numenor, because that's where the men in The Lord of the Rings, the city of Gondor and Aragorn, are all descended from the Numenorians. Numenor, the idea of this land of the gift, was something that Tolkien didn't invent until fairly late in his composition process. He'd actually not only written all his legends of the First Age, but he'd started some of The Lord of the Rings when he came up with the idea of Numenor. But Numenor was really powerful to Tolkien because of this dream that he continually had, where a great green wave came up and swallowed the land. This is what he called his Atlantis dream. And so you can see pretty much what's going to happen to Numenor. In fact, the section of the Silmarillion that talks about Numenor is called the Akallabeth, and it means the downfall or the destruction of Numenor. Numenor was another way for Tolkien to investigate his idea of a fall from grace, of something that was paradisical and happy and how it was destroyed. And it was in working out his Numenor stories that Tolkien figured out that for him, the great sin was not going to be the sin of pride so much, which is generally how medieval theologians interpreted the Garden of Eden, though some said it was the sin of gluttony because Eve eats an apple. Most said it was the sin of pride. But the sin that Tolkien was most worried about was longing for eternal life. And I guess if you're a theologian, you can try to connect that to the sin of pride. But what he meant was the desire to have a life beyond what you regularly had in the real world, not being willing to try to go to heaven to see what heaven was like, but to try to have eternal life in the real world. The elves already have that. His eternal elves already have that. And I think Tolkien desired that in some ways very much. He tried to be a good Christian and say that he didn't desire it. He tried to make himself not desire it, but he did desire eternal life. So the Númenóreans are granted extraordinarily long life in the 300s and 400s of years, for example, but they're not granted eternal life. And this is the little spot of rot that eventually destroys the entire apple. Because the Númenóreans are friends with the elves, they see the elves, and they're jealous of the elves. And first they turn those energies into conquest. They conquer all of Middle-earth, and they sail everywhere that can be sailed. But then they become more and more greedy for eternal life. They begin embalming their dead, for example, rather than letting them return to the earth. And they began memorizing the names of ancient kings and focusing more on the past than on the present. It might help here to note that Tolkien once said that the Númenóreans were Egyptians. And to make that work, you have to think about the focus on death and the afterlife in ancient Egypt. And then also there's a nice kind of parallel. The Númenóreans are the Egyptians. When they come to Middle-earth and settle there, they become the Romans. Essentially, the torch of civilization passes and build huge stoneworks, but are somewhat less focused on death. And then the Rohirrim are the Anglo-Saxons, the lower men who've come along later who don't have that level of culture. In any event, the Númenóreans become so strong and so great that they are able to conquer Sauron. They bring a fleet to Middle-earth to conquer Sauron at the request of some of the elves to help them fight, and Sauron surrenders to them, that they're so strong. Now this is Sauron with the One Ring, I might add. That's how powerful he is. But he surrenders to the Númenóreans, and very stupidly, their king takes him back to Númenor as a captive. And of course then, he corrupts everyone, starts having human sacrifices in the temple and burning the white tree down and all of this, persecuting those people who like elves. And he eventually convinces the king, our Pharazôn the Golden, and you can see the word pharaohs right in there almost. He convinces our Pharazôn the Golden that it's a really good idea to go attack the elves of the Valar in the Blessed Land. So our Pharazôn sails off to conquer the gods, and he lands in the Blessed Land. And that's when Eru, the one god, shows up the second time in the Silmarillion. The Valar lay down their guardianship of the world, and Eru squashes Númenor. He sinks it to the bottom of the ocean. It's covered over with a great wave, and the world changes from a flat earth, where you could just sail west and end up at the Blessed Land, to a round earth, where the Blessed Land is no longer attached. You have to sail the straight road to get there, and normal human beings can't do that. So this is the big change. And again, it's that theme of loss. There used to be an elvish paradise in the West that you could maybe sail to, even if you weren't allowed to. And you could die seeing it. And Tolkien has some poems about this, about mariners who glimpse Elvenhome before they die. Now, it's removed from the world entirely. And the land of the gift has become a punishment. A few people escape from Númenor, and they come back to Middle-earth, and they found Gondor and Arnor, and they're the ancestors of Aragorn and so forth. There's a final section in the Silmarillion called of the Rings of Power in the Third Age, and it's actually the one that people read if they don't read the whole Silmarillion. It basically gives the setup that you already had in the appendices and through the Council of Elrond that explains where the rings came from and how people used them in the war against Sauron. I'm not going to go over all that plot now, so I want to spend the last couple minutes of this lecture talking about why the Silmarillion is so significant and why you should try to read it, as difficult as it is. And the first thing I want to point to is the style, which can be very off-putting. When the book starts out, in the beginning there was, and has that kind of calque on the Bible, in other words, a rewriting of the Bible into another idiom, it can be problematic, it can be difficult to read. And certainly the characters don't have the same sort of down-home speaking approach that the hobbits do in The Lord of the Rings. But I want to read a small passage that you can see the beauty that Tolkien could achieve when he was trying to write in a high style. And also you can see how this might connect up with some Anglo-Saxon literature. And I warn you in advance, there's a lot of names just thrown in here. Don't worry about it, because they're just names of people and it'll make sense. But now in the western battle, Fingon and Turgon were assailed by a tide of foes, thrice greater than all the force that was left to them. Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, high captain of Angband, was come, and he drove a dark wedge between the elven hosts, surrounding King Fingon, and thrusting Turgon and Húrin aside toward the fen of Sirech. Then he turned upon Fingon. That was a grim meeting. At last Fingon stood alone with his guard dead about him, and he fought with Gothmog until another Balrog came behind and cast a thong of fire about him. Then Gothmog hewed him with his black axe, and a white flame sprang up from the helm of Fingon as it was cloven. Thus fell the High King of the Noldor, and they beat him into the dust with their maces, and his banner, blue and silver, they trod into the mire of his blood. Now, not only do I think that passage is very powerful, I think it is. I don't think you can deny that. And it's in a completely different style than modern 20th century literature, and yet it still worked. You can't point to it and say, oh, it's an imitation of X or Y. But also, Tolkien has caught some of the rhythms of Anglo-Saxon without stealing anything directly the way he did in some of his other works. So, for example, that line, "That was a grim meeting," echoes line 11 of Beowulf, where, after saying all these things that the great King Scyld-Scefing does, the poem says, "That was God Cunning," that was a good king. It's not just an echo. What it does is it sums everything up for the reader. That's part of the oral tradition again. When a participant in the oral tradition hears something like, "That was a good king," it serves to close off debate. It says, this is what your idea of a good king is. When Tolkien says, "That was a grim meeting," it's the archetypical grim meeting. And it's also a nice little litotes, a deliberate understatement. It wasn't just a grim meeting, it was a hideous, bloody battle. But it's enough to say it in an understated way. You can get a lot of that from the Silmarillion. There's a lot of very beautiful, beautiful passages. Morgoth and the Ungoliant, the evil spider, looking down on the wheat of the gods as they're ready to invade. Or Beren cutting the Silmaril from the crown. Or Arendil sailing into the west. There are many, many beautiful pieces that Tolkien hadn't managed to stitch into a whole. And I think that that's why the Silmarillion is worth reading, because it's so different from any other kind of novel, any kind of writing that you would see before this. The fact that it got published as much by Tolkien's name and fame is really immaterial, because it suggests that there's a different kind of aesthetic that you can follow to enjoy fantasy literature, and it doesn't always have to fit into the mold of the modern novel. I think The Lord of the Rings does fit into the mold of the modern novel, with mediation of the hobbits, with all those interlaced techniques and modern narrative techniques that Tolkien uses. But it's important to allow ourselves freedom to look at different ideas, and the Silmarillion allows us to do that. That's why I recommend reading it. Now, we're going to move in the next lecture from Tolkien the artist to Tolkien the critic, and talk about how Tolkien was so influential, not merely because he created great and popular art, but because he gave all subsequent critics a new way of looking at that art and a way of talking about it that was able to break free from kind of the hegemony that the Henry James followers have had over fiction for a very, very long time. And although this hasn't yet completely crossed into mainstream, it's at least making some inroads. So we're going to look at Tolkien the critic, both in terms of a critic of medieval literature, but more importantly, as a critic and a supporter of fantasy.
This ends Lecture 8. This ends Lecture 8. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 9. Tolkien, Criticism and Theory.
Tolkien is so massively influential in fantasy literature because not only is he the best-selling fantasy author of all time, but he also was a perceptive and powerful critic, both of medieval literature and of fantasy, and he's been very influential in subsequent writers and critics. In this lecture, what I want to do is show you how these things are all connected. Although Tolkien himself insisted that his medieval scholarship had nothing to do with his fantasy except maybe of giving him some ideas, that's demonstrably false, because even if he didn't intend it to be, later on, critics have come along and used his medieval scholarship to explain his literature and to explain fantasy literature. So I want to explain a little bit where Tolkien's coming from in his scholarship. A while back, in one of the previous lectures, I talked about Tolkien as being a philologist, being trained in the old school of language and understanding how language change works, and also having this kind of scientific approach to literature and language, that you could figure out what the older form of something was. And Tolkien had a bunch of publications that no one really reads anymore because they're very, very, very technical about philology. But he also had 3 articles, I guess you would call them, essays, that weren't specifically about philology and have been enormously influential. And those are his 1936 British Academy lecture, Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics, an essay that he wrote in the early 50s called The Homecoming of Berchtwald's Son, which is about the Anglo-Saxon poem The Battle of Maldon, and finally, an essay called On Fairy Stories, which is as close as you can get to a manifesto for fantasy that Tolkien wrote. So I'm going to work you through all 3 of those, explaining their arguments both in the context of when they were written, and more importantly, how they apply to fantasy now. Let's start with Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics. This lecture is credited with forever changing the face of Beowulf scholarship. Before Tolkien, so the story goes, people looked at Beowulf as something you could pull out interesting historical tidbits from or look for names, but never thinking of it as an important, coherent work of art. After Tolkien, again, so the story goes, everyone says, oh my, that's right, Beowulf is a great work of art. Thank you, J.R.R. Tolkien, for telling us this. Now, I will stipulate that even if Tolkien had never written The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings, this one essay, Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics, would mean that scholars would still be talking about him today, though obviously not in the same large terms that we are. Because although it's an exaggeration to say that nobody thought of Beowulf as a poem before Tolkien came along, Tolkien made his case so effectively that nowadays scholars just say modern Beowulf criticism started in 1936. And that gives them the convenient excuse of ignoring the first 100 years of Beowulf criticism, so they don't have to read through all of that stuff, most of which is in German and very difficult. I'm being a little bit cynical, but not too much. The Monsters and the Critics is an origin, and an origin is a point that you cannot do without, but you can't do much with it either. And that becomes a problem. If I seem too focused on this, you have to forgive me, because I edited Tolkien's original book from which he drew this lecture, The Monsters and the Critics. That was my first real Tolkien book that I worked on. And so I've worked with Tolkien's original manuscripts, trying to figure out his handwriting and trying to see how his thought developed with this. And I understand now that in writing The Monsters and the Critics, Tolkien was in some ways trying to figure out how he could give himself an excuse to write the kind of literature that he wanted to write. That's why I think it's so important. Now, the big thing that Tolkien does in The Monsters and the Critics is he says that the monsters actually belong in Beowulf. And this may seem blindingly obvious. The poem is mostly about fighting monsters. There's Grendel, there's Grendel's mother, there's the dragon. But in fact, a lot of critics wish there hadn't been monsters, or at least wish there hadn't been so many monsters, because it made Beowulf seem juvenile and childish. In other words, it made Beowulf seem like fantasy, rather than serious literature. The critics weren't asking for realism in an ancient epic, but they were asking for focus on man enmeshed in the net of fate. In other words, they wanted things that you would get in Virgil or Homer, people caught between competing promises and so forth. Tolkien says, you are barking up the wrong tree. You should be looking at what's actually in the poem, and the monsters are symbolic. They're not allegories. This is important. We'll get to that later. They're not specific representations. You can't say that Grendel is the sea and Beowulf is the sun and all of that. But you can say that the monsters represent the dangers of chaos and unreason. They are the things that live in the dark, outside the circle of civilization. That's really important for understanding what Tolkien thought fantasy literature could do. Because fantasy literature could both celebrate that little circle of light and also make the people in that circle aware that there were things outside the circle of light. I'm jumping all the way to the end of the essay for a second, and I'll come back, because I think it's important to see how Tolkien accomplishes this point. Tolkien says, if the funeral of Beowulf moved once like the echo of an ancient dirge, far off and hopeless, it is to us as a memory brought over the hills, an echo of an echo. There is not much poetry in the world like this. And though Beowulf may not be among the very greatest poems of our Western world and its tradition, it has its own individual character and peculiar solemnity. It would still have power had it been written in some time or place unknown and without posterity, if it contained no name that could now be recognized or identified by research. Yet it is, in fact, written in a language that after many centuries has still essential kinship with our own. It was made in this land and moves in our northern world beneath our northern sky. And for those who are native to that tongue and land, it must ever call with a profound appeal. Until the dragon comes. Now you have to think about when this was written, in 1936, and what's going on in Europe. Tolkien and everyone else with half a brain can see the rise of Hitler, can tell there's going to be another huge war between Germany and England and France at least, and can see that civilization is perilously close to being destroyed at this point. And Tolkien's point about what Beowulf does with its focus on the monsters and with its tragedy at the end is emphasize that civilization is fragile and beautiful and powerful, and the more beautiful and powerful because it's contrasted against the monsters who can destroy it, and that heroism is valuable and vital. Remember also what's going on at Oxford at this time is that people are debating a resolution saying, resolved, the members of this house shall not fight for king and country. So there's a lot of fashionable pacifism that in the face of a maniac like Adolf Hitler was a terrible idea, but was very influential. And Tolkien is resisting that, and he's suggesting that works like Beowulf, and therefore works of fantasy literature, could help resist that tide. Tolkien also argues that fantasy literature can lift people above their mundane existence, that Beowulf can help you see something greater than you are. And I want to read the most famous and important passage of this lecture now to you. This is called the Allegory of the Tower, and Tolkien writes, "A man inherited a field in which was an accumulation of old stone, part of an older hall. Of the old stone, some had already been used in building the house in which he actually lived, not far from the old house of his fathers. Of the rest he took some and built a tower. But his friends coming perceived at once, without troubling to climb the steps, that these stones had formerly belonged to a more ancient building. So they pushed the tower over with no little labor, in order to look for hidden carvings and inscriptions, or to discover whence the man's distant forefathers had obtained their building material. Some, suspecting a deposit of coal under the soil, began to dig for it, and forgot even the stones. They all said, 'This tower is most interesting.' But they also said, after pushing it over, 'What a muddle it is in.' And even the man's own descendants, who might have been expected to consider what he had been about, were heard to murmur, 'He is such an odd fellow. Imagine his using those old stones just to build a nonsensical tower. Why did he not restore the old house? He had no sense of proportion.' But from the top of that tower, the man had been able to look out upon the sea." Now here's how you interpret that allegory. The man who built the tower is the Beowulf poet. The tower is Beowulf. The stones are the old stories of the Germanic North which are now lost. And the friends who push the tower over and are more interested in the stones are the critics who've come along and missed the point of Beowulf. This allegory could be applied to almost any other piece of literature that critics try to take apart rather than seeing it as a coherent whole. And that's really important also because Tolkien would have been very critical of people, even people like me, who often dissect the Lord of the Rings into the various pieces that it comes from. Beowulf is also so significant because from the top of the tower, the critic, the reader of Beowulf, can see the sea. Obviously a really important private image for Tolkien, but a representation of all the beautiful and great things that might be far over the horizon that you can't see unless you climb the tower, unless you enter into the world of Beowulf and accept it as a whole. Subsequent critics have taken this as an explanation of why fantasy literature is so powerful. It allows you to climb the tower and see the sea, whereas, say, modernistic literature might be interpreted as looking at the individual stones, or restoring the old house, building some other house, but not a nonsensical tower. You could live in a house, you can't live in a tower from which you can see the sea, but seeing the sea, Tolkien says, is also very important. I've belabored this allegory because it was so important to Tolkien and has become so important to subsequent critics. Tolkien is also very important to Beowulf criticism in other ways, but I don't want to dwell on those too much except to look at two other quotes from the Monsters and the Critics that I think exemplify what Tolkien's accomplishing here. The first is his explanation of the Earth that we live on and the way that he links it, just very elusively, to Middle-earth, his own invented geography. When we have read his poem as a poem, rather than as a collection of episodes, we perceive that he who wrote Haleth under Heavenum may have meant in dictionary terms heroes under heaven, or mighty men upon earth, but he and his hearers were thinking of the Ermengrund, the great earth, ringed with gar sedge, the shoreless sea, beneath the sky's inaccessible roof, whereon, as in a little circle of light about their halls, men with courage as their stay went forward to that battle with the hostile world, and the offspring of the dark, which ends for all, even the kings and champions, in defeat. That's important, because Tolkien's saying, everything great, all for the kings and champions, it still ends in defeat. And this was not just his view in 1936, seeing the possibility of war ahead. It was his view overall that everything that people could create would end in defeat. And yet, you weren't supposed to give up. And this is how he completes that thought. He says, but that shift from going from a pagan view to a Christian view is not complete in Beowulf. Whatever may have been true of its period in general, its author is still concerned primarily with man on earth, rehandling in a new perspective an ancient theme. That man, each man, and all their works shall die. Well, that's particularly gloomy, isn't it? But that gloominess, that idea of a long defeat, is at the heart of everything Tolkien wrote. And it's at the heart of the idea that he then brings up in On Fairy Stories about how that gloominess can be transformed into something more important. But before I go to On Fairy Stories, let me talk very briefly about Tolkien's other blockbuster academic piece, The Homecoming of Berknoth, Berchtwald's Son. This is a very strange essay, in that it starts out as an alliterative poem imitating Anglo-Saxon. And it's supposed to be the follow-up to the Anglo-Saxon poem, The Battle of Maldon. Now that poem is about the English being defeated by Viking invaders. What happens is, the leader, Berknoth, an earl, leads his men to the shore to fight the invading Vikings. And the Vikings, the only way they can get ashore is to cross a narrow causeway one at a time. Each time one of them walks across, an Anglo-Saxon kills him with a spear. It's really efficient. The Anglo-Saxons could be killing Vikings until the cows come home, and it would work out. But then Berknoth, tactical genius that he was, allows the Vikings to all cross over at once, because the lead Viking says, let us all come and have a fair fight, and then it will be a more glorious battle. Berknoth says, sure, what a great idea. Lets the Vikings come across. He's killed almost immediately, and all his men are slaughtered. Now, for the longest time, and even in Tolkien's old work on this poem, the idea was that the Battle of Maldon showed northern courage. It showed the idea that you would be brave, die on the battlefield, refuse to give up once your lord was killed. And this was celebrated by lots and lots of people. Pretty much by everyone, actually, until Tolkien comes along and writes this weird essay. In it, Tolkien suggests that Berknoth had no right to let those Vikings come across. Because as much as he wanted things to be more glorious, he was responsible for the lives of his men. This is also significant because it shows Tolkien's kind of evolving anti-war sense that's going on in the 50s and continues through The Lord of the Rings. Even though The Lord of the Rings is very much about war, it's also about the horrors of war, not about the glories of war. But furthermore, Tolkien suggests that the reason Berknoth did this is that he'd read too much Old English poetry. And that Old English poetry had twisted his mind into thinking that it would be glorious to die rather than it would be glorious to protect his men and protect the countryside that he was sworn to do. This is important because it suggests that Tolkien's ethical perspective has developed since he started doing this work, since Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics even. And he argues also that Beowulf shouldn't have gone to fight the dragon by himself, that this was a bad idea, and it ends up leading to the destruction of Beowulf and his people. That's a big change from what he said. Now, I bring this up as a lead-in to On Fairy Stories, because those poems, Beowulf, The Battle of Maldon, and many of Tolkien's earlier works, are all about loss. They're about men and all their works shall die, that in time the monsters win. This very much fits Tolkien's idea that the only salvation can come from outside the world in the form of God. And I'm not going to belabor that point, except that this is sort of, in miniature, what happens. The elves cannot possibly defeat Morgoth and the Silmarillion until the godlike beings come in and help them. There's help from the outside of the world. So this moves us along to On Fairy Stories, Tolkien's essay that is quoted in, just about every single study of fantasy that you'll ever find. Unfortunately, I think On Fairy Stories is at some levels logically incoherent. It's a very long, complex, rambling essay. It has many great ideas, but I'm not sure it hangs all together. But I'll try to pull out the arguments that are so important to fantasy literature. And the first of these is Tolkien's terminology. He comes up with the idea of a secondary world. That is, the world of Middle-earth or any other world that's created in a book. He says that humans have the right and the ability to do secondary creation. After all, we are a primary creation, and God must want us to make additional creations because we have that capability. And that's what we do in literature. He also wants to separate that kind of secondary creation in literature from drama. Drama is what sets up the aesthetic interpretations of Aristotle, and all the tradition is about drama and Shakespeare and tragedy and so forth. Tolkien's suggesting not about drama. He finds drama and fairy stories don't work very well. My belief on that is that because special effects hadn't evolved yet. But anyway, he's separating drama and fairy stories, what he calls fairy stories, what we would call fantasy, and saying that they have different sets of aesthetics, and the fairy stories have been misinterpreted by being analyzed through dramatic sets of aesthetics. And although Henry James certainly was talking about the novel and not just about drama, it's true that a huge amount of aesthetics theory in English is focused on Shakespeare and therefore focused on drama. I should also mention that Tolkien wrote a poem called Mythopoeia or Mythopoeia, depending on who's pronouncing it, in which he really fleshes out these ideas much better than he does in the fairy story essay, even though it's in a poem. Unfortunately, that poem has a really complicated, fraught publication history, and not enough people have read it, but they have read on fairy stories. So I suggest reading Mythopoeia, however you're going to pronounce it, but you still have to read on fairy stories to understand what Tolkien's doing and why it's been so effective later on. In On Fairy Stories, Tolkien wants to rehabilitate the idea of fairy, that is the fairyland where the fairies live, away from what we still think of it as. And we still think of fairies as twee little cute fuzzy things living in flowers. Tolkien wants to bring it back to a more medieval view. One of the poems that he translated, Sir Orfeo, a Middle English poem, has fairyland be a terrifying place, where there's dead bodies lying everywhere in the stage of however they were wounded or killed. The king of fairies takes people away and doesn't bring them back. It's a scary place. It's somewhat like Hades, but it's also its own weirdness, and that's how the elves are. And actually, in Tolkien's very earliest works, the elves are creepy and scary like they are in Sir Orfeo, and then Tolkien evolved them into his later characters. Interestingly enough, in medieval texts, fairyland is both terrifying and very much to be desired. Characters are interested, they enter into it, they want to find out about it, and yet they're terrified also. And Tolkien suggests that fantasy could produce this arresting strangeness of fairyland. And then, when that happens, when you've produced arresting strangeness, you get three effects, which he calls recovery, escape, and consolation. And what Tolkien does there is he sets up the criteria by which you should judge his own works. And that's exactly how it's worked. There's this huge critical industry that says, let's look at The Lord of the Rings in terms of recovery, escape, and consolation. Does it work? Well, it sort of does. What do those things mean? Recovery means you can get back something that you've lost. There's the nostalgia trope again. You want to get back to your old house. You want to get back to your childhood. You want to get back to your safety. And The Lord of the Rings does that with its there and back again structure. Very effective in creating that sense of recovery. Also, things that have been lost end up being found, and things that have been destroyed end up being rebuilt in some way. The next element, escape, which he says is so important to fantasy literature, has been much more problematic. Oftentimes, fantasy literature is denigrated, is criticized exactly for being escapist. It tries to create in people a feeling of another world that they can go to, and that distracts them from the important things they're supposed to be doing in this present world. Now, I think there's a distinct and unpleasant whiff of the most repellent elements of Marxism-Leninism in that criticism of escape, in the idea that literature that makes you think about something other than your present miserable circumstances, whatever they may be, and I don't assume that everyone is miserable in their circumstances, I'm certainly not, but literature that distracts you from that is somehow a bad thing. I think that's a terrible idea. I think that subordinates literature and it makes it a kind of propaganda rather than a kind of art. But in any event, Tolkien himself tried to answer that. He said, escape is not a bad thing if you're unjustly put in prison. Escape is not a bad thing if you're miserable. And escape shouldn't be a bad thing in literature. Criticism of escapism. Okay, let's leave aside the kind of hard Marxist-Leninists. I don't think anyone really listens to them anymore. But the Henry James followers that are still so powerful can in fact be very critical of the idea of escape, because literature for them is not about seeing things that might not exist or escaping from reality. It should be about examining reality in different ways. Now, I don't reject this idea. I like my Ernest Hemingway and my Toni Morrison and my William Faulkner as much as I like my Tolkien. I don't think that you should have to choose between them. I think you should note instead that these are two different aesthetics. Hemingway, Faulkner, Morrison, Updike, any of those modernist writers do want you to look at the interplay of human relations in the real world and explicate how they might work, and Tolkien's doing something else. But that the idea because something is, quote, real is better than because it's fantastic or escapist is logically incoherent. Nothing in literature is actually real. It's all just a bunch of words. It all shrinks things in. In my last lecture, I'm going to talk about a short story by Jorge Luis Borges called On Exactitude in Science, but I want to bring up some of the ideas from it right here because it helps very much. In that story, Borges talks about a completely accurate map of the world. And he says the problem is to make a completely accurate map of the world, it would have to be life-size. Or as the comedian Stephen Wright would say, I have a map of the world. It says on it 1 mile equals 1 mile. It's very hard to fold. The idea is that a map is completely useless if it's not smaller than the territory. And realistic literature is smaller than the territory. When Toni Morrison or Virginia Woolf tells a story, they don't tell you every second of every person's day. Even James Joyce's Ulysses, that brilliant, brilliant stream of consciousness novel of one day in Dublin, doesn't tell you every instant of every day and everything that's going on inside his character's mind. He tries to, but it's still an illusion. Realism is an illusion. Fantasy is illusion also. And in fact, realism can lead to escape the same way fantasy can. So I want to reject the idea that escapism is bad. I think when people are reading Ulysses or Beloved or For Whom the Bell Tolls, they're also escaping in some way. And it's wrong to suggest that just because they're reading about elves and dwarves that they're escaping when otherwise they're not. Finally, there's the element of consolation. And for Tolkien, this has a very Christian view, and it comes probably from Boethius's The Consolation of Philosophy. The idea that knowing why the world works the way it does, in other words, in Boethius's terms, knowing Lady Philosophy, in Tolkien's terms probably knowing the idea of Christian providence, in any event, knowing how the world works can be a consolation. And reading about other people being happy or having happy endings can be a consolation. And this brings us to Tolkien's very important invented word that he uses to describe the happy ending in fairy stories. And it's his reason why there should be happy endings in stories. It's perhaps why the Silmarillion didn't work for him. He hadn't figured out how to have a happy ending in many of the places. And this word is eucatastrophe. EU, catastrophe. Eu meaning good, and catastrophe meaning a violent event or a tragedy. Usually the thing is a tragedy. But with you in front of it, a good catastrophe. Tolkien says, an effective fairy story does not deny the existence of discatastrophe, that's a bad catastrophe, of sorrow and failure. The possibility of these is necessary to the joy of deliverance. It denies, in the face of much evidence, if you will, universal final defeat, and insofar is evangelium, giving a fleeting glimpse of joy, joy beyond the walls of the world, poignant as grief. For Tolkien, the moments of eucatastrophe in fiction are when the happy ending comes unexpectedly, when everything seems to be wrong, and then there's a happy ending, not the happy ending that you're sure you can expect. So for him, the moments of eucatastrophe in his own fiction included that moment in The Hobbit when the goblins are winning and the war is about lost, and Bilbo says, "The eagles are coming! The eagles are coming!" Or in the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, when it's clear that Gondor is going to be destroyed, and they hear the horns of Rohan in the distance, and they know that Rohan has come to their rescue. These are the moments of eucatastrophe, when evil is destroyed, even when you had no right to expect it to be destroyed, when there's a win, when there's been no hope for a win. Tolkien says this is the central job and the central power of fantasy literature. And this is a way for us to look at how fantasy literature is separated out from regular mainstream literature. Most regular mainstream literature is tragedy. It might be tragedy with consolation, but if you look at the works of, let's just say, the real biggies of the past 100 years, or even the past 50 years, Fitzgerald, Hemingway, Faulkner, Woolf, Morrison, Updike, and so forth, almost every single one of their books is a tragedy. And if it's not a complete miserable tragedy, it's a tragedy but with some kind of hint of consolation at the end. That's the standard modernist view, right? Even if the good guys have lost, or if people are miserable, they can say, well, maybe there's some hope in the future. But really, to me, the representative last line for modernist literature is Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises, when Jake Barnes says, yes, isn't it pretty to think so about a happy ending? That's the modernistic view. That's really the realist view coming from the 18th century. And it comes a lot, I think, from Shakespeare and from Greek tragedy going into mainstream literature. Well, Tolkien's saying there is a place for happy endings, and that place is fantasy literature. And in fact, all the fantasy that we're going to talk about, except perhaps the Arthurian material, which has its own kind of connection to mainstream literature and mainstream tradition as well as to fantasy, but pretty much all the other fantasy that we read is going to have a happy ending. And it seems very trivial, but I mean, for Dante, it's the reason that he calls his great work the Divine Comedy, to separate it from tragedy. So it's a long tradition, but it's also a long, long, long tradition that most of what people write and talk about is tragic. And Tolkien suggests you don't have to do that. And in so doing, he's empowered generations of fantasy writers. The other really important thing that Tolkien does by justifying the happy ending is that he allows subsequent writers like him to take fantasy really, really seriously. Now, this can be the big drawback of fantasy, and it is in fact what many other critics don't like about fantasy. Someone once wrote about Susan Cooper's The Dark is Rising, which is a series of 5 children's books, which we will discuss later. The amazing thing about this books is that she's able to go on for 5 books and have not the slightest flicker of humor at all. I don't think that's true. And I think you can look at the success of J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter books as an example of how humor can enter into fantasy, or even more so, Terry Pratchett's Discworld books, which are really humorous through and through, but also, I think, not quite fantasy because of that. But there is a core of truth in there, that fantasy is very serious and not very humorous, which is interesting because so much of modernistic, I would say, tragedy literature, for example, let's just take something that's kind of on the border of something really like serious literature and just popular literature, like the works of John Irving. They can be hysterically funny at the same time that they're considered to be very serious. Fantasy doesn't do that very well. And I think the reason why is that the happy endings of fantasy have to be contrasted somehow by the serious material that goes into it. If you had both humor, and happy ending, then you're really pushing towards something like the Broadway musical, rather than pushing into something like fantasy literature. It's also the case that it's still very difficult for some critics and some writers to take seriously a world in which elves and dwarves and dragons exist. And so by making the stakes in fantasy be very, very high, you eliminate at least some of those problems. However, this also leads to one of the great flaws in fantasy writing. The critic Jack Zipes says that in fantasy the small person is God. And you can see this in Bilbo, who's so important to the Hobbit, Frodo, the little hobbit upon whom the fate of the world hangs, and in the other literature that we're going to discuss about how important the small and powerless become. That also means that fantasy ends up playing for very, very high stakes, almost impossibly high stakes. And that's one of the weaknesses of fantasy, because every fantasy book you pick up, well, at least just about every fantasy book you pick up, is about the fate of the world hangs upon the small thing that someone does. And, okay, well, it's not realistic, and neither are dwarves and neither are dragons. But it's also problematic because the world seems about to end just about every day if you read enough fantasy. So in fact, one of the things that you're going to see in the fantasy that I think is the very best, and that will be Ursula K and Robert Holdstock, 2 contemporary writers, that the fate of the world doesn't always hang on every action by their characters. But in any event, that kind of seriousness and the very large stakes of fantasy and the happy ending that go with it, all of those things are justified by Tolkien in his scholarship, particularly in this On Fairy Stories essay. And all subsequent critics, even if they've tried to wrench fantasy away from Tolkien, even if they've come at it from the most hardcore Marxist-Leninist point of view, have still had to deal with the fact that Tolkien defined the purposes of fantasy literature as recovery, escape, and consolation. For many, many, many readers of fantasy, even bad fantasy, even imitative fantasy, those 3 things are what they get out of their reading. Now in the next lecture, we're going to examine Tolkien's very, very, very long shadow in the people who were either his imitators, such as Terry Brooks, and much what we would call derivative fantasy, but I'm going to at least try to take it seriously enough to see how it works and how it doesn't, and those who reacted strongly against Tolkien and tried to write the anti-Lord of the Rings. Most significantly, Stephen R. Donaldson, who writes the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant.
After listening to Lecture 9, a student posed this question to Professor Drought. Is epic usually used as a vehicle for nationalism? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Epic is usually thought of as tragedy. Beowulf is certainly interpreted as a tragedy. But in fact, epic is connected with things about fantasy that are a lot more problematic to a lot of critics. Epic is usually connected with national invention, with justification of national power, with the connections of language communities to political power. So, for example, in the 19th century, there was a very, very long cultural war fought about who were the real speakers of Deutsch, who were the real Germans. And this went on at the borders of Germany and Denmark, and Germany and France, and Germany and Russia. And it was about who are the real Germans. And the poem Beowulf plays a strong part in that, because everyone's trying to claim Beowulf for themselves, for their linguistic community. That's kind of the ugly side of epic. That epic is about justifying national power and national greatness. The Serbian epics do that. Homer does that to a certain degree. Virgil very specifically does that. It's about why Rome deserves to have all the power. Well, because we're descended from Aeneas and so forth. And epic in England, Lacheman's Brut, which becomes the source for a lot of Arthurian material, is also about trying to give England an epic of its own. Tolkien himself said that he wanted a mythology for England. He didn't say he wanted an epic, and I think it's important to distinguish that.
This ends Lecture 9. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 10. Imitations and Reactions. Brooks and Donaldson.
The success of The Lord of the Rings and the figure of its author, who fans even call the Professor when they raise a glass to his memory on January 3rd each year, has cast a very, very long shadow over all the fantasy literature written since the 1960s. And I say the 1960s because even though The Lord of the Rings was published in 1954 and enjoyed very solid sales, it didn't become the worldwide phenomenon that it is today until the 1960s, with a bunch of very complicated stuff about pirated paperback editions and so forth that we can leave out. But in general, every writer that's come along since then has to deal with Tolkien somehow. Even if they don't believe that he invented the fantasy genre, they know how important he is, and they know how important he is to the other readers that they want to pick up. So, how do these various writers deal with the fantasy genre? Well, we have what the critic Harold Bloom calls an anxiety of influence. Now, Bloom does this, I have to say, in the figures of the Romantic poets, and he's got a whole bunch of kind of Freudian material in there about how they have to kill the father in order to be, and we're not going to go that far. A better way, I think, of reading the anxiety of influence is to suggest that writers, on the one hand, want to be parts of traditions. They want to see themselves as being in the tradition of other writers who have come before them. But on the other hand, they want to be recognized for their own individuality. They don't want to simply be rewriting the same fantasy story over and over again. And this is certainly the problem that writers have when they deal with Tolkien. There is an enormous amount of what you could call derivative Tolkienian fantasy that came out since that time. A great deal of that fantasy may have been generated by the Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game phenomenon that really gets started in the 1970s and is very big in the 1980s. And Dungeons & Dragons had a very complex relationship with Tolkien. I think it's worth talking about for a second before we move into books. The Tolkien estate would not allow Gary Gygax and the Dungeons & Dragons people to specifically use things from Tolkien. They had copyrighted character names, they had copyrighted races of creatures and so forth. On the other hand, you couldn't really do fantasy without Tolkien. And so, the Dungeons & Dragons people managed to invent most of Tolkien's stuff with different names. So they found that they could use the word halfling, but they couldn't use the word hobbit, but they could give them the same characteristics as the hobbits. And instead of wizard, they often used magic user, though I don't know if that's a copyright issue or just they wanted to try something different, make a wizard be a certain level of magic user. They couldn't have a Balrog. So they have a big fiery demon called a Balrog demon. And you can see how this would play out. You take the Tolkien idea, and you either find its source in some medieval literature and draw it from there, or you change it just slightly enough that the Tolkien estate can't sue you for copyright infringement. Now, what that whole relationship did, whether it was intentional or not, was to genericize, if that's a word I'm allowed to use here, to make generic a whole bunch of Tolkienian ideas and material, whether it's Dark Lords in towers or Balrogs or hobbits or rangers, whatever you want to call them, they became generic. They were no longer just Gandalf. There was some kind of generic wizard or magic user. Gandalf's a bad example because there's always been wizards. But there wasn't just Frodo. There were these generic halflings. They could have their own characters and so forth. This also happens in literature. And this is where you get the flood of what we could call derivative fantasy. And by derivative fantasy, I'll even name some names, even though it's mean, and even though I've enjoyed some of these derivative fantasies. The biggest of these, who we're actually going to talk about in some depth, is Terry Brooks, whose 1977 The Sword of Shannara kind of opened the gates for the flood of derivative fantasy. There's a great many more. You could say David Eddings' Belgariad books, or any variety of kind of sword and sorcery, damsels in distress, monsters and dragons books that have come along. I would include even the very contemporary Aragon books as being very derivative. You have a kind of standard characters and standard problems, and you have to work with this. I would not, by the way, include J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter in the derivative fantasy, because even though it borrows a lot from traditional fantasy, is its own thing also. And we'll talk about that very briefly later on when we get to Tolkien's inheritors. So let me go back now to Terry Brooks and The Sword of Shannara, which people in the Mythopoeic Society and real aficionados of fantasy literature often call The Sword of Shannara to indicate how much they hate the book. Now, I don't hate The Sword of Shannara, and I remember reading it as a 9 or 10-year-old when it came out in the 70s, and enjoying it very much, because here was something that was at least recognizably Tolkienian. I mean, yes, you can read The Lord of the Rings over and over again, and I've read The Lord of the Rings probably at least 40 times in my life, which is a little bit scary. But nevertheless, you want to read other things as well, not just reread the same books. And so The Sword of Shannara kind of allowed you to do both. It allowed you to reread The Lord of the Rings because it was such a slavish imitation of The Lord of the Rings, and yet it was a different book. But let's look at some of the similarities. There are pseudo-hobbits. In this case, they're called Valemen. They're not physically tiny, but they're also not big and brawny, and that's Shay and his brother Flick Omsford. So there's Frodo and Sam for you. Frodo and Sam aren't brothers, but it's very close to the same relationship. There's a wizard, Alanan. There are two heroic men, like Boromir and Aragorn. In the company, you have Balinor and Menyon Lay. There's a gruff dwarf named Hendel, instead of Gimli, and two elf brothers named Durin and Dale. Okay, so here we have twin elf brothers instead of the one elf, but they're pretty similar. It's strange that the one elf is called Durin, since that's the king of the dwarves in Tolkien, but you can see the borrowing already going on, perhaps even subconsciously. There's an evil dark lord named the Warlock Lord, and there are evil black-cloaked minions who seem to be able to fly called Skullbearers, so they're the matchup for the Ringwraiths. The gimmick in the story, though, is quite different from that in The Lord of the Rings. Instead of going to throw away a ring, which I'll still will assert, and many critics have noticed this before, that most quest narratives are about finding a treasure, finding the Holy Grail, finding the great sword, defeating the monster. The Lord of the Rings is about throwing a treasure away, and Frodo himself says that. Bilbo went to find a treasure, I go to throw one away. Well, Terry Brooks doesn't copy that far. Instead, there is a magical sword, the aforementioned Sword of Shannara. The sword is the only weapon that can defeat the Warlock Lord, who's otherwise invulnerable to human beings. And the gimmick, which we don't find out till the end, is actually a pretty good one. The gimmick is that the sword forces whoever touches it to face the truth about him or herself, the absolute unvarnished truth. We can set aside for a second the huge philosophical problem of what that actually means. But basically, if you touch the Sword of Shannara, if you either hold it to wield it or have it poked into you, like happens to the Warlock Lord, you have to see where you stand in the great scheme of things. Now, if you're a basically decent person, like Shay Omsford, you can survive that truth. You can feel the criticism that's brought about by it, about how you're not as brave as you'd like to be or as honest as you'd like to be, but you can basically survive. But if you're a hideously evil being, the truth hurts. And the truth hurts a lot. And eventually the Warlock Lord dissolves himself because he can't stand the truth about himself. It's a great gimmick, and I would tie it back a little bit to when we talked about Gollum on the stairs of Cirith Ungol. Remember, Sam says to Gollum, "Are you the hero or the villain in this story?" And Gollum isn't there. And one of the real problems raised by that idea is Gollum the hero in his own mind? Or is he so broken that he can't be? Well, Brooks is engaging with that idea, saying, for someone who's really done truly evil things, the truth would be unbearable. I think that's a really interesting idea, because our kind of current modern relativistic notions of truth might suggest that the evil person, the Adolf Hitler or Mao Zedong or Saddam Hussein, confronted with the truth about himself, would say, well, it's what I had to do in order for a greater good. Brooks is suggesting if you touch the sword of Shannara to those people, they would commit suicide or explode or something, because they couldn't stand to admit the horrors that they had actually unleashed. So it's a very interesting idea, and it connects with this idea of fantasy, that fantasy suggests that there is an outside, objective, true moral truth that you can get to, or you can at least aspire to, rather than that all truth and all morality is relative. I think that's important because in pretty much all, maybe not all, but pretty much all modernistic literature, truth is relative. I mean, that's one of the big points of it. That's one of the big points of Faulkner's The Bear or Absalom, two of one of the greatest short stories and one of the greatest novels of the 20th century, is that people perceive the truth in such different ways that it's really impossible to untangle which is the real truth and which is just Quentin Compson's truth, or which is just anyone else's truth. And fantasy literature strongly resists that relativistic idea. There is a truth, and we can get to it. And even something as derivative as Terry Brooks suggests that there is a real truth. Now, even the plot of The Sword of Shannara is really quite derivative. There's the multiracial quest group, which was so important in Dungeons & Dragons because it became fun that each different person playing the game could have a different racial or professional identity. You could be a halfling or an elf or a dwarf, or you could be a magic user or a cleric or a thief. That idea obviously comes from the Fellowship, where the 9 walkers, Gandalf and company, each have their own different talents that they contribute. Well, it's the same thing for Dungeons & Dragons, and it's the same thing for Terry Brooks, somewhat the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, and many other books that have this fellowship that goes off alone. There's also the idea of the large geopolitical concerns going on, the great wars generated by the Warlock Lord, simultaneously with the individual quest, and even to the point where Shay, the real hero, the Frodo figure, gets separated from everyone else, even separated from the Sam figure, in this case, and goes off alone, though he finds some companions on the way, and so forth. There's a battle in the Druid Citadel in which the wizard seems to be lost, and then he comes back, just like Gandalf with the Balrog. And then later on, there's a travel through what are essentially the Mines of Moria, though this time called the Tombs of the Kings. But in this case, the wizard isn't lost at the end. It's Shay, the Frodo character, who gets swept away from everyone else. But I will say that once Terry Brooks wrote all the Tolkien out of his system, he was able to write subsequent books that were more original and in some ways more interesting than The Sword of Shannara. Now, this list of sequels has gone on and on and on. It's still going on today. The last time I checked, there were 14 books that were in some ways sequels, prequels, side stories, and so forth to The Sword of Shannara. There's been a very successful franchise for Terry Brooks, though there's never been a movie, which is interesting. But Brooks's later books, and I'll particularly single out the Elfstones of Shannara here, became much more original. In the Elfstones, his big gimmick is that there had been these horrible demons that had been exiled from the world, and the only way that they're kept out is by this magical tree called the Elcris. And the gimmick is that every certain number of years the Elcris dies, and a beautiful innocent elf maiden has to become the tree. So there's that sacrificial idea, individual sacrifice, except in this case it's not just that you have to have your finger bitten off by Gollum, but you really have to sacrifice yourself. There's a little love story, and though it gets really tedious after a while, there's real resistance by the main character in the Elfstones to using the magical Elfstones. He doesn't like using them. He feels that they're changing or hurting something in him. And it's this resistance to using the magic that Tolkien doesn't really have in there. The characters who have magic use it. The characters who don't. That really sets the stage for what's coming up next, which is the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. But in both cases, the resistance to using the magic makes the main characters much more modernistic heroes, makes them more reluctant, and makes them a little bit less scary than Aragorn would be if he were brought into our real world. I want to go over this idea a little bit more because it's so well brought out by the movies of The Lord of the Rings, and also because I talked about it briefly beforehand. What you see in the evolution of the hero, if you want to take it from Beowulf through Tolkien's depictions in The Lord of the Rings, through the film version of The Lord of the Rings, and then even more pronounced in the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, which we'll get to in a moment, you'll see that Beowulf as a hero has no doubts. He has no existential doubts. Well, maybe I shouldn't be a hero. Maybe it's not a good idea. It's basically, I'll fight the monster or I'll die. And that's it. When the dragon comes and burns down Beowulf's castle, he has a moment of dark thoughts when he wonders if God is punishing him because of something. But then he says, nah, and goes off and fights the dragon anyway. That's a medieval hero. Gawain and the Green Knight, same way. Most of the Arthurian heroes, same way. They don't question whether they should be a hero or not. They question whether they're going to win or not. Then we come to Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. And although Aragorn has this laser-like focus on winning the war and thus becoming king, he's also willing to die, to not become king, to get killed when they all go off to Mordor to distract Sauron, as long as the world can be saved. That makes him much more of a modernist hero, much more of a 20th century hero. And why? Because the hero who has no doubts is really scary to us after the events of the 20th century. At least this is what I would stipulate. That before that point, especially in the medieval time period, the only question was, how do you have a good person be the one who has the power? After the 20th century, we start to believe that having the power makes a good person turn bad. Tolkien's trying to finesse this with Aragorn. Aragorn never doubts that he deserves the power, never doubts that he should be king, but he's really focused around the idea of service. He goes off in the wilderness and he hunts for Gollum and he protects the Shire for actually decades and decades. Aragorn is way older than he looks. In fact, he dies at the age of 256, and he doesn't look a day over 100. In fact, he's in his 80s during the events of The Lord of the Rings. Aragorn represents a different kind of hero than the medieval hero, but even Aragorn was really not acceptable to a movie audience and to a late 20th century audience. And so when the actor Viggo Mortensen enacts the role of Aragorn, you see him not with that laser-like focus on becoming king and winning the war, but with the kind of doubts that a standard not even an anti-hero, but a reluctant hero would have. Aragorn wonders, oh, my ancestor Isildur, he gave into the ring. Maybe I would give into the ring. Maybe I shouldn't be king. Maybe I shouldn't even do things here. And that kind of tortured approach makes him far more palatable to us. Because I think in our current society and culture, if we saw someone who said, oh yes, I definitely should be the leader of everyone, and I have no doubts that I'd be a great leader, we would run away from that person because we have the example of people who sought that kind of power throughout the history of the 20th century. But this whole view of the hero, whether it was a sacrificial hero like Frodo or a kingly hero like Aragorn, really, really bothered quite a number of writers who came along. Some of those writers disagreed with Tolkien very strongly on political grounds, and some disagree with him on aesthetic grounds. And Stephen R. Donaldson, who's going to be the subject of most of the rest of this lecture, disagreed on both. Donaldson wanted to have a much more traditional, I would say traditional in the modernist sense, not traditional in the medieval or fantasy sense. He wanted an anti-hero, not just a reluctant hero, but an anti-hero, someone that you would expect to see coming out of a Hemingway book or any other Norman Mailer or someone like that as a 20th century writer. And so he comes up with a great, great gimmick, and that is his hero, Thomas Covenant, is a modern leper. And I mean that exactly as it sounds. He is a modern man with a happy life with a wife and a child who comes down with an unexplained case of leprosy. Now, Donaldson knew a lot about this because his father was a doctor who took care of people with leprosy, and he knew how the disease worked, and he researched it and so forth. And as many, many, many people learned in the 1980s when they read the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, what leprosy does is it destroys nerves, and so person's hands and body becomes numb, they can't feel pain, they can't feel other things as well. So, Thomas Covenant is a leper. He loses his wife, takes the child, and leaves because she can't bear to have the child be around his leprosy, and he himself has to develop an entirely new consciousness about how he's going to run his life. Lepers have to constantly survey their own bodies. It's VSE, visual surveillance of extremities, to make sure they haven't cut or injured themselves all the time. This is actually true about how contemporary people who contract leprosy and who it's not treated quickly enough, how they have to deal with the disease. And what Donaldson does, which is very different from both Tolkien and Terry Brooks, but similar to C.S. Lewis and the Chronicles of Narnia, which we're going to talk about in the children's literature, is he doesn't make a complete secondary world. He makes a secondary world that's tangent to the primary world. And so his characters go from the primary world to the secondary world and back. In Lewis, that's the children go through the wardrobe and to Narnia. In Terry Brooks, Thomas Covenant keeps being brought into the land with a capital L. That's the secondary world that he's able to enter into. But unlike the kids in Narnia, and unlike just about every other hero in fantasy literature, Covenant refuses to believe that the secondary world is real. He calls himself Thomas Covenant the Unbeliever, even after he's convinced himself that actually it's not a dream, maybe it's not even a hallucination. He says, I can't believe in it, because when I leave it, I'll go crazy. Because in the land, he no longer has his leprosy. He's been cured. And he says this is not the kind of fantasy that a leper can afford to have. Now, this is wildly frustrating for the readers of the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, because we just want to sink into the land. We want to enjoy the land. And in fact, except for Tolkien, I can't think of a secondary world that's as beautifully realized as Stephen Donaldson's The Land. Perhaps Ursula Le Guin's secondary world in Earthsea, but the land has something special, a special vitality to it. And this is done very deliberately by Donaldson to contrast with Covenant's own numbness and sickness that he has back in the real world. The land is bursting with life. Everything is alive in a special way. Stones have a special life to them that can be manipulated and controlled by people who have learned how to do this. Wood has magical powers. The good guys in the land are called the lords, and they have dedicated themselves to understanding how the earth power in the land works. And Covenant eventually falls in with them, and they're thrilled to see him because he is the reincarnation of an ancient hero. Beric Halfhand. Covenant's had 2 fingers amputated because of his leprosy. Beric had had 2 fingers cut off. Covenant also bears a magical ring. We're like, uh-oh, here's the Tolkienian part. But it's white gold rather than pure gold. And this fits in very much with Donaldson's theme. It's not perfectly pure gold. It's an alloy. It's something that's impure. And that idea of an alloy, of a mixture of white gold or a mixture of health and illness, which is what Covenant is at the center of the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. Donaldson is dealing with themes of healing. Tolkien is dealing with themes of fallen perfection. But when Tolkien describes in the land of Lothlorien, there was no illness in the land of Lothlorien, that land had left no stain, it really leaves out a kind of a character who might be sick and even contaminated the way that Covenant sees himself. By having leprosy, he views himself as contaminated. It actually gets worse. Not only does Covenant refuse to be the savior of the land, saying, I won't wield the white gold, I don't know how to wield the white gold, but he does some pretty horrible things when he gets there. One of his first acts in the land is to rape someone, because he's driven insane by the feeling that's come back to his body. And this young girl actually is at least somewhat attracted to him, but then he rapes her. So the whole entry into the land begins with a crime against someone, and that crime comes back again and again to haunt Covenant through all the books, what he has done, how he has wronged this young woman. So you'd be hard put to come up with a character less like Frodo than Thomas Covenant. On the other hand, what Donaldson has done as he borrows and develops these Tolkienian themes, for example, there's a giant. The giants are wonderful. We love the giants. Saltheart Foamfollower. And Saltheart Foamfollower is very, very much like Treebeard. in The Lord of the Rings. He talks very slowly and sonorously, and he has great power, and he loves Thomas Covenant the way Treebeard seems to love Merry and Pippin. So there's similarities like that. There's a great keep or fortress called Revelstone that's very similar to Minas Tirith. There's even, at the end, a giant volcano in which the climactic action, or a big important part of the climactic action, takes place. So, yes, the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant are exceptionally derivative. I would say that the second series, there's 2 sets of 3 books, and the second one comes back thousands of years after the first, and Donaldson invents this amazingly cool idea called the Sunbane, a curse that's been put on the sun, so that each different sun there's a sun of fertility where everything grows really fast, and then the sun might change color, and there's a sun of rain where it just floods the whole land, and there's a sun of corruption where everything rots in like 3 days. It's a really neat idea, and it's very well developed, and there's yet another quest to remake the Staff of Law, which Covenant broke at one point, to restore law and healing to the land. Now, all of this is centered around the conflict with the evil Dark Lord of the land, who's called Lord Foul the Despiser. And Lord Foul, like every other Dark Lord, seeks importantly, he seeks to be set free from the land. This is like Lucifer, who's fallen from heaven onto earth, wants to break out of earth and get back into the universe. And he can do that if he gets Covenant's ring. So that's like Sauron. He wants to get a hold of the ring. But Lord Foul also says, I will make your life so miserable, Thomas Covenant, that you will give me the ring. I will continue to torture you and to make everything you touch be destroyed until you give me the ring. And so there's this interesting play, and you know, of course, that in the end, Covenant's going to meet Foul, but I won't say how that plays out, and it takes 6 books, in some way. But what Donaldson was trying to do, in some ways, with Lord Foul, though there are problems with Lord Foul, with this idea of corruption, of infection, that's entered into bodies and can't be purified, is that he's reacting against Tolkien's notions of purity. If you think about how Tolkien created Galadriel, she's pure and tall and a glass filled with light, and she gives Frodo the phial of Galadriel with pure light coming out of it. If you think when Frodo is injured and they remove the splinter from his shoulder, and Gandalf thinks he may become like a glass filled with clear light for those to see. These images of purity are beautiful, but they're also exclusive. And anyone who's been tainted or destroyed in some way can't really fit in. What Donaldson adds then is this idea of healing, and how someone who's imperfect, even wildly imperfect like Thomas Covenant, could in the end do something very wonderful and powerful for the land. Now, this is not to say there aren't some flaws in Donaldson's work. Just as in Tolkien, there's a series of journeys in the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. In the first book, for example, after Covenant has traveled through the beauty of the land and seen everything that he's supposed to see and gets to Revelstone and meets the lords, then they go off on a journey across the land through the Landsdrop. There's like a plateau on one side and you have to go down a large cliff and into the lands to the east. Likewise, in the second book, there's a variety of journeys, and there's a battle and so forth. This time they go to the west, and Covenant actually meets up with his own daughter, because the time passes differently. The daughter who's the product of the rape that he had done in the first book. And they have a very interesting relationship because she absolutely adores him, even after what he's done. And this is actually one of Covenant's problems, and a very interesting take on it by Donaldson. Because everybody adores Covenant, except a few people who really hate and despise him, who have good reasons for that, because of all the horrible things he's done, and the fact that he's refused to help the land willingly, and so forth. So there's the idea of various journeys going on while there's a huge battle going on. And there's also characters who are brought in from the primary world, a character named Hyle Troy, a blind man who's a military genius, who is helping the armies of the lords fight off the evil armies of Lord Foul. There's kind of a secondarily evil creature, Drool Rockworm, who's a cave wight who has discovered the Staff of Law and is misusing it, and also some large thing called a bane called the Ill Earth Stone, which causes him to be able to mutate things and make horrible things happen, and Lord Foul gets a hold of that Ill Earth Stone eventually. The 3 books, by the way, I should have said, are called Lord Foul's Bane, The Ill Earth War, and The Power That Preserves. In each case, the books have a much more of a close and a climax than the 3 books of The Lord of the Rings, which again were meant to be one large book. Each of these books closes up fairly nicely, but in each of them, Covenant does something good, something to save the land temporarily, but still refuses, is always refusing. It's about his unbelief. I think that's very important to understand what Donaldson is doing and how it really is a great reaction against Tolkien. Tolkien's saying the secondary world is about creating belief in the secondary world. And Donaldson, in a very kind of metafictional view, says it's about creating belief in the secondary world in which the character in the secondary world doesn't actually believe in the secondary world. And he plays a lot with that idea. He also works with some of the ideas that Tolkien was developing in The Return of the King about pride and despair. If you remember, Tolkien is very harsh to Denethor, who gives up, who commits what in medieval times would be called the sin of wanhope. This is the sin of sloth, which we think of as being lazy. But in the Middle Ages, the sin of sloth really meant to give up on the idea that you could be saved, to say that I've done so many bad things I could never turn it around, and so I give up. That's the sin of wan hope or pale hope. That's Denethor's sin, as well as the sin of pride. Well, obviously, that's Thomas Covenant's sin also. But Donaldson says that's not a sin. That's a survival mechanism. That's what you have to do if, for whatever reason, and it is never explained in any of the books, why Covenant got leprosy. It just happened. Just came out of the sky like a bolt and destroyed his life. And yet he has to go on. And his kind of toughness, his insistence of doing his visual survey of extremities, his VSE, which he does even in the midst of the land, even when there's nobody around and so forth, even when he's no longer a leper, is really important to see that that's how he's maintaining his own integrity against the fantasy of the land. In that sense, and I'm not sure Donaldson intended this, but in that sense, the whole Chronicles of Thomas Covenant questioned the idea of a complete fantasy and suggest that a complete fantasy like that might be very dangerous to someone who entered into it. It's a direct critique of escape. Although readers escape by reading the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, Covenant himself refuses to escape into the land, as beautiful and powerful as it is. Now, that's not to say there aren't any flaws. There are quite a number of flaws in the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. Some of them come, I think, from Donaldson not being edited closely enough. And this has been a problem from Terry Brooks on. Fantasy's going to be successful, and the writers of fantasy don't seem to have the editing pressure. Tolkien put that upon himself by revising the works over 17 years, and there's still flaws in The Lord of the Rings. For example, the annoying talking fox in Chapter 3, which drives me bananas because I don't understand why there's a talking fox. It doesn't make any sense. But I digress. The biggest flaw in Donaldson is a flaw in style, and this may seem funny coming from Tolkien, since so many critics have disliked Tolkien's style. I've argued that Tolkien's style is very precisely what he wants it to be, whether the critics like it or not, whereas I think that Donaldson's style just gets a little bit out of control. Donaldson writes by thesaurus. He uses words the way Humpty Dumpty does in Alice in Wonderland, in that words, whatever they mean, regardless of what a dictionary or anyone else might say. This is a polar opposite to Tolkien, who's very clear that even when he uses an unusual word, the much criticized word eot, for example, when he says they came to an eot in the river, critics are like, why is he saying eot? Well, eot has a very technical term. It's an island that sometimes is submerged, and so on. Tolkien uses a precise technical term. Donaldson just uses things that sound good to him. And I'm not being too harsh on that. For example, Donaldson's orc-like creatures, or goblin-like creatures, whatever you want to call them, the Urviles, which is an interesting name and works fairly well, but the Urviles are always called Roinish. Roinish is an obsolete French term meaning ruinous. It's not clear how it can apply to a creature of any sort except by some kind of strange metaphor, and it's certainly a word nobody uses anymore, but Donaldson applies it hundreds and hundreds of times. Anytime there's an Urvile, it's a Roinish Urvile. Likewise, nobody ever sings a lament or a song, it's got to be a threnody, and nobody looks out a window, it's an Oriel, and so forth. So it's a very good vocabulary builder, but in terms of a unity of effect that Tolkien creates, it doesn't work very well. I would also add that there's many critics who don't like Tolkien's kind of cutesy rhyming poetry that he has throughout The Lord of the Rings, but to compare Tolkien's poetry, which is at least the kind of poetry that those characters themselves might have sang, to Donaldson's unbearable free verse poetry, it's apples and oranges, and it's rotten oranges in the case of Donaldson. I mean, his poetry is really dreadful. He's taking the poetic idea from Tolkien, but then trying to write modern free verse poetry that doesn't work at all. When character calls out, Lord, Covenant, help and weal, battle aid against the foe, you're like, could someone actually ever call this out in the midst of a battle? It's very distracting. Finally, to me, the biggest flaw in Donaldson. I don't mean to bash Donaldson, because I think he's worth reading. He shows how you can try to react against Tolkien and how you can try to write your own story without being in the shadow, though he ends up, of course, like I said, with the volcano, the Dark Lord, the whole 9 yards. But the biggest flaw is that Donaldson's secondary world isn't linguistically unified, and it doesn't hang together the way that Middle-earth does for Tolkien. Without the background of the invented languages, without all the place names being Elvish words that mean something so that you can connect up Mordor and Morgai and Moria and so forth, you end up with a mess in Donaldson where his terminology flails wildly from Celtic, Kevin Landwaster is one of the old lords, to Slavic. There's someone named Lorik who has a krill, which is some kind of a sword, to Semitic, where he has the evil ravers, which are his ring-wraith figures called Samadhi and Sheol and so forth. And there's no real logic behind how you have a character named Kevin who's descended of Beric, who's descended of Lorik. It's just whatever name sounded good to Donaldson at the time. I think this lack of consistency weakens the effect that readers get out of the secondary world, though I will again say the land is incredibly beautiful, and Donaldson's ideas about people who have specifically trained so that they can bring forth heat from stone, or shape stones like clay to make vessels, or make wood grow in the way that they want it to, is very, very beautiful and very powerful. I should also add that Tolkien, I think, recognized the problems in his own secondary world about healing and the marring of the world, even though he didn't address them at all in The Lord of the Rings. There's a late Tolkienian text called the Finrod Andreth, which is the conversation of Athrobeth and Finrod. Finrod is an elf, Athrobeth is an old woman. And in this and some other texts, Tolkien explained that the way Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, messed up the world was he basically broke off piece himself, like a glacier calving off icebergs. Because Tolkien believed that evil could not create things, but you have to have some kind of animating power in your orcs and your dragons and your monsters. These are all little bits of the Dark Lord's spirit that have now been spread throughout the earth, so that you can kill off the Dark Lord, or you can exile him from the world, but there's still lots of little bits of him throughout the world, and you can't get rid of all those bits, and thus the world is marred, and can only be healed, Tolkien thought, by the creator of the world actually entering into it. This is his idea about the incarnation. Now that doesn't show up in The Lord of the Rings, and I think Donaldson would explicitly reject it. Donaldson is not trying to come up with a Christian view. Instead, he's suggesting the way that healing can come through sacrifice and through the removal of evil things, but that people still have to pay a very, very high price for it, and an individual price, which is what happens with Thomas Covenant. So what happened after the success of Tolkien opened the doors to mass market fantasy is that people like Brooks and Donaldson, so with the Sword of Shannara and with the Thomas Covenant books, they expanded the types of characters and the situations that fantasy literature could handle. They labored in the shadow of Tolkien, and they didn't quite meet him or match him in aesthetic terms. And they fought against the anxiety of influence very strongly, trying to set off on their own paths. Even if they had imitated him to begin with, they, by the end of their writings, by the last book, or in Brooks's case, the books still keep going on, they had found some way to write their own stories after they'd gotten the Tolkien out of their system. In the next lecture, we're going to look at writers who managed to escape Tolkien's shadow, who, as much as they might have had anxiety of influence about him, managed to create their own fully realized secondary worlds that aren't a gloss on Tolkien, or a calque on Tolkien, or an imitation or reaction to Tolkien. And those two writers, Ursula Le Guin and Robert Holdstock, are, in my opinion, the greatest living writers of fantasy at this particular time.
After listening to Lecture 10, a student posed this question to Professor Drought. Does Donaldson ever acknowledge his parallels with Tolkien? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Donaldson denies that his works have anything to do with Tolkien, but I don't think anyone's actually confronted him with the very specific parallels and even the volcano in the middle of the world. I think that's a real key also to tell if something's derivative or not. Is there a volcano? If there's a volcano, it's derivative of Tolkien. There really aren't that many volcanoes in the primary world that they have to be represented in the secondary world. And Donaldson has argued, I think, that the important thing to look at in Thomas Covenant is how different his hero is from the Tolkienian hero. But nevertheless, it's still there and it's still influential.
This ends Lecture 10. Remember to visit this course's website at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures that you just heard. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. 99 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 11. Worthy Inheritors, Le Guin and Holdstock.
A real question for many writers who followed Tolkien was how to escape Tolkien's shadow. And I think two writers have really done that. And they've done it right off the bat with their fantasy. They didn't write a Tolkienian fantasy and then finally write something original. And those writers are Ursula Le Guin, an American writer, and Robert Holdstock, British writer. They are, I think, of the few authors who could be considered Tolkien's worthy heirs, and may even have surpassed him in some ways, though perhaps not in others. Le Guin and Holdstock created fantasy that lives up to the aesthetic standards set by Tolkien, without the close imitation that Brooks and Donaldson did. Le Guin and Holdstock also deal with really major Tolkienian issues. In Le Guin's case, with language, and in Holdstock's case, the traditions of the British Isles, and both of them deal with immortality and death, all major Tolkienian themes, but they have very different takes on them. And they're not doing it again as simply a reaction against Tolkien. It really feels like when you read Le Guin and Holdstock that they're working off on their own. So let's examine these two writers and see how they have surpassed Tolkien, or at least carved out a niche for themselves that's significantly different, but as aesthetically accomplished, or close to being aesthetically accomplished, as Tolkien was. Ursula Le Guin is the daughter of Arthur Kroeber, who was the second person in America to receive a doctorate in anthropology. He was a major, major anthropologist who did a lot of work on Native American culture. And Le Guin grew up in a household where people from Native American tribes would come to visit, and where other anthropologists and very important scientists came through. This has shaped Le Guin's sensibility in her writing. You could argue, and I think you can make a very good case for the fact, that Le Guin writes as an anthropologist. That is, as Tolkien was a philologist of imaginary languages, Le Guin is an anthropologist of imaginary civilizations. And her work has a kind of depth and richness that sometimes is even missing from Tolkien, because she thinks about the kinds of customs and the kinds of small-scale technology and the things that people would really do in a real culture in a way that non-anthropologists generally don't think of. Now, Le Guin herself has said that she has been confined to the fantasy science fiction ghetto. And it's hard to argue that, since most of her greatest successes are in fantasy and science fiction. However, I would point out that Le Guin has stories in various anthologies of mainstream literature. She's been noted in Best American Short Stories, which is a pretty good flag of mainstream critical respect. And in fact, even people who hate fantasy or don't respect fantasy, if they feel the need to acknowledge someone, they acknowledge Ursula Le Guin. And they say, well, why can't all the fantasy writers be as good as Ursula Le Guin? Part of this is because Ursula Le Guin's sentence-level writing is not particularly archaic or weird or distinctive. It's distinctive in how effective it is, and I'm going to quote some passages to show you how it works. But it doesn't seem old. She's not trying to write something that looks like it might have been translated from an old book. She's writing a new, modern book. Her books are very clearly novels rather than translations of the Red Book of Westmarch or something like that. She also approaches her invented civilizations and languages not in a way where she lays everything out in front of you in the vast size of Tolkien's prefaces and appendices and so forth, but simply through telling the stories of individual people, and different tales creep into the background there. In that sense, it's a lot more like the way an oral tradition would work. Tolkien did this too, with hints and references, but Le Guin does it by having someone tell a little snatch of whatever particular tale is relevant at that case. Only later on, very, very late after she'd written her great Earthsea books, does she come up with a description of Earthsea where she goes through and explains the histories and the backgrounds of things that she's mentioned elsewhere. Most of what I'm going to focus on for this lecture is Le Guin's Earthsea books. Now, these really could go into the next lecture on children's literature also, but I want to discuss them here for two reasons. The first is that although the first three books are in the children's genre, though I would argue the third one gets fairly adult at the end, the subsequent two books are much more adult. They're not appropriate for children, really, and they deal with very adult themes. And Le Guin just allowed the series to grow up the same way that The Hobbit grew up into The Lord of the Rings. And so in that sense, I would put them in adult rather than children's fantasy. More importantly, I think, even though what I think is her most personally loved and admired book, in other words, that what she is most proud of, is Always Coming Home, I'll talk about that in a second, the Earthsea books are her great triumph. They're her best work. In her book, Always Coming Home, the one I think she is most proud of, she develops exactly the kind of wide-ranging backcloths that Tolkien develops in the Silmarillion. She invents a culture, the Kesh, sort of a Native American people, but they're living in Northern California in the far future rather than in the past. They have a Native American sensibility, and they, like, for example, they have names like the names of animals or birds and so forth. And she invents poetry, oral tradition, cosmology, art. There's pictures and drawings in the book as well. Actual music with notes and so forth. The kind of thing that Tolkien said he wanted to do for The Lord of the Rings, and the kind of thing that Tolkien fans have come along and done to try to flesh in all that background civilization. But Always Coming Home is a really, really difficult book. I don't think a lot of critics have read it the way they should, and it's very hard to move through it because it's kind of like the Silmarillion in that it's not easily mediated, even though there are some characters that we can get behind. And it's just very, very difficult. And I think that it hasn't had the effect on other writers that her Earthsea books have. So we're going to focus on Earthsea. We'll also focus on Earthsea because it's really conventional fantasy, whereas Is Always Coming Home science fiction? It's set in the future, but it's very much kind of fantasy terms, or it's just maybe just description of a culture that doesn't exist. So we'll focus on Earthsea, which is very much conventional fantasy in that it has magic and dragons and all the things that we expect. The Earthsea books are A Wizard of Earthsea, The Tombs of Atuan, and The Farthest Shore. And those were written in the very late 60s, early 70s. And then there was a very long interregnum where Le Guin didn't write anything about Earthsea. And then at the very beginning of the 90s, she published Tahanu, which she unfortunately titled The Last Book of Earthsea. Then, 10 years later, around 2000, she published The Other Wind, the real last book of Earthsea, apparently, though I don't know if we should take her word at that either, though she'd have a better ending in it than she did in Tahanu. So that's how this series has developed. And then there's also been some short stories that she's published in the Earthsea world that have focused around it. Earthsea is an island archipelago, hence the name Earthsea. It's a series of islands that people travel to by boat all the time. There's no main continent. There's one very large island in the center. And the big thing about Earthsea is that magic really works. But it's not just kind of generic magic. It's a very specific magic that plays off of language. In Earthsea, there's something called the Old Speech, which is the language that dragons use, and which wizards can find out. And if you know the name of something in the Old Speech, you can control it. So in a sense, the name and the thing become one. This is a really important idea that we'll get to in a moment. Just to set up what's going on, Earthsea begins with Ged, a young man growing up as a goat herder on the island of Gaunt, but who has born into him enormous power and equally enormous ambition and pride. Ged's wizarding power is discovered, and he eventually goes off to study magic at the School for Wizards on Roke Island. The School for Wizards, yes, it might be a predecessor of Harry Potter's Hogwarts, but more importantly, it's just a beautiful, beautiful idea. You see young apprentices, all male by the way, and Le Guin came up with this on her own and then regretted it later on, running around making glowing balls appear or turning fish into birds or having springs spring up from the ground for no reason, using the mage wind to control boats and so forth. There's all kinds of different levels of magic, but they're all based on the Old Speech. Now, to explain how the Old Speech really works and the structure of the books that follow, I need to make a little digression into contemporary linguistics, or at least the theory of linguistics. Ferdinand de Saussure, kind of one of the founders of linguistics back in the early 20th century, came up with the idea that language can be broken down into what he called signs, okay? And each sign has two parts. which he called a signifier and a signified. And already you see we have the same problem that we have with Saruman and Sauron. We have similar things that both begin with S, and it's confusing. But let me see if I can tease this out so it makes sense to you. The signifier is the actual word, in other words, the noises you make with your mouth, or the scratches you put on the piece of paper, or a drawing you make. And the signified, the thing which is signified, is the thing that you're talking about. And the sign is the combination of the noise you make and the thing, the idea or representation you're trying to communicate. So you have to think about this relationship. Now, Saussure asserted that the relationship between the signifier and the signified was entirely arbitrary. In other words, you could make up any noise you want to represent the concept of tree. And in fact, if you start to look at languages, right, for tree, you can have Old English bam, you can have Spanish audible, you can have Japanese ki, and so forth. There's all different words. They don't seem to have anything to do with each other, and they all mean sort of the same thing. That's signifier and signified relationship. The arbitrariness of that relationship is the heart of modern theoretical linguistics. And I should add that I think that Tolkien rejected that idea. And there are other writers who've come along who've rejected that idea, that think there should be some close relationship between the sound and the thing. And that's how you create beauty in language, when there's a match between the sound and the thing. Okay, in the old speech, the sound and the thing are the same. If you say tolk, which is the old speech word for rock, and you have magical powers, you can make a rock appear in your hand. And every person in Earthsea has a secret name that only some people know, a true name. And if you have that person's name, you can actually bring the person to you. You can summon them. You can turn yourself, by changing your own name, into a falcon or a dolphin or some other creature. These are the great powers of summoning and change for Le Guin. Now, why is this important? Because it's a very interesting view of language. This is language before the Tower of Babel, when there was only one language, and when sounds related to things. And language then becomes a technology where words can change things. Now, I would assert that this is actually a very Western idea. Le Guin wants to say that she's a congenital unchristian and all her ideas are Buddhist and Taoist. But actually, the idea that words can change things comes very clearly from medieval Christianity, with the idea that when a priest says, "This is my body, this is my blood," in the Catholic Church, the wine and the bread actually changes in what it is. It changes into real blood and real body. And I think that this figure of wizards is part of Le Guin's tradition, whether she was looking back to it or not. That's the tradition. Wizards are very closely related to medieval priests. They can change things with their words. Look at the other characteristics that Le Guin's wizards has. They're celibate. They live in all-male groups. They learn an esoteric language that they have to... I mean, there's a very close connection. So Le Guin says, oh, no, they're Buddhist, they're Taoist. Maybe later on they are, but they come out of her Western cultural tradition. And she would probably tell me I'm wrong. That's okay. So, what Le Guin's first 3 books in Earthsea do is work out the problems associated with this idea if the word equals the thing. Because think about the problems that are generated if the word equals the thing. You can say something and it comes to you. There's problems of control, but there's also problems of identity. In the first book, The Wizard of Earthsea, which follows our protagonist Ged, when he goes to the school for wizards, is very proud, but he doesn't know as much as other people, but he has so much power, and he eventually works himself up into summoning a spirit from the dead. And when he does this, part of the world rips apart, and an evil shadow creature leaps out from the land of the dead and attacks him. And this shadow, and it's a terrifying scene, by the way, beautifully written scene, but terrifying, that shadow is let loose in the world. In fact, let me just read a little bit of that scene so you can see, first of all, how Le Guin writes. Ged has been convinced that he's going to summon the spirit of a woman, Elfaran, who's from an ancient tale. So he's trying to bring her back from the dead so that they can see her spirit. The other boys stood watching and not speaking, not moving, unless they shivered a little, for the great spell was beginning to work. Ged's voice was soft still, but changed, with a deep singing in it, and the words he spoke were not known to them. He fell silent. Suddenly the wind rose roaring in the grass. Ged dropped to his knees and called out aloud. Then he fell forward as if to embrace the earth with his outstretched arms, and when he rose he held something dark in his straining hands and arms, something so heavy that he shook with effort getting to his feet. The hot wind whined in the black tossing grasses on the hill. If the stars shone now, none saw them. The words of the enchantment hissed and mumbled on Ged's lips, and then he cried out aloud and clearly, "Elfaran!" Again he cried the name, "Elfaran!" The shapeless mass of darkness he had lifted split apart. It sundered, and a pale spindle of light gleamed between his open arms, a faint oval reaching from the ground up to the height of his raised hands. In the oval of light for a moment there moved a form, a human shape, a tall woman looking back over her shoulder. Her face was beautiful and sorrowful and full of fear. Only for a moment did the spirit glimmer there. Then the sallow oval between Ged's arms grew bright. It widened and spread, a rent in the darkness of the earth and night, a ripping open of the fabric of the world. Through it blazed a terrible brightness, and through that bright misshapen breach clambered something like a clot of black shadow. Quick and hideous, it leaped straight out at Ged's face. Now, I'll point out some of the things stylistically that are so beautiful there, I think. A pale spindle of light, a sallow oval, a clot of black shadow. Le Guin is much more in the realm of modernist writing, which is trying to use unexpected descriptive terms, rather than, say, Tolkienian writing, or even Donaldson's writing by Thesaurus. Now, the rest of the book, Wizard of Earthsea, is about Ged trying to get rid of this shadow, to fight it, to run from it, whatever he can do. And I won't give away the whole plot, but I'll say that the problem at the end is that there are two things in the world, Ged himself and this shadow beast, that both have the same name. And that's a flaw in the structure that Le Guin set up, with everything has to have a unique name. There are two things, two signifieds, with one signifier. And eventually that problem is solved and the world is healed. In the second book, The Tombs of Atuan, I'll go into the plot of that a little bit more, but just to set up this linguistic material, there's a character named Tenar, who's the one priestess of the Tombs of Atuan. These are in a barbarian land, not part of the archipelago, though they are part of islands, where they don't believe in magic, but she's the one priestess. And when she's taken from her family at an early age, they go through a ceremony where her name is taken from her, and she is then called Arha, which means the Eaten One. And so she has no real name, but the same name as all the other priestesses going back, and she's supposedly reincarnated. Ged comes to the Tombs of Atuan and has this interaction with Tenar. Ged comes to the Tombs of Atuan and has this interaction with Tenar/Arha, and he says to her, "You can be Tenar, or you can be Arha, but you cannot be both." In other words, she can't be one signified with two signifiers. It won't work. You can't have two names, you can only have one. She has to choose which one she's going to be. So it's the mirror image of that situation where Ged and his shadow both had the same name. Here it's that two names for one person, and that's solved at the end of that book. Finally, in the third book, The Farthest Shore, that linguistic system becomes even more troubled. Things don't match up with their names anymore. A wizard has cast a spell relating to death. That's another theme, and we'll go into that much more. And in so doing, he has ruptured the bond between name and thing. Now it's like our regular world, our mundane world, where signifier and signified don't have any special relationship, and the magic stops working. The magic is draining out of the world. And so Le Guin is suggesting there, you can't have two things with the same name. You can't have two names for the same thing. And either more, you can't have names that just refer to other names rather than referring to things. If they refer just to other names, we're back in our world. So each of those books is Le Guin kind of working out this physics of her magic that she's come up with. And I think that point is important in understanding Le Guin as a writer. She's actually was first known as a science fiction writer before as a fantasy writer. And some of her science fiction, The Dispossessed, The Lathe of Heaven, and particularly The Left Hand of Darkness, are seen as monuments of really good science fiction. She thinks like a science fiction writer, or maybe like an anthropologist, in that she's trying to develop the implications of the choices she's made. Once she said words going to equal thing, well, what are the problems you could get from that? And that's how it plays out in Earthsea. I kind of skipped over The Tombs of Atuan, which in some ways is a really powerful, beautiful book, not the least because it has a female protagonist who is the priestess to these ancient tombs, a labyrinth underground, into only which she is allowed to go. Ged comes there to steal a treasure that has been lost, and he eventually frees Arha from the servitude of the tombs and brings her back. I want to focus a little bit more on The Farthest Shore, because I think this is the most challenging book in some ways of the three, and the hardest to understand. And it also has what is, in my opinion, the most beautifully written scene in fantasy literature, even more than Frodo at the Crack of Doom, and even more powerful. in the farthest shore, something has gone wrong with magic. Something has gone wrong with that relationship, as I talked about, between the name and the thing. And Ged, who is now the archmage of all of Earthsea, sets off on a quest with Aaron, a young prince, and they go to try to find the source of the trouble. And they end up sailing all over the archipelago. You get to see various different customs and cultures and so forth. But eventually, they end up on Celador, the furthest west island where the great dragons live, near where the great dragons live. And I want to give you another example of Le Guin's kind of beautiful writing here. This is a description of Celador once they've landed there. The dunes ran inland, low and grassy, for half a mile or so, and then there were lagoons, thick with sedge and salt reeds, and beyond those low hills lay yellow-brown and empty to the end of sight. Beautiful and desolate was Celador. Nowhere on it was there any mark of man, his work, or inhabitation. There were no beasts to be seen, and the reed-filled lakes bore no flocks of gulls, or wild geese, or any bird. And that kind of quiet, beautiful loneliness is a characteristic of Le Guin's writing. And also, I should take a little digression here to say it's a characteristic of fantasy writing to have really, really good writing about landscape. Fantasy might not be so good about dialogue in terms of realistic dialogue, but when people contrast realism with fantasy, fantasy does realistic description of landscape as well or better than mainstream literature. So Ged and Aaron come to Celador, and there they eventually come to the very edge of the world, and the evil wizard who's been causing all the problems comes to them, and they follow him into the land of death. And the land of death is really interestingly described. It's dark and dusty and silent and miserable. They confront the evil wizard, and they actually debate with the evil wizard and find out what he's done, which is to try to cast a spell so that he can live forever. And there's that theme again, that trying to become immortal has terrible consequences, but yet people want to do it. People are afraid of death. I think this is very natural. I also think this is why fantasy literature, and children's fantasy in particular, is so appealing, because that kind of idea of wanting immortality and trying to deal with the problem of death is not handled particularly well by mainstream literature. Mainstream literature talks about what death does to people, as I said, but it doesn't really talk about the desire for eternal life and possibly consolations to that. So, Ged and the evil wizard speak, and Ged gives his name to the evil wizard. And the evil wizard says, "Now I have your name, I can control you." And Ged says, "My name is of no use to you. You have no power over me at all. I'm a living man. My body lies on the beach of Celador, under the sun, on the turning earth. And when that body dies, I'll be here. But only in name alone, in shadow. Do you not understand? Did you never understand, you who called up so many shadows from the dead, who summoned all the hosts of the perished, even my lord Erith Akbe, wisest of us all? Did you not understand that even he is but a shadow and a name? His death did not diminish life, nor did it diminish him. He is there, not here. Here is nothing, dust and shadows. There he is the earth and sunlight, and leaves of the trees, the eagle's flight. He is alive, and all who ever died live. They are reborn and have no end, nor will there ever be an end. All save you. For you would not have death. You lost death. You lost life in order to save yourself, your immortal self. What is it? Who are you?" And essentially at that point, Ged has won, even though there's going to be an even better scene later on, because he has shown that this questing for eternal self-identity in Le Guin's world is wrong. And this is going to be played out much more in the 5th book, where Le Guin finally confronts this land of the dead that she's invented. But the evil wizard finally says, "I opened a door between the land of death and the land of life, and I can't shut it. And all the life is draining out into this land of death, and all the magic is draining out." And Ged says, "Lead me there." And so him and Aaron follow the evil wizard to this hole between the worlds, which is basically a dry river, a dry spring. And Aaron sees this horrible place, where a dead soul crawling into earth and darkness was born again dead. And he said, "Let it be shut." And Ged says it will be shut. And then, with all the skill of his life's training, and with all the strength of his fierce heart, Ged strove to shut that door, to make the world whole once more. And under his voice and the command of his shaping hands, the rocks drew together painfully, trying to be whole, to meet. But at the same time the light weakened, dying out from his hands, from his face, dying out from his yew staff, until only a little glimmer of it clung there. By that faint light, Aaron saw that the door was nearly closed. Now, I think any writer of any tradition would be enormously proud to have written that sentence with all the skill of his life's training and with all the strength of his fierce heart. And it only works. It's not a particularly brilliant sentence in and of itself, but it works with everything that has come before it that is built up to our characterization of Ged. And Ged does, at that moment, use everything to save the two worlds. And as we see later on in Tahanu, the fourth book, Ged pays a terrible price for that. The Farthest Shore is a difficult book because it is so much about death, and it's hard for kids to read, and that's why I think Le Guin was evolving from Wizard of Earthsea, from Tombs of Atuan, into a book about death. She's often said that Wizard of Earthsea was about growing up, Tombs of Atuan was about sex, and Farthest Shore was about death, and I think that that's probably a good description of the three books. I want to bring up one more line in The Farthest Shore before I move on to Tahanu and The Other Wind very briefly, before we move on to Robert Holdstock, and that is this line that Le Guin has Aaron, who eventually is going to become king of all Earthsea, say to Ged at one point. She says Aaron had fallen in love with Ged, and she doesn't mean, I don't think she means homosexual love here. It's homoerotic love, perhaps, but it's more just love of a young man for a great man that he sees. And Aaron says to Ged, I have given my love to what is worthy of love. Is that not the kingdom and the never-perishing spring? Now, I think that's a beautiful piece of poetry and perhaps one it carved on my own tombstone. But more importantly, that's possibly the heart of the entire Earthsea books, of giving your love to what's worthy of love. And if you've done that, then everything else falls into place because that is the kingdom and the never-perishing spring. I think Tolkien would have agreed with that. And Le Guin certainly loves and respects Tolkien, unlike many other fantasy writers who she has not much good to say about. She points out that there is a kind of love and sadness at the heart of Tolkien's work. Well, after a long interregnum between when she finished The Farthest Shore and when she wrote Tahanu at the very beginning of the 90s, Le Guin changed a great deal. She had always considered herself a feminist, but now she became a much more active, vocal, political feminist. And she became very troubled by the fact that she'd written a world in which all the wizards were boys. But there wasn't any female magic, though there is a witch. In a few places there's a witch or a sorceress. But she felt she had followed her tradition, her Western tradition, and excluded women. And so in Tahanu, she decided not to try to rewrite the whole tradition because she couldn't undo her old book. She couldn't do what Tolkien did with the Gollum story and just change it in a new edition, for she didn't want to do that. And instead, she decided to consider the implications of a world in which only men had magical power. And so Tahanu comes out, like so many other books by feminist writers from the early 90s, as very, very focused on violence towards women, oppression towards women, sexual violence towards women. And I think that that definitely takes it out of the children's genre when there's a rape and when there's a child who's been thrown into a fire and horribly burned and so forth, that it's really not a pleasant book. And I will admit that when I was in college and this book came out, and I wrote a review of it, I absolutely trashed it as the worst book, and how could Le Guin sully and destroy her legacy. But being more mature and looking back at it now, I can see what she's doing in Tahanu. And actually, one of the great things she does is she takes a main character who's been hideously burned and disfigured and everyone is afraid of, and she transforms that character through the course of the book into someone that we as readers do love. Now, it's a horrible thing to think about, an intentionally burned and mutilated child. And I actually don't want to think about that when I read, and Le Guin forces me to. But what she does in the end by making you love that child and see the power in that child is really an incredible accomplishment, even though it's not really something that you expect to see in the fantasy genre. It's not really the happy ending. The other thing that Le Guin does in Tahanu, which I resented a great deal, and I think many readers do, is that she shows Ged stripped of his power, with no magic at all. He left all his magic at that dark spring when he tried to save the world. When he saved the world, I should say. But by losing all his magic, he's lost an essential part of himself. Ged has always been someone who loved the art magic, who loved doing illusions and changes, and now he can't do any of it. And we see what Ged has to deal with when he's no longer powerful. And in a sense, Le Guin emasculates him. And that's very hard for a reader to take who's grown up with Ged, who's loved Ged, who wanted to be Ged, and then to see Ged kind of cut down like this. It was very difficult. But I think it was essential in some ways for Le Guin to work out what happens when someone has to sacrifice everything. In that way, she's even more hard-nosed than Tolkien. Tolkien says Frodo has sacrificed everything, and tough, he doesn't get to live in the Shire. But at least he does sail away to the Blessed Land. Le Guin says, what happens when someone sacrifices everything to save the world, and the world doesn't recognize it, and the world doesn't give them any rewards, and they don't want rewards, and the one thing they want, they can't have. And I think this could apply very well to, say, a veteran of a war who really wants nothing more than to be able to walk again, or to not be burned, or to not be injured, and can't have that. And in that sense, Le Guin is dealing with very, very mature, powerful, and important themes in Tehanu, as much as I don't really like the book. But then she writes The Other Wind, and The Other Wind redeems all the suffering and all the horror of Tehanu, because Le Guin has then again reached the beauty that she achieved in The Farthest Shore. The Other Wind deals with the problem Le Guin has set up, which is a land of the dead where people's souls go, where she wants to have it in a reincarnating universe. And not to give away it, because The Other Wind is much more of a mystery than the other books, and I don't want to give away the plot. But essentially, Le Guin is teasing out this implications of where could this land of the dead come from, how could it stop reincarnation, and how could that be changed. She has a set of really appealing characters, beautiful scenes, and they go on a great journey, as is typical, and in the end, they manage to heal the world. I won't say how they do it. The Other Wind is just beautiful from one end to the other, whether it's Le Guin's talking about a character who can use his magic to heal a broken pot and how that's done, or it's even Ged who's come to accept and be happy with his situation in life, living on a farm, taking care of goats. But it is a beautiful, consoling, happy ending, the sort of thing that she sort of had at the end of The Farthest Shore, but is very much like The Lord of the Rings now, in that they do live happily ever after, even though there are many sacrifices that go into it. So I think that the Earthsea books overall are a great triumph. And Le Guin also wrote some Tales from Earthsea, which is a kind of side stories that go along with those, and those are very well done also. But The Other Wind, she finally manages to bring it to a climax, and she also manages to escape the kind of buried Christianity of her tradition, where the land of the dead and so forth, and bring it into the Buddhism and Taoism that she wanted to with reincarnation, and she gets that to work, finally, after 5 books. What's so remarkable about Le Guin, again, is how she's willing to follow the logic of the ideas she's set in place, even if she doesn't like where it goes, and how she has that kind of anthropologist rigor in describing another culture and figuring out how those cultures would work given the assumptions she'd started with. I now want to move on to Robert Holdstock, and I should admit right off the bat that this is a somewhat unusual choice. A lot of critics of fantasy would put Le Guin in the pantheon with Tolkien. Whether they would put Holdstock there is another question. And in fact, I'm not even dealing with the body of Holdstock's work. I'm just going to focus on 2 of his books, Mythago Wood and Lavandis. But the reason I want to do this is these other works that I've been putting in the pantheon, The Lord of the Rings and Earthsea, are those completely enclosed secondary worlds. They don't touch the primary world. They're not tangent to the primary world in any meaningful sense. Holdstock, on the other hand, is very much about the interaction of the primary world with the secondary world, like C.S. Lewis in Narnia, like Donaldson in the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, and so forth. But Holdstock manages to get it to work in a really interesting way that actually draws on Tolkien, but is not afraid of him or in anxiety of him. The kind of locus of everything that happens in Holdstock's first 2 major books, Mythago Wood and Lavandis, is Ryehope Wood, or Shadow Docks Wood. And this wood has what Holdstock calls mythopaic, however you want to pronounce it, power, taking that word from Tolkien, myth, the ability to generate myth. Holdstock's brilliant gimmick is that in these particular locations, anything that has been a myth in people's minds will become real. In other words, if there's a myth about a king who sends his 2 sons and daughter off into the woods, that king will appear in Ryehope Wood. And in the further you go into the wood, which the wood is larger on the inside than the outside, just like the human mind, the further you go in, the more that you find. And that wood, like the human mind, is larger on the inside than the outside. Your presence as a person from the primary wood generates mythagos. Mythagos are flesh and blood creations of myths. They're characters from myths. And Holdstock does this amazing job of dealing with all the British Isles material that Tolkien left out. Tolkien's mythology is very closely tied, where it's not completely invented by him, is closely tied to medieval, specifically Anglo-Saxon and Middle English. Holdstock is going back to druids, shamanism, the Green Man, Morris dancers, and so forth. And so he finds a whole way to bring in English prehistory, Bronze Age people running around in animal skins and shooting arrows, and giant stags with broken horns, and green men, these tree creatures that walk through the forest, and so forth. Le Guin's protagonists are anthropologists of cultures that don't exist. Tolkien's protagonists are hobbits, they're just there. Holdstock's protagonists are sort of reminiscent of the characters that you might find in 1950s science fiction in like the work of H.P. Lovecraft. Obsessed scientists who live right next to some strange, powerful place and who are obsessed with finding out about it. They're not really anthropologists, maybe more explorers, maybe more antiquarians, and they go into Rye-Hope Wood trying to figure out how it works, trying to find it, and then they can have things happen and like be killed by a mythological beast, which is interesting and ironic to say the least. Now, I personally find the kind of shamanistic aspects of Holdstock's work a little off-putting. There's lots of people carrying around leather pouches filled with the bones of dead people, or picking the maggoty skin off of bird skulls and collecting them, or having mortuary houses with lots of corpses in them that the one character eats the souls out of their skulls, and it's kind of creepy and disturbing. But what it has, that Tolkien's work has, that Earthsea has, is a complete integrity of vision. There's no irony in it. There's no sense that the author is using this world to tell you something or something like that. It's simply that there's an entry point into this amazing, beautiful, terrifying secondary world. And the other thing that Holdstock does that none of the other authors really do is suggest how gross medieval and prehistoric life might have been. His characters are dirty and filthy and have diseases and sores and festering wounds and so forth, and they have to hunt for their food and eat semi-raw, semi-burned deer flesh and so forth. And yes, it's yucky, but it takes us away from the kind of sanitized fantasy world that we have in Tolkien, and even in Le Guin. Le Guin mentions slavery, and there are some characters who suffer misery. It's pretty sanitized. They never have to really hunt very much for food and so forth. And Holdstock brings that in, which must have been a really significant portion of life in that time period, was hunting for food and having trouble with hygiene and so forth. So in that sense, it's more realistic, but it also still operates at the fantasy level and respects the fantasy level. So in that sense, it might be more realistic, though I still reject that dichotomy, but it still works fully within the fantasy genre. And it makes fantasy something that connects up with a long history of folk custom and tradition, but is free of the kind of reliance on literary texts and works that Tolkien has, and at the same time is different quantitatively and qualitatively from Le Guin's universe. So I would put Tolkien first in the pantheon and Le Guin second, and I would put Holdstock third, even though his subsequent books have not been as powerful as Mythago Wood, and particularly Lavandis, which I think he gets everything to work in there. There are, of course, other contemporary writers that go beyond the scope of this course, and I might mention writers like Terry Pratchett, who's more of a humor writer in fantasy, or Patricia McKillop, who definitely brings a woman's sensibility in a way somewhat different than Le Guin to her work. There's also Mercedes Lackey, and there's a whole new set of writers who are coming along. I think it's going to be very interesting in the next decade to see how writers deal with the anxiety of Tolkien now that so many other writers have come along and become models of different ways to handle this material. And I expect both Le Guin and Holdstock to exert their own anxieties on the next generation of writers. Now, in the next lecture, we're going to move into children's fantasy, which chronologically starts even before Tolkien and certainly picks up with C.S. Lewis's The Chronicles of Narnia, which were published even before The Lord of the Rings, though after The Hobbit. But children's fantasy has been enormously influential because of its ability to cross genres and categories. And as we'll see, it does some of the same things as adult fantasy, but it does some things very differently as well.
This ends Lecture 11. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 12. Children's Fantasy.
Children's fantasy has a rich tradition that goes all the way back to the Victorian period. But I don't want to focus on those texts in this lecture. I rather want to focus on texts that come from what's called the golden age of children's fantasy, which is, say, the 1950s through the 1970s, in particular the 1970s. So it's true that Alice in Wonderland, The Princess and the Goblin, Peter Pan, The Water Babies are all examples of children's fantasy. But they're very different than the children's fantasy that comes simultaneously with Tolkien and particularly post-Tolkienian. Really, until the 1950s or later, you could say that children's fantasy and fantasy weren't separate genres, and only The Lord of the Rings showed that you could have adult fantasies. Whether this division came up something spontaneous in the culture or it's a market-driven division, it's not entirely easy to determine. I'd like to point out that the first section of T.H. White's The Once and Future King, The Sword and the Stone, was published in 1939, so right after The Hobbit and quite a long time before The Lord of the Rings. But by the time you get to the end of The Once and Future King, which was published in these sections, when the time you get to The Queen of Air and Darkness, it's a very, very adult book. We're going to look at T.H. White in much more detail in the next lecture on Arthurian literature. But I just wanted to point out that he begins as very clearly children's literature, children's fantasy, and evolves into fantasy at almost the same time that Tolkien is writing The Lord of the Rings and evolving The Lord of the Rings. But let's look at something that was published just before The Lord of the Rings came out. C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia. Now, it's important to note that Lewis and Tolkien were very, very close friends. They met at Oxford in the late 1920s, and they stayed friends for a very long time. And they were part of this literary group that called themselves the Inklings. They met at the Eagle and Child pub and read each other's works or read other works that they liked. Tolkien read most of The Lord of the Rings to this group, and Lewis decided that he could write some fantasy works also, and wrote the Chronicles of Narnia. In fact, even before this, Lewis wrote a space travel trilogy, and Tolkien was supposed to write a time travel book, but never finished the time travel book, though it gave him the impetus to write about Numenor and so forth. Now, the Chronicles of Narnia has been popular for half a century, been wildly influential, printed millions of copies, and it's been turned into a major motion picture, and possibly there will be more motion pictures based on it. Narnia is fundamentally different from Tolkien's Middle-earth because it's like Stephen Donaldson's Land or Robert Holdstock's Mythago Wood and Lavandis in that there's a connection, a relationship between the primary world and the secondary world. However, unlike Holdstock and Donaldson, who do come much later, what happens in the primary world is not terribly important, except as it sets up what happens in Narnia. Really, all the primary world material in Narnia does is set up the relationships of the characters and their personalities. In any event, it starts out with the famous The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. 4 children, all brothers and sisters, 2 older ones, Peter and Susan, and 2 younger ones, Edmund and Lucy, find their way through a wardrobe into the magical land of Narnia, which is under a spell from the White Witch. The White Witch has brought a 100-year winter to Narnia, and in later books, Lewis explains why the White Witch has been able to do this and so forth. But for the purpose of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, it's not really clear. Luckily, in Narnia, there is a benevolent lion, Aslan, the great lion, who's going to challenge the witch's power and lead the creatures of Narnia to overthrow her. And those creatures of Narnia are really interesting. Lewis threw pretty much everything in the kitchen sink, in mythological terms, into Narnia. There's Greek mythological creatures like fauns, Mr. Tumnus, who has goat legs and a human head. There's centaurs. There's minotaurs. There are king eagles, and all the animals in Narnia can talk also. And there's good ones and there's bad ones. There's some that serve the White Witch and there's some that don't. The children are sort of the saviors of Narnia. There's a prophecy that when 4 children sit on the thrones of Cair Paravel in the castle in the west, then the White Witch will be destroyed and Narnia will be freed. So the witch obviously wants to stop that from happening by capturing or killing the children. And Aslan the lion is the creator later on, and is Lewis's representation of both the Christian God, and since the Christian God is a triune God, both God and Christ. Now, this is where Narnia starts to have a few problems for some readers, because it's very clear that Lewis is writing some sort of an allegory. And that allegory is to the Christian story. Aslan equals Jesus is the way you can set this up and to see how this all plays out. So there's a scene where Aslan allows himself to be sacrificed, to be killed. He goes to the stone table, the witch has him bound, and then his throat is cut and he dies. But then he comes back. He uses deeper magic from before the dawn of time in a somewhat clumsily written thing. The witch knew of the deep magic, but I knew of deeper magic, which is a kind of a little bit of a plot surprise and a plot hole. But there is this great moment of joy, what Tolkien would call eucatastrophe, when Aslan comes back from the dead and then leads the Narnians to victory against the witch and heals Narnia and makes everything good again. The Aslan equals Jesus or Aslan equals God equation, and particularly the fact that Lewis became more focused on trying to communicate what he believed to be truths of Christian doctrine through his books, has made the later books in the Narnia series perhaps a little bit less easy to read. They're focused on doctrine, and in some ways there's a lot of stuff about, well, Aslan's not there, but you still have to believe in him, and false gods and so forth. And I actually find the very last book, which I had hoped every time I read it to be the culmination, the last battle, to be somewhat unsatisfying, and possibly some critics have called it cruel, though I don't necessarily agree with that. But the first 3 books in the Narnia series, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, Prince Caspian, which takes place hundreds of years after The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, but involves the children again, and then The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, are really beautifully written books. And then The Silver Chair, which follows up The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, though with, again, more characters coming in and out from the primary world, is also very well written, though the plot is a little bit slower and more plodding than the first few books. In fact, the real genius of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is how fast Lewis manages to get everything done. And that's what makes it stand out as a children's fantasy rather than, say, something like The Lord of the Rings. Lewis wastes no words. He's not a master stylist like Tolkien, but he is very good at moving his characters from one way to the other. Where Tolkien would have a very long descriptive journey of just walking through a woods or climbing a mountain, Lewis manages to, bang, move his characters from one place to the other in a few lines, sometimes with an intrusive narrator that says, and that went on for a long while like this, but I'm not about to describe it, and other times just by cutting chapters or changing scenes quickly. But as powerful and as strong as Narnia is, and as effective as it is for many child readers, there are, I think, 2 large weaknesses in it. The first of these is a weakness that Tolkien noted also. Because Lewis throws pretty much every magical creature you could think of, from mermaids to satyrs to ogres to hags to cruels, whatever else he makes up in there, there's a little bit less of that connected unity of effect that the Tolkienian world, and I would say also the Le Guin world and Holdstock's world has. You can have pretty much any magical being that Lewis wants. There's a giant, there's a centaur, with not any of the kind of, what would you call it, magical physics or magical biology that might underlie and make consistent another world. And this kind of heavy-handed use of magic maybe moves Narnia more into pure fantasy and away from science fiction where there has to be some kind of explanation, some kind of quasi-physics. But on the other hand, it makes it a little bit harder to enjoy Narnia in the same way as, say, Tolkien or Le Guin, because you kind of know that Lewis can always pull a rabbit out of his hat with some kind of new magical thing that's going to solve the plot problem. The other problem, I think, is that once a reader recognizes that Aslan equals Jesus, much of what's going to happen becomes fairly predictable. And I don't think Lewis minded that, because he was using Narnia not just to entertain, but also to communicate what he saw as the truth of his faith. And I don't want to undercut that. The Narnia books have been incredibly important to a great number of readers who otherwise feel very alienated from literature, because mainstream literature often is actively hostile to the Christian tradition. And so it's a very valuable thing to have works like The Lord of the Rings, even though it's not explicit in The Lord of the Rings, or The Chronicles of Narnia, which are at least not hostile, and actually in terms of the author's own lives and backgrounds, are very supportive of that. And I think it's one of the reasons they've become popular, because it doesn't just trash the ideology and the philosophy of a great number of its readers the way the modernist project is set up to be kind of atheistic and so forth. I'd also say I don't want to end on Narnia with a criticism, so I'll point out some of the particularly strong and beautiful scenes. Aslan's sacrifice at the stone table brings tears to my eyes and chills to me every time I read it. The return of Peter, Susan, and Lucy to the ruins of Cair Paravel and Prince Caspian is eerie and creepy and very beautiful and works very well for exactly what Lewis wants it to do. The gold-creating water at either Goldwater or Deathwater Island in The Voyage of the Dawn Treader has been an image that's been with me my entire life. When they dip a plant into the water and it comes out a complete, perfect representation of gold. And finally, Reepicheep, the extravagantly brave and gallant mouse who's a major factor of The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, and Aslan, the great lion, are memorable characters that even though Aslan may be an allegorical representation, he also has a personality, and many writers who tried to imitate Lewis have lost that part. Aslan has a distinctive personality, and he's a distinctive character that you can see as an individual as well as a representation. The success of Tolkien at making fantasy more serious, and at Lewis of making children's fantasy very successful, opened a door to what many people call the golden age of children's fantasy, which runs from the late 1960s through the 1970s. During this time, Ursula Le Guin writes her Earthsea books, Susan Cooper writes the Dark is Rising series, Lloyd Alexander creates the Chronicles of Prydain, and there's lots of other not quite as aesthetically successful but important fantasy works that come out. I've already discussed Le Guin's Earthsea books, so we're going to skip those, except to note that the way that they fit into the genre of children's literature is that they're very much focused on the growth of characters from children to adults rather than adults who have matured in some way. They really start out as children. Ged, the female character from Tombs of Atuan Tenar, and Aaron in the first three books physically and emotionally grow up in these books. And that's the theme that you see in children's literature, that in fact you don't see so strongly in Narnia, because Lewis tends to pull the characters out of the world as soon as they start to grow up. Peter and Susan stop being able to come back, and then Edmund and Lucy stop being able to come back. So once they get to like even teenage years, they're gone. However, in Susan Cooper's The Dark is Rising and Lloyd Alexander's The Chronicles of Prydain, there's a strong focus on growing up, which we're going to see later on in the incredibly popular Harry Potter books, which are a little bit beyond the scope of this lecture, which I'm going to mention towards the end. Susan Cooper's The Dark is Rising sequence, a 5-book sequence that's Oversea Under Stone, The Dark is Rising, Green Witch, The Grey King, and Silver on the Tree, is probably the most Tolkienian of all the children's fantasies. Cooper took classes with Tolkien at Oxford and was inspired by him in that sense, and she learned a lot about British folklore and Welsh and Celtic materials and Anglo-Saxon. But also, when I recently interviewed her, she pointed out that she just made a lot of stuff up. That's really important because too many times we critics get into source hunting rather than acknowledging that, especially in fantasy literature, the author's own invention and imagination is really important. So it's important to note that Cooper just made some stuff up, and it was very powerful and effective. Cooper has 2 sets of protagonists. The first are the Drew brothers and sisters, Simon, Jane, and Barney, who are the major protagonists of the first book, Oversea Under Stone, who don't show up in the second book, The Dark is Rising, and then are also in the third and the last book. But in her second book, Cooper develops her really, really interesting protagonist. This is Will Stanton, who on his 11th birthday wakes up to discover that he's not just a human being and the 7th son in a very, very large Buckinghamshire family, but that he's also an old one, a member of a circle of immortal beings who make up what's called the light, a Manichaean opposition to the dark, the evil. You can guess who's the good and who's the evil. The light is good, the dark is evil. And Will Stanton is the last member of the circle of old ones to be born. This is a really interesting situation that Cooper comes up with here, because Will Stanton has this doubled sense. He's the youngest child in the family, and so he has to act like a youngest child. At the same time, as he comes into his gifts as an old one, he has enormous power, great knowledge, and immortal life. And Cooper tries to have both of these things work in the stories with varying degrees of success. Cooper's quests are unlike Tolkienian quests in that her characters are going out to find stuff rather than to throw it away. The first book is about finding the Holy Grail. The second book is about finding these numinous signs of light, a circle quartered by a cross made of wood, bronze, iron, water, fire, and stone that Will Stanton must find at different places and different times, different centuries, around his Buckinghamshire village. The third book is about the discovery of whatever little secret message was written on the Grail from the Green Witch, a kind of fertility deity that's being thrown into the ocean in Cornwall. The fourth book is about discovering a golden harp, and the fifth book about getting a crystal sword. These books are quite a bit darker and more frightening, also a bit more well-crafted, than the books by Lewis. The Dark is really quite scary. They manage to terrify Will and other people in ways that range from using the voice of his mother to bringing out giant scary whirlwinds and hellhounds and black horses and black riders. And again, it owes some debt to Tolkien at different places. But Cooper does a really good job of stitching together all of this material, Celtic, Arthurian, Anglo-Saxon folk material, and to making it into a coherent whole, and by suggesting that the light has sort of been running the show through history in this continuing battle with the dark, and that human history has always had this magical component, particularly in the British Isles, that's going on behind it. Possibly the most emotionally powerful book in the sequence is The Great King, where Cooper manages to bring in themes of adolescent rebellion and alienation and work them into the fantasy genre, something that's really not been done up until this point. And in fact, Cooper won the Newbery Award for doing this, so this is a very respected book. And the way she does this is the same way that kind of mainstream young adult writers of the same period, like Paul Zindel or Robert Cormier, is that she brings in these kind of conflicts between parents and children, between children and their culture, and lets them be replicated and illuminated by the fantasy material. The Grey King focuses around Bran Davies, who lives in Wales, and is, in fact, we learn by the end of the book, the illegitimate son of King Arthur from far in the past, but who's brought to the modern era to keep him safe. Bran is albino. He has yellow eyes and white skin, and he's somewhat shunned by the people who are in the village around him. Will Stanton, our protagonist from the first book, comes to Wales on holiday and befriends Bran. But there's a lot of mutual suspicion between them, actually more suspicion on Bran's part, because Bran is Welsh, he doesn't totally trust the English, and also because of Will's magical powers, which Bran recognizes. And Bran doesn't know his own history, and neither does Will at this point. The two boys go through some wonderful adventures in Craig Ir Adrin, Bird Rock in Wales, and on Cadair Idris, where they have to confront the evil Brenin Llwyd, the Grey King, and find the hidden harp of gold that the light needs to fight the dark in their final conclusive battle. But actually the most powerful moments in the book are elements of simply human drama, where the fantasy is only a sidelight. And that is particularly when Bran's beloved and also albino dog is shot and killed because the dog is falsely accused of killing sheep. And that moment when Cathal, the dog, dies in Bran's arms, and Bran has to deal with the injustice and his own father saying, well, he killed sheep, so he deserved to be killed, is one of the most powerful moments in children's fantasy, because it kind of encompasses in itself death of a pet, major injustice, and the cosmic themes, because Cathal's been killed because the Grey King is manipulating events also. So Cooper has at that moment managed to bring together kind of the young adult novel and fantasy literature and get it all to pull in the same direction. It's very powerful. So is the scene later on when Bran finds out about his parentage and confronts his adoptive father. And to give Cooper a lot of credit, Cooper has the adoptive father defend his decisions about why he took in Bran, why the mother ran away, and why things turned out the way they did. This is a really hard scene to read because it's the conflict between an adopted son and his father, and the father recognizing that the son comes from a nobler and higher and more important lineage. And this is going to be played up at the end of the books when part of the way the entire problem of the dark and light is solved is to try to figure out, where does Bran belong? Does he belong in the 20th century where he's made loving bonds with people, or does he belong back in the time of King Arthur? Cooper's great accomplishment, even though she does have primary, secondary world, they're not really as separate as they are in Narnia, and she integrates the concerns of the primary world, the growing pains, the things that the children have to go through, with the fantasy material. This works out so well because on the one hand you can see the characters growing up and maturing, and the magical things that they do are closely connected to their maturation, their friendship, and their love. Cooper's also very successful and she's very much in the Tolkienian tradition of things, in her insistence that loving human bonds and human relationships are more important than the overarching global struggle. Yes, there is a global struggle, but it also comes down to individual relationships with individual people. She also manages to tie in some kind of contemporary ideas that aren't usually shown in literature. In Silver on the Tree, for example, there's a bunch of British boys who are tormenting a Pakistani immigrant boy and throw his music case into a messy stream. Will Stanton's older brother confronts those boys and throws one of them into the stream, and that boy's father then comes and challenges the Stanton family for sticking up for the immigrant. And in this man's racism and fury, Cooper says, it was a channel right to the dark. So she takes one of these contemporary issues, the issue of racism, the issue of the hatred of immigrants in England and potentially elsewhere, and links it up to her cosmic struggle in a way that a lot of other writers haven't been able to do successfully. The dark generates things like hatred and racism and anger, and it uses those natural human emotions to ride to power, to take over people. It's a very powerful and very effective scene, and it sets the stage for the ending of Silver on the Tree, which, as mystical and strange as it is, centers around the power of human love and human loving bonds. Lloyd Alexander's The Chronicles of Prydain, which is written about the same time, is much more lighthearted, though because it's fantasy, there are deaths and sacrifices and so forth, all in that lightheartedness. But Alexander, though he doesn't always succeed, at least tries to have some humor. A lot of that humor is generated by repetition. The overall story of The Chronicles of Prydain, a 5-book sequence, is how an assistant pig keeper became the High King of Prydain. And Prydain is basically medieval Wales, though Alexander has a little note at the beginning where he says it's not. It follows the geography of medieval Wales. It follows the legends of medieval Wales. The characters all have names from medieval Wales. So we'll settle that it's medieval Welsh stories, at least, that Alexander is using. Taran, the protagonist, is adopted as a foundling by Dalbin, the great enchanter. And Taran wants to be a hero more than anything else. And he starts out, he's quite a little boy. He's probably 8 or 9 years old, I think, at the beginning of the books. And he wants to be a hero very, very badly, but he's just an assistant pig keeper. And his job is to keep Hen Wen, the oracular pig, the pig that can tell the future. Taran desperately wants to be a hero, but he's really just the assistant pig keeper. However, he has a great many heroic encounters. He ends up being dragged along on various adventures, to fight the evil horned king, for example, or to try to recover the black cauldron, a magical cauldron into which a dead body can be put, and out of which comes an evil zombie undead creature that can't be killed. Taran gathers companions the same way that Frodo does or any of the other protagonists of fantasy. In Taran's case, it includes Gurgi. It's not clear whether Gurgi's a person or a dog. He's kind of shaggy and strange and talks in little rhyming pairs like crunchings and munchings and so forth. He also meets Princess Eilonwy, who he falls in love with, though they both resist it throughout most of the sequence, and Fflewddur Fflam, a bard who has a magical harp that a string breaks on it every time he tells a lie, and Fflewddur has a problem with embellishing the truth, so that's a running joke that goes through these things. The side of the good in Prydain is engaged against a battle against Aran, the leader of the land of the dead, and as in Tolkien, there's a secondary evil lord, in this case, an evil queen. The most original and interesting of these books, the 4th book, Taran Wanderer, depicts Taran's growth to adulthood as he travels through Prydain and meets up with ordinary people rather than with heroic or monstrous or magical people, though there's plenty of that in the book also. Taran, in trying to find himself, and trying to find his parentage, and also in to find out who he himself is, travels through the free commets and takes up a variety of occupations. He's a sheep herder for a long time with a man who claims to be his father but really isn't. I should note all along that Taran is hoping to discover that he has noble blood so that he can marry the Princess Eilonwy and be a hero. But he never discovers that he has noble blood. Instead, Taran travels through the free commets, the peasantry or the middle-class peasantry of Prydain rather than the kings and nobles and so forth, and he tries his hand at different occupations, from shepherd to blacksmith to weaver to potter. He becomes good at each of these things, though none of them is his true calling. He would love to be a potter, but he's actually less gifted at that than at other skills. But he eventually finds himself, by looking in a little mirror of water, he discovers that he is himself. This sounds like a banal conclusion, but it actually works very well. That it doesn't matter if he has noble blood, but that it matters that he has integrity to himself. And this sets the stage for the final book, when there is, of course, the triumph of good over evil. The Chronicles of Prydain are a bit more juvenile than the other children's fantasy we've looked at, though I will note that at one point the bad guys are burning captives alive in wicker cages, so it's not perhaps the thing to read to your 5-year-old. But in the end, Alexander comes around with kind of a typically fantastic view that the good guys win, the bad guys are vanquished, and some people have to leave the country, and an assistant pig keeper becomes High King of Prydain. But what's particularly interesting about the Chronicles of Prydain is the loving depiction of the crafts that Taran tries, and even more importantly, Alexander's assertion about being true to oneself, and Alexander's connection between performing a job with integrity and being a hero. This is a very much of a middle-class book in that sense. It's not about being born into heroicness. It's not about, like Will Stanton, being an old one. It's not even about the Chronicles of Narnia being the chosen children. It's about doing what's set before you, in that sense very much like Frodo the Hobbit, though I'll note that even Frodo has inherited some things from Bilbo. It's not clear whether you'd say that the end of the Chronicles of Prydain, or the end of The Dark is Rising, or the end of the Chronicles of Earthsea is the end of the golden age of children's literature in the 1970s, but it did seem to come to an end for a while. People assumed that fantasy had migrated from literature into things like video games, Dungeons and Dragons, and feature films, and for a while there was kind of a gap in children's fantasy. But that changed in the 1990s when J.K. Rowling came along and published her Harry Potter books, which became the largest sellers in fantasy history, possibly larger sellers even than Tolkien, and certainly the creation of a franchise that had generated more money than any children's fantasy or maybe any other fantasy beforehand. It's too early to know whether Rowling will succeed artistically the way she succeeded commercially. And I don't mean to say that Rowling is necessarily second-rate, or because of her commercial success she's not an artistic success, just that the same way that you couldn't judge The Lord of the Rings until you had the scene at the Crack of Doom, you can't really judge the Harry Potter books until we get book 7 and find out how she closes this all up. I would say at this point that Harry Potter deserves a solid second ranking. Certainly it's in there with Lloyd Alexander, C.S. Lewis, some of those writers, if not quite up the level of Ursula Le Guin and J.R.R. Tolkien. Rowling's genius and what she brings to fantasy literature that really no one else has accomplished before, though Alexander tried to do it, is to bring humor into fantasy. To make fantasy funny, but not to treat it ironically or treat the fantasy itself and the story as a joke. Terry Pratchett does humor very well in his Discworld books, but you get the sense that Pratchett doesn't take the whole kind of cosmic significance of fantasy. He's reacting against that. Whereas Rowling, it's very clear that the fate of the world hangs on what Harry Potter does. But she's got bad Latin puns, she's got a good play-off of traditional school stories and what happens when people go to school. Going to Diagon Alley and purchasing the wizarding school supplies is very funny. And the combination of humor and the high-stakes material makes for a very good read. I should also point out that the first few Harry Potter books are certainly aesthetically inferior to Lewis and even to Ursula Le Guin, though maybe they're about the same as Lloyd Alexander. But as the books go on, Rowling becomes a better writer, and she puts in much more conflict for her characters. Her characters are torn in that net of fate, and between their destinies and their desires to have a normal life. They're torn between their desires to stick with their friends and to do what's right. And Rowling plays that off very well, and in her character of Lord Voldemort, and the backstory that she gives in the later books, we see maybe more of a well-rounded evil character and how an evil character would develop than we've seen in any of the books previously, where the evil characters are evil kind of taken for granted. We see the evolution of an evil character in Rowling, and that's an accomplishment. But we really can't judge her yet until we see whether she succeeds or fails in the 7th book. I want to add one more writer very, very briefly, because he's such an antagonist towards some of the previous writers we've discussed, and that's Philip Pullman, a British writer whose trilogy, His Dark Materials, is set up as a Narnia books in many ways. Pullman, like so many other mainstream writers of this time period, is viscerally and somewhat irrationally, in my view, anti-Christian. He hates Christianity, he loathes C.S. Lewis, and sadly this comes through as kind of jealousy on his part about Lewis's success and possibly even Tolkien's success. Humor is certainly not a strength of Philip Pullman, who's deadly serious in everything he writes. But his Dark Materials retells the story of Milton's Paradise Lost in a really interesting way. His basic conceit is that human beings need to stop worshiping a god. They need to eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil so that they can gain freedom. By the way, I think in some ways this is a misreading of Milton, but that's beyond the scope of this lecture. But Pullman's big conceit is that God is really the bad guy and the devil's really the good guy in the eternal struggle. And so he has his characters confront these problems as they go through. I wish he had had far less didactic lecturing and far more armored bears, which are exceptionally cool. And I will say that the first book of his Dark Materials trilogy is beautifully scary, eerie, and creates a sense that's very much like Robert Holdstock's Lavandus, that it's like nothing you've seen before. Unfortunately, Pullman's not able to maintain that through the 3 books. And what you get, in a strange way, when you get to the end of Pullman, you don't ever want to read those books again, which is exactly the opposite feeling that people get when they get to the end of Tolkien, Lewis, Le Guin, where they want to go back and experience it all over. With Pullman, it's very much like reading a modern novel. Like, okay, I'm glad I read that. It was interesting, and now it's done. Now, Pullman lacks Rowling's light touch, and he's far more didactic than Le Guin. But he at least continues in the tradition of moral seriousness that's characterized fantasy, and particularly children's fantasy. Even though he disagrees with everything Lewis would say, and he goes a little bit over the top of calling Lewis a racist and a sexist and other things, I think. Pullman does a very good job maintaining the idea that fantasy has to deal with the big questions of existence. Possibly because modernism has failed to deal with those questions very well. Again, modernism deals with human relationships, but it doesn't deal very well with the question of why are we here? What should we look forward to? What should our morality be? You may not agree with Pullman if you're much more of a Lewis or Tolkien person who reads fantasy, but you should read Pullman to see how these same sorts of questions should be challenged and should be examined and can be examined through fantasy. It's a serious mistake to see children's fantasy or even adult fantasy as simplistic or unsophisticated. It's very sophisticated. It's just about different things than mainstream literature. And in fact, we'll see this very clearly when we move on to the Arthurian materials in the next lecture. Arthurian materials have a long tradition of being taken seriously as literature. And Arthurian fantasy in the modern era, which is what we'll examine, manages to examine issues of romance, of male-female relationships, of people caught in a net of fate, at the same time that they're also fantasy literature.
After listening to Lecture 12, a student posed this question to Professor Drought. Is fantasy supposed to reinforce traditional values? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Fantasy, particularly children's fantasy, is often seen as something that can reinforce values. In fact, this is a standard take on children's literature, is that you have your children read certain literature to reinforce your values. I think that's actually a very problematic distinction to make, because literature is never stable that way. You can't really pin it down. I mean, does Tolkien reinforce traditional values? Some of them, but he's also, a possible eco-critic and about preserving the environment, and that could be a traditional value or a not traditional value. I think critics like Philip Pullman, when he's being a critic rather than a writer, and try to really go at Lewis and Tolkien and say, I want to be anti-Christian, are missing the point that the real point of fantasy literature, if it provides escape and recovery and consolation, is not just to reinforce some kind of moral values, but to take people to a new place where they're going to construct their own values in some ways against what the writer's trying to force them into. I think this is really clear with Ursula Le Guin, who really desperately wanted to write a Buddhist or Taoist fantasy, and in my view, completely fails at that for the first 3 books until she finally figures out how to get it all to work. You don't have to know anything about Buddhism or Taoism, and it fits perfectly well with the Western Judeo-Christian tradition in Ursula Le Guin. I think likewise, Philip Pullman would like to write something that's anti-Christian, but it's very hard to do as much as he tries to go against Christian doctrine, because really, all religions are supporting things like be good to other people, be respectful, and you're not going to anti that. You can't write a complete anti-culture or counterculture, even in fantasy, even with dwarves and elves and witches. And even when you try to do something like John Gardner's Grendel, which is hard to say whether that's fantasy or not, right? From the point of view of the monster, he makes the monster into a person. It's no longer a monster. It's a person who's been mistreated. And I think that's the great power of literature. Iris Murdoch says the purpose of literature is to show that other people exist. What does that really mean? It means that as soon as you put a character into a piece of literature, people treat that character as if it's a real person, whatever it is, whether it's a dark lord or a talking mushroom or a centaur or a faun. And I think that that power of literature is what keeps literature from being just propaganda for any side.
This ends Lecture 12.
For any side.
This ends Lecture 12. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 13. Arthurian Fantasy.
Up until this point, I've really held off on discussing Arthurian literature, even though it's such an important part of fantasy and has been since before there was fantasy. There's been Arthur stories that go back into the distant, distant past. But the problem with Arthurian fantasy is it's not clear what genre it belongs to. And in this lecture and the next one, I'm going to be talking about works that may be in more than one genre, or at least are not completely comfortable inside the fantasy genre. Now, one of the big reasons that Arthurian literature doesn't quite fit into fantasy literature is that it didn't develop in the late 19th and early 20th centuries the way fantasy literature did. Arthurian literature goes way, way, way back, and it's been influential in different ways in different centuries, almost as long as there have been English speakers. Arthurian literature is also so varied and so popular that it's really hard to trace out a single line of descent. It's what biologists would call a reticulated genealogy, that's like woven like a basket, where something from one century influences something from another, but then something contemporary influences it also, and you can't make it into a nice straight line the way you can, say, Beowulf, Gawain and the Green Knight, Lord of the Rings, Stephen R. Donaldson, or something like that. Arthurian literature doesn't work that way. It's such a major cultural industry, and it's so contested in that various different writers want to own Arthurian literature in their own ways that it's hard to pin down. So, for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to make a gross oversimplification of Arthurian literature in the 20th century. That would be Arthurian fantasy, and focus really on three authors. The most important of these is T.H. White, who wrote The Once and Future King. Now, White's important, first of all, because he predates Tolkien, so he shows what you can do with fantasy before Tolkien has come along. But he's also important because his style of fantasy is so influential later on, and also because he shows the evolution from children's fantasy to adult fantasy in the same book, not even in the same series of books. We're also then going to talk about Mary Stuart, the great successful Arthurian fantasist of the 1970s and very early 80s, and then we'll end with Marion Zimmer Bradley, whose Mists of Avalon and subsequent sequels to those books really set the stage for a flowering of Arthurian literature that's still going on now in a way that's invited new writers and new approaches into the genre. Now, theoretically, Arthurian literature goes all the way back to the historical King Arthur. If you think I'm going to open that can of worms, you're mistaken. As best as scholars can tell, if there was any historical King Arthur figure, he would have had to be back in the 5th or 6th centuries, in between the fall of Rome and the rise of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. And we say this because after that point in time, we really have a pretty good record in England, and there's no King Arthur in that record. Our first mentions of Arthur appear in Welsh materials, and also in the work of Latin historians like Gildas Nennius and Geoffrey of Monmouth. And Geoffrey of Monmouth added his own stories to the material he had inherited, and in fact each person who treats Arthur seems to add more and more and more material. The stories then, the Arthurian stories, kind of get stitched together into these large omnibus works, and the first and possibly the most important of these is Brut, which is written by Lachaman, often spelled Layaman. It means lawman, actually. And this is a gigantic, and I mean gigantic, 10 times the size of Beowulf, Middle English alliterative epic. Now it's called Brut because Lachaman was suggesting that King Arthur was a descendant of Brutus, who was in turn one of Aeneas's men. And I want to take just a second to show how all this epic fits together and try to explain what's going on. If you go back to what's really the original epic, the Odyssey and the Iliad by Homer, you see that the Greeks have an epic about their great triumph over the Trojans. Well, Homer was universally acknowledged to be the greatest literature, the greatest work of art that had been created. And Virgil, who was Roman and obviously spoke in Latin, comes along much, much later. Now, the Romans have co-opted Greek knowledge and Greek learning. But still, the great epics of Homer are about the Greeks winning, not about the Romans winning. And in fact, the Romans had defeated the Greeks. So one of the things that Virgil sets out to do is create an epic for the Latins, to create an epic for the Romans. And so he takes the Trojans, who had lost in the Greek epics, and makes them the founders of Rome. Aeneas is one of the founders of Rome, and it's the journey of Aeneas that borrows very heavily from the Odyssey, connects up with the Iliad, but now you have an epic in Latin about how great the Romans are. Well, the English had no epic of their own. And one of the things that Lockman then tries to do is to connect up English history with this King Arthur figure to the great epic that had been begun by Homer and continued by Virgil. So, supposedly, one of Aeneas's men, Brutus, gets washed up on the shore of England, and he founds the dynasty that leads to King Arthur. There's a whole big deal in medieval England, and particularly in medieval London, even in Chaucer's time, about Troy, and Troy as the ancestor to London. And there was even some discussion about maybe we should rename London New Troy, because we want to connect up with this epic history. This is also the kind of thing that Tolkien was doing when he said he wanted to make a mythology for England. But he was deliberately avoiding the Arthurian material. Even though he did try to write an Arthurian romance, he had petered out after a while and he never was able to finish it. So Tolkien felt that the Arthurian material wasn't authentically English. It had connections, very strong connections to the continent, and it linked up with that southern Latin and Greek tradition. And Tolkien wanted to have something that came more from the Germanic tradition. But regardless of whatever Tolkien wanted, in the background history, you have Lachemann and Brute in this very, very long epic, and then you have a flowering of Arthurian literature a little bit later. Arthurian literature was made massively popular by writers in French. Chrétien de Troyes, who lived from 1135 to 1183, and Marie de France, who probably lived in England but wrote in French. Both of these writers collected Arthurian materials, turned them into romance, and stitched them together, though they weren't in complete large epics. And Marie de France is actually called the Lay of Marie de France. These are short tales that have been collected together but didn't necessarily overlap with each other. In the later Middle Ages in England, we have another interest in Arthurian materials that we see in the poem Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, which is about Gawain, Arthur's nephew and one of his greatest knights, and takes place at the beginning at the court of Camelot. So we know that Arthurian material was popular there. Chaucer also deals with Arthurian material in The Wife of Bath's Tale. And so we know that this idea of Camelot, this idea of Arthur, was really powerful in England for centuries. Well, sometime between 1450 and 1470, so between 50 and 70 years after Chaucer's death, Thomas Malory, in his Morte d'Arthur, collects together all of the Arthurian stories he could come upon, and he rationalizes them. He makes them create an effective story arc. The Arthurian stories now have a coherent outline, and they're put to the service of one long epic. And Malory holds the same place in Arthurian literature as Tolkien does in fantasy literature. After Malory, everyone who comes along has to deal with the Morte d'Arthur, has to at least say, I'm departing from it, or I'm imitating it, or I'm explaining it in some different way. That's how important Malory is. And Malory is hugely influential. In fact, is the great influence on T.H. White, whose Once and Future King is the primary book we're going to talk about. But of course, things don't just jump right from Malory in 1470 to T.H. White in 1939. There's a lot of things that happen in between there. And the most important of those for our purposes is the major interest in Arthur that happens during the Victorian period, and the crossover of Arthur from just adventure material into very serious literature that happens when Alfred Lord Tennyson, the most respected and award-winning poet of his time, creates the Idylls of the King, which is a series of poems based on the Arthur material. There we have King Arthur as absolute high culture, and it still studies absolute high culture, though many people, myself included, would suggest that these are not actually Tennyson's best poems, that Tennyson is trying too hard to be archaic and unusual, and when he writes more naturally, his poems are better. But anyway, they're still great poems, and they're taken seriously by the Academy. Now, literary history doesn't just jump from Alfred Lord Tennyson to T.H. White. In fact, what happens in Arthurian literature is very analogous to what happens in fantasy literature in general, and that the Victorians developed markets. And there's a lot of Arthurian material that goes into children's literature and children's fantasy. There's lots of King Arthur's tales for children and moralistic versions of the Knights of the Round Table and so forth. And that's really what T.H. White's also building upon, though he himself would say he's going right back to Malory. But there's this big tradition of popular Arthurian materials until then. Now, I don't think that there's really any argument that the most important adaptation of King Arthur material after Tennyson, and possibly even after Malory, is T.H. White's The Once and Future King, which was published in its entirety in the early 50s, but had started to be published as early as 1939. The Once and Future King is so influential, not only because the first section was made into a Disney film, and the book as a whole was a source for the musical Camelot, but because so many authors who've come along have felt the need to deal with White's adaptation of Malory. So you can even see a chain of influences from Malory to T.H. White to the subsequent writers such as Marion Zimmer Bradley who come along and deal with the Arthurian material. White's novel's broken up into 4 separate books: The Sword and the Stone, The Queen of Air and Darkness, The Ill-Made Knight, and The Candle in the Wind. And these were published as individual books, though they were very short and almost immediately stitched together into a whole book. I should also add that White wrote a 5th book called The Book of Merlin that was published after his death and is sometimes published as part of The Once and Future King, though White never finished polishing it, and many subsequent critics, myself included, feel like it's not a very good ending to The Once and Future King and should remain separate from it. But that is one critical opinion, and there are others. White re-envisions King Arthur as a very decent, but not particularly bright young man, who through his education by the enchanter Merlin learns about the natural world and the human world and develops a kind of theory of governing that allows him to be the first king to make things to be right in England and not just dependent on the power of might and of power. Now, T.H. White comes up with a very good gimmick for Merlin. Like the White Queen in Alice Through the Looking Glass, Merlin lives backwards. He's born at the end of time, and he gets younger while everyone gets older as our time goes the opposite direction. So Merlin knows everything that's going to happen, but he often doesn't remember the things that have happened. It's a really excellent gimmick, and it allows White to do all kinds of cute anachronisms and amusing things that Merlin can have 19th century clothes or 20th century newspapers or various other ideas that he normally wouldn't have. And it also allows there to be less of a focus on kind of manipulative magic, though Merlin can do magical things like turn Arthur into a fish or put the sword in the stone and so forth. The anachronisms that White uses allows him to create some really beautiful scenes in fantasy literature that draw on realistic conventions, but are allowed to kind of run wild and free because it is fantasy or Arthurian literature. So, for example, in this little passage I'm going to read, White is describing Merlin's house in the woods and what's in there. There was a real cork-and-drill hanging from the rafters, very lifelike and horrible, with glass eyes and scaly tail stretched out behind it. When its master came into the room, it winked one eye in salutation, although it was stuffed. There were thousands of brown books in leather bindings, some chained to the bookshelves and others propped against each other, as if they had had too much to drink and did not really trust themselves. These gave out a smell of must and solid brownness, which was most secure. Then there were stuffed birds, popinjays and maggot pies and kingfishers and peacocks with all their feathers but 2, and tiny birds like beetles, and a reputed phoenix which smelt of incense and cinnamon. It could not have been a real phoenix, because there's only one of these at a time. Over by the mantelpiece, there was a fox's mask with Grafton, Buckingham to Daventry, 2 hours, 20 minutes written under it, and also a 40-pound salmon with Awa, 43 Min, Bulldog written under it, and a very lifelike basilisk with Crowhurst, Otterhounds in Roman print. There were several boar's tusks, and the claws of tigers and libards mounted in symmetrical patterns, and a big head of Avis Paul, and you get the idea of what's going on here. He's putting a list of the kind of things that would be in Merlin's room, but he's mixing in 20th century things or conventions like writing the name of where something was caught under it. And that's what White does really, really well throughout the book. What White's doing here is finding a way to mediate between the Arthurian world, which is alien and about kings and princes and queens, and the ordinary world. And he does that by bringing in elements, anachronistic elements, from the 20th century into the writing. White also creates a kind of interesting doubled irony where he brings the Mallory story into his own story, as if he's the one telling the journalistic truth, and Mallory's the one who made an interesting story out of it. So, for example, he says when he looks at the family trees of Arthur and Gawain and Mordred and how the tragedy was that Arthur had slept with his sister and fathered a son by her, that this is why Mallory entitles his book The Death of Arthur, because it's an Aristotelian tragedy about sin coming home to roost. So it's important to see how White is very, very clear and very metafictional, if you want it that way, about working with his source. He tells his reader, I'm adapting my source. At the same time, he creates the conceit that he knows the real truth, and Mallory was just telling a story in some way. Though at the very end of The Once and Future King, he puts Mallory into the story. He has Mallory being there with King Arthur, and King Arthur telling young Thomas, go tell the story. Don't get killed in the battle. Promise to me you'll go tell the story. Now, again, time-wise, this can't work at all. There's no way that the real King Arthur, whoever he was, could possibly have been living in 1450 or whenever it was that Mallory would have been alive. But it works very well for the purposes of the story. So, what does White do with the story? Well, he changes the focus of all previous Arthurian literature, which was about heroism and overcoming obstacles, into something very modern, very post-war. And that is that Arthur has found a way to take all the might, all the power that's floating around in the world, and channel it into doing what is right. And that distinction between might and right, and how to harness the might for the purposes of right, is what the Round Table is all about. The Round Table takes people's violent and competitive instincts and channels them into human service, into helping people out, into bringing about justice and peace. So the first few books, The Sword and the Stone, even The Queen of Air and Darkness, and The Ill-Made Knight, are mostly about the success of the Round Table. And what White learned that many other writers haven't quite gotten was that the only way to make something really, really tragic at the end is to make it really beautiful and happy in the beginning and the middle. So The Sword and the Stone is this idyllic childhood of Arthur where he gets to turn into animals and see tournaments and do magic. And then he has these great successes as he builds up his kingdom and makes it more powerful. And then it all comes crashing down, destroyed by the Lancelot-Guinevere infidelity and the Lancelot-Guinevere-Arthur triangle, and destroyed by Mordred, the offspring of Arthur and his sister Morgause. In modernizing and really making modernistic his Arthurian material, White also makes a very radical change in the character of Sir Lancelot. Sir Lancelot, who by the way wasn't in the original Arthurian materials, but comes in from France later on, is of course the greatest knight ever, the best fighter, the one who always wins. T.H. White makes him ugly, hideously ugly. He says he looks like an ape, and he's embarrassed of himself. White also makes Lancelot cruel. Said the thing about Lancelot was that he liked to hurt people, and then he felt terrible about it afterwards. By the way, I don't really go in for biographical criticism, but this is perhaps a description of T.H. White himself. He is a very strange man with a very difficult life. He was a schoolmaster and an expert in Latin, and he loved animals to the point where when his beloved Irish setter died, he almost had to be institutionalized for depression. But the few people who knew White and talked about him said that it seemed that White was completely a sadist. He only got sexual satisfaction somehow out of hurting people, but he was also moralistic enough that he wouldn't do that, and he hated it. And there was this very weird moment towards the end of his life when he falls in love with a young boy, and the young boy falls in love with him, and the young boy's parents keep this from going on, and White himself suggested that he couldn't have any real relationships with people, but only with animals, because he was a sadist of some sort. I don't know what to make of that except that he projects that onto Lancelot. White also did the very bizarre thing of doing falconry, that's training a falcon to fly for you, using the medieval methods rather than modern methods, which are a lot easier. The medieval method of training a falcon is to sit on a stool and stare at it until it falls asleep, no matter how many days this takes. And White did this with falcons. Nowadays they use conditioning methods and it works much better. But White actually read the Latin treatises on hawking and trained falcons this way. He was a superb Latinist. In addition to the Once and Future King, Mistress Mesham's Repose, and England Have My Bones novels, he also translated the Latin medieval bestiary as a book of beasts, and it's still used today. It's a very good and accurate and poetic translation. White's other great achievement was to make the Middle Ages, which have stereotypically been called the Dark Ages, which were seen as some kind of interregnum between the Great Classical period and the Great Renaissance period, White made the Middle Ages beautiful in his book, more than anyone has done before or since, even more than Tolkien, since Tolkien's work takes place in Middle-earth and not in the historical Middle Ages. And I could read page after page of T.H. White showing what medieval scholars know about how beautiful the Middle Ages is, but I'll just pick one particular small one here. The world had been expected to end in the year 1000, and in the reaction which followed its reprieve, there had been a burst of lawlessness and brutality which had sickened Europe for centuries. It had been responsible for the doctrine of might, which was the Round Table's enemy. The fierce lords of the strong arm had hunted the wild woodlands, only of course there had always been exceptions like good Sir Ector of the Forest Salvage, till John of Salisbury had been forced to advise his readers, if one of these great and merciless hunters shall pass by your habitation, bring forth hastily all the refreshment you have in your house, or that you can readily buy or borrow from your neighbor, that you may not be involved in ruin, or even accused of treason. But then, White goes on, here's how the Middle Ages had changed. There were urbane abbots, tip-tupping along on ambling palfreys in furred hoods, which were against the rules of their orders, and yeomen in smart tackle with hawks on their fists, and sturdy peasants quarreling with their wives about new cloaks, and jolly parties going out to hunt without armor of any sort. Some were riding to fairs as great of that as Troy, others to universities which rivaled Paris, where there were 20,000 scholars, whose ranks eventually provided 7 popes. In the abbeys, all the monks were illuminating the initial letters of their manuscripts with such a riot of invention that it was impossible to read the first page at all. Those who were not doing the Cairo page were carefully copying out the Historia Francorum of Gregory of Tours, or the Legenda Aurea, or the Jeu de Eches Moralis, or a treatise of hawking, that is, if they were not engaged upon the Ars Magna of the magician Lully or the Speculum Majus by the greatest of all magicians. In kitchens, the famous cooks were preparing menus, which included for one course alone, Ballock broth, caudal fairy, lampreys and gelatine, oysters in civet, eels in sorbet, baked trout, brawn and mustard, numbles of a heart, pig's farce, and so on and so on. White just had a great feel for the Middle Ages, and he emphasized the romance and the beauty in a tradition where the darkness and the horror had always been emphasized before. Again, there are successful Arthurian fantasies between T.H. White and the next person we're going to talk about, Mary Stuart. But I'll leave them out for now because Mary Stuart represents kind of the other approach, the non-romantic approach to Arthurian literature. Mary Stuart attempts to take Arthurian literature and move it from fantasy, however uncomfortable it is in the fantasy genre, and instead move it into historical fiction. Stuart, in The Crystal Cave, The Hollow Hills, The Last Enchantment, and The Wicked Day, attempts to find ways to historically justify almost everything that happens in Arthurian literature. So, for example, her Merlin has knowledge of technology, and he has some visions, but in terms of actually abracadabra magic, that's not what Merlin does. Stuart is particularly important because she finds a place in history to put Arthur. Now, this is pretty much the place that other writers had put him, but she finds a way to justify it all by saying that Arthur was a king of the Roman Britons who was in between the fall of Rome and the rise of the Anglo-Saxon kings. That's the only historical period it could fit into. And she develops that idea further. And she comes up with all kinds of little historical tidbits. Since Stuart, almost everyone has followed this idea. So she really set the place for Arthur in history so that you can make historical fiction rather than straight fantasy. And that's a kind of hard boundary to police anyway. Historical fiction is something that could have happened, but didn't, or could have happened, but isn't written down. And that could have happened is really important. If you want to be fully in the historical fiction genre, you can't have magic. You can have people believing in magic, but you have to justify all of your magic in terms of things that could fit the physics of the mundane world. And that's exactly what Stuart does. Mary Stuart's success and her historicizing and her use of historical materials really enables the next author we're going to talk about, Marion Zimmer Bradley, whose Mists of Avalon has been simultaneously immensely influential and reviled by many critics who argue that Bradley is a terrible stylist and her book is bloated and tedious and boring. That, by the way, hasn't stopped it from being immensely influential and, more importantly, really powerful and important to a great number of readers, some of whom who have gone on to be great writers. Bradley follows Stuart in locating Arthur in the confusion of the Roman collapse and the Anglo-Saxon rise. At that very moment, say in the 5th, maybe the 6th, maybe even back to the 4th century, when we really don't know very much about what was happening in England. Bradley's brilliant gimmick is to tell the Arthurian story from the point of view of the women rather than the men. Now, it's amazing to think that this had never been done before the late 80s when Bradley did it, but it hadn't. No one had thought to tell the story of Guinevere or Morgan or Morgause or Morgana or any of these characters from their own point of view. The closest you might get is Alfred Lord Tennyson's poem The Princess, which at least is from a female point of view and kind of touches on some of this medieval and quasi-medieval material. But even The Princess doesn't really get into the Arthurian materials the way that Bradley does. Bradley's work was consistent with emerging feminism that was coming through in academia, popular culture, and just about everywhere else in the late 1980s. And it was also consistent with a desire by a lot of writers to try to have some new take on Arthurian material, whatever that take was. People seem to have gotten tired of jousts and fights with giants, and either wanted to go into a psychological view or, like Mary Stuart, into a historical view. And Bradley plays both of these, both psychological and historical. Now, Bradley was influenced very strongly by The Chalice and the Blade, which is a quasi-historical, kind of quasi-theoretical feminist book that argues that there was a pre-Christian, usually described as Celtic, but oftentimes even Bronze Age or Neolithic, matriarchal civilization in Europe, usually represented by some of those strange little pregnant figurines that you always see in art history books. Anyway, that this civilization, this pre-Christian matriarchy, had dominated Europe, but it had been destroyed when Christianity took over. Now, as a literary historian myself, I have to say that, sadly, there's really not a lot of good evidence, and it's much more wishful thinking than it is accurate, though we do have those figurines, and there are certainly possibilities of lost matriarchal civilizations, but we really don't have particularly much evidence there. But Bradley takes that idea and runs with it, and comes up with the idea that the pre-Christian Druids in England were a matriarchal religion that was in touch with earth magic. They're kind of like pre-Christian greens. They love the earth. They have earth power. They have visions and fit into shamanism, the kind of thing that Holdstock does a little bit also. And the focus of the power of these pre-Christian nature-worshipping druids is the holy Isle of Avalon. So we have goddess and nature worship, shamanism, and magic, and also Bradley connects this up with the kind of historical background of who were these women with Welsh names who kept marrying into these important English families, where did they come from, and how could she connect it all? Well, they come from the family of Avalon, and Arthur is a child of Avalon in some ways. He should have been a priest of Avalon, except that from his father he also becomes the King of England. Now, Bradley's conception is brilliant, but her execution is somewhat less so, because she falls into the trap of being over-stereotypical. Every single Christian in the Mists of Avalon is close-minded, violent, destructive of the old religion, hating everything that's not under their control, and antagonistic to Avalon. Likewise, almost every single druid or priestess is in touch with nature, in touch with their own sexual self, etc., etc. You can see how this goes. It's almost a cliche, and it becomes pretty tedious after a while because you know in the 910-page book what every person's character is going to be as soon as you know which side they're on. But that said, despite all of its flaws, the Mists of Avalon is enormously important for a couple reasons. And I think the first is the hardest to measure. The Mists of Avalon inspired a whole generation of not just writers but readers. I know so many of my female students or my female colleagues who were enormously inspired by reading the Mists of Avalon, who read all the subsequent sequels, and Bradley then takes the idea and runs it to death. There's the Priestess of Avalon, and there's some follow-up books in Avalon from the women's point of view, and then she does The Fall of Troy from the women's point of view, and you could see that if she had lived, she would keep doing these women's point of view books from just about any historical epoch. It's better that other people have come along and started to do that. But what she did, and I give Bradley more credit for this even than Ursula Le Guin, is that she made fantasy no longer be a boys' genre. And that has been enormously important in the kind of flourishing of fantasy literature that's come along in the past 10 years and has been closely associated with both the Harry Potter books and with Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings movies. It used to be that fantasy was a boys' genre. And that was clear even back through the 80s and 90s, that 90% of your audience for fantasy literature, 90% of your audience for Tolkien was male. That is no longer the case. When I give lecturings at gatherings of Tolkien enthusiasts, the crowd is easily 50-50 male-female, and oftentimes more female than male. Though I will have to say that many of the women in the crowd are wearing elf princess costumes. I'm not really sure what that means. But in any event, by doubling the size of the potential audience for fantasy, Bradley and people who followed in her footsteps have brought a new life to the genre and brought in new ideas and new approaches. All this old material can be treated in a new way, and that's exactly what the new wave of writers who are really beyond the scope of this course, because it's hard to tell which ones will be successful and which ones will have great aesthetic achievements and which ones are just getting started. But there's this whole new group of writers, and they're not all female, but they're male writers who take some of these things into account. Arthurian literature, particularly in Bradley and also in T.H. White, also deals with the problem of romance and male-female relationships, which has been pretty much absent from a lot of fantasy literature up until this point. Le Guin can say that the Tombs of Atuan is all about sex, but there's no actual sex in the Tombs of Atuan, and likewise for many, many, many other fantasy books, sex is completely exiled. In fact, I think it's very clearly intentionally exiled in Tolkien. It's exiled for various reasons, mostly having to do with the child protagonists in people like Lewis and in Le Guin. But in Arthurian literature, sex is right there in the middle of things. And that's important because it shows that even in a fantasy context, there can be very serious adult treatments of things like male-female relationships and sexuality. Now, it's interesting to note that some sections of T.H. White's Once and Future King that dealt with sex, or at least talking about what we'd call the birds and the bees talk, were censored, were cut out of the American versions of the text, and were left in the English versions. But then the end of T.H. White, as the book grows up, as the book becomes about adults, is very much about the sex between Lancelot and Guinevere, and White even is daring enough to talk about how this was between two people who were old people and not maybe necessarily as physically attractive as they'd been in their youth. And I think that's kind of daring in fantasy literature. Le Guin does sort of the same thing in Tehanu, though it maybe doesn't work quite as well. In any event, sex is just a stand-in in my argument to show that Arthurian literature is much more closely connected to the mainstream, even though it's fantasy. It deals with mainstream issues as well as dealing with fantasy issues about death and immortality. After all, Arthur is supposed to come again. He's the once and future king. And by doing so, it shows that fantasy really can tackle any issues that its writers set their minds to. Now, as we'll see in the next lecture, there's another strand of mainstream literature that has fantastic or fantasy connections, and that's the so-called magical realism of writers like Italo Calvino, Umberto Eco, Jorge Luis Borges, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Salman Rushdie, and Mark Helprin. But magical realism also remains very distinct from fantasy literature, and in the next lecture, I'm going to explain what magical realism can and can't do, and perhaps why it doesn't engage with exactly the same things that fantasy literature and even Arthurian literature does.
This ends Lecture 13. This ends Lecture 13. Rings, Swords, and Monsters, Lecture 14. Magical Realism and Conclusions.
In this lecture, we're going to do two things. First, we're going to examine a subgenre of literature, of mainstream literature, that has something very much in common with fantasy literature, and that is what's called magical realism. Then we're going to see if what we look at in terms of magical realism sheds some light on the entire course, maybe can wrap things up a bit so that magical realism explains something about fantasy literature as a whole. Now, I've noted several times that Tolkien influenced fantasy, or what we could call genre fantasy. Remember, genre as a category, and also as kind of a pejorative term, something that's a criticism that says it's not quite as good as mainstream literature. Genre fantasy, it's not been a significant part of the high cultural tradition of modernism that's really been the major focus of literature in the 20th century. And I want to add also that people say, oh, modernism is dead, or now we're in postmodernism. It's all just various types of modernism, and it certainly works as a category to separate it out from genre, like fantasy, like romance, like science fiction, and so forth. But within mainstream literature, there's a subcategory of literature that really started going maybe in the 1950s, the late 1950s, early 1960s, which was the same time that Tolkien was publishing The Lord of the Rings, but got its most notoriety in the 1980s and 1990s. And I mean by this magical realism, or I should say the so-called magical realism. The writers in magical realism have been among the most celebrated authors of the 20th century. And yet their subject matter includes things like impossible libraries, an angel that washes up in someone's yard after a storm, a never-ending attack of ants, a volume of an encyclopedia from another planet. All of these things are obviously very much in the fantasy genre, it would seem. And yet they're not. They're not because of the way critics treat them, and they're not because of the way the writers write. I don't want to create the false impression that the writers I'm going to talk about now would consider themselves to be part of the Tolkienian fantasy genre, or for that matter would be recognized as being part of it by any critics. There is a distinction to be made between them. Now, these magical realist writers include Jorge Luis Borges, Italo Calvino, Umberto Eco, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Salman Rushdie, and the American writer Mark Halperin. The tradition is for the most part made up of Latin American writers like Borges and Garcia Marquez, but obviously there are Italians like Calvino and Eco, and writers who work in English like Rushdie and Halperin. Now, what do all these writers have in common? Well, first of all, they're not bound by the ordinary rules of terrestrial physics. And they don't seem embarrassed about that. They're not science fiction writers in the sense that they explain why physics doesn't have to apply in their works. And they're not fantasy writers in that they say, oh, it was magic. Rather, they treat these fantastic occurrences as if they were ordinary events to be described in realist terms, which is where the term magical realism comes from. Magical realism, as I said, has gotten every mainstream accolade you can get, and there's serious academic study. Some people have said that Jorge Luis Borges is the greatest writer of the 20th century, and Garcia Marquez is considered one of the greatest living writers right now, as is Salman Rushdie. So in that sense, these writers could not be further away from Tolkien or Stephen R. Donaldson or Terry Brooks, who really have not gotten a lot of academic credibility until very recently. You can, in fact, devote an entire course to magical realism or to any of its authors as individuals. They all have substantial bodies of work. They all have done very well both popularly and critically. But I think instead of trying to have a wide survey of magical realism, which, as I said, it could be an entire course, I'd much rather focus on just a couple writers and short individual works to give you a chance to understand how it works in detail, examining something up close rather than the grand picture of things. And then we'll see how maybe the details can show us the grand picture. Let's start with the Argentinian writer Jorge Luis Borges. He's one of the oldest writers on the list. He lived from 1899 to 1986, and he probably wields the most influence, not just in fantasy, not just in magical realism, but also in mainstream, plain old mainstream literature, and also particularly in science fiction. Borges worked almost entirely in the short story form, and that in itself is incredibly different from the massive novels you get with Tolkien, Le Guin, and so forth. Borges was also, a lot like Tolkien, very interested in using academic forms in his writing. He uses footnotes, he uses digressions, he invents strange authorities that nobody's ever heard of, and he uses real ones and he interchanges them, so you can't really tell if he's just making something up or if he's actually read up on it and is bringing some obscure bit of academia into his writing. He does both. Borges also, interestingly enough, liked the Anglo-Saxon language, just like Tolkien. I know someone who was seated next to Borges at a dinner for visiting academics back in the 1970s, and Borges insisted on trying to speak not in Spanish, not in English, but in Anglo-Saxon, which he'd been training himself to read and to understand. And he, according to my informant, spoke it quite well, actually better than the informant did. Borges also had opinions about things that are very, very technical in Anglo-Saxon. One of his short stories, he mentions the Anglo-Saxon poem The Grave and talks about whether it should be dated to the 12th century or earlier and things about the dialect. Now, this is a poem that, nobody studies, and Borges knew about it. So this suggests his incredibly wide range of knowledge and also his interest in the details of knowledge making, of the way people create knowledge about things, which we might call epistemology. The first Borges story I want to examine is called The Library of Babel, which describes an enormous library. I want to add, actually, that it's not an infinite library. This is a mistake that many people make. They say, it's infinite. They read one line in the story that says, perhaps it's infinite. But in fact, since Borges says every shelf in the library is filled with books, you can calculate the exact number of books in a library. Now, that number turns out to be larger by many orders of magnitude than the number of atoms in the entire universe. And one of my colleagues at Wheaton, Professor Bill Goldblum-Block, has calculated that number and found out a bunch of very interesting things about the mathematical implications of the Library of Babel. But just leave that aside as that it's not infinite, it's finite, but it's so large that you could spend thousands and millions and billions of lifetimes and never examine all the books. Well, why is this important? Well, if you think about the Library of Babel as a representation of Borges's thought, and I think it is, you'll see that he's got the combination of that the library contains every book ever written and every variation of every book ever written. For example, there's Moby Dick. And there's Moby Dick with one typo on page 312. And there's Moby Dick with two typos on page 312. There's the true story of your life. And there's the true story of your life that gets your mother's maiden name wrong. And so forth. The problem is, in amongst all these true books are an unimaginably vast number of untrue books, of books that are just gibberish, of books that are the letter A for 400 pages, of books that are the letter B with one A at the end, and so forth. And so librarians can never find complete books. The odds of them finding a complete, interesting book are so small that they never find them. Now, what Borges does with this library that connects it up with fantasy is that he describes it as if it's the most natural thing in the world. As if his main character, who supposedly has spent his life in the library, is writing down something completely factual about his own life. There's no hint that, wow, isn't this strange and fantastic and unusual? It's just the way things are. And in that sense, it's a conceit very similar to Tolkien's The Red Book of Westmarch, from which he then translates all of his Hobbit stories and everything else in The Lord of the Rings. It's not precisely the same, because Borges is moving with this realistic tradition, but it's very close. Another story of Borges's that is relevant is Tlon Uqbar Orbis Tertius. It's a story about a non-existent book. In this case, it's a volume of the Anglo-American Encyclopedia that contains at its very end an entry on the region of Uqbar. Now, the narrator and his friend find this, and they search through libraries trying to discover more about Uqbar. They eventually learn that it's an invention of a whole kind of secret society of astronomers, biologists, engineers, metaphysicians, poets, chemists, algebraists, moralists, painters, geometers, and it's all directed by some obscure man of genius. These people have been writing the encyclopedia of a planet, Tlon, and its civilization. But this planet and its civilization do not exist. They're being made up entirely by people who really know the details of this. Now, what Borges adds in here that's really fantastic is that the writing of the encyclopedia has begun to create the things that people are writing about. When people believe there's something to find, Borges says, they end up somehow creating it, whether with their minds or some other way, it's not entirely clear, and they end up finding it. The fantasy creates the reality. And Borges writes as if they're both equally real. In a sense, they are, because they both inhabit the minds of his readers. Borges' magical realism in this story and in many, many others is cerebral. It's detached. He was very mathematical. He loved math. He collected books about math. He read about math. He included sophisticated mathematical material in his stories. And so, in the sense that he's like Tolkien, he uses the techniques of a scholar to create a false documentary trail and a pseudo-authority for his fantasy. But on the other hand, he's not like Tolkien, and that he's not interested in creating a history of the elves or a mythology for England or a mythology for Argentina. He's much more about writing things that interest him, giving vent to ideas that trouble him. I mean, he worked in a library, and he can see what soul-killing places they can be when you see how many books there are and how you could never get through reading them, and how someone's magnum opus of a book gets shelved behind the maps and never seen again. And Borges is playing with these ideas, very sophisticated ideas. They are not, however, the kind of huge big picture ideas about ethics and morality and how should we live like Tolkien. They're big picture in a different sense, about mathematical ideas and ideas about whether things exist and how they exist. My favorite story by Borges is actually only a paragraph long. It's called On Exactitude in Science. And it says that in one kingdom, the royal cartographers got so good at making maps that they made a map that was the same size and had the same amount of detail as the thing that they were mapping. And then what happened is people went off and lived in the map because it was identical to the thing. This is what I talked about several lectures ago about the map not equating the territory, or if the map did equate the territory, it became the territory. Well, Borges does that all in one paragraph, and brilliantly. It's not the same kind of thing that Tolkien wants to do in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of creating a reality. It's more of an abstraction. If we move on from Borges to the Colombian writer, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who was born in 1928 and is still writing today, Garcia Marquez generates authority in a very different way. He uses the techniques of realistic fiction that have been honed and have become kind of consensus techniques and conventions over the past 2 centuries. So I want to look at his story, published in 1955, A Very Old Man with Enormous Wings. Garcia Marquez starts his story with a very straightforward, completely unpoetic description that characterizes serious realist fiction. It could be in Hemingway, it could be in Faulkner, it could be in any of the major writers that you read in school exemplifying the 20th century. Here's how it starts. On the 3rd day of rain, they had killed so many crabs inside the house that Pelayo had to cross his drenched courtyard and throw them into the sea, because the newborn child had a temperature all night, and they thought it was due to the stench. Out in his yard, then, Pelayo finds a very old man with enormous wings. It obviously seems to be an angel, except these are enormous mangy buzzard wings, and the man is dressed like a rag picker, and he's seemingly half unconscious and very, very sick. So they lock him in a chicken coop. So they've got this angel locked in the chicken coop. The man's too human. He smells bad. His wings are filled with parasites. But soon he becomes kind of like a fairground attraction. People travel all over to see him, and Pelayo and his family gather some money because of that, because they pay money to come see the very old man with enormous wings. It's even possible that this kind of strange, manky angel has performed some miracles, but they're not the miracles that people expect. There's a leper, but he grows sunflowers out of his sores instead of being healed. There's a blind man who grows 3 new teeth, but still blind. But it is sort of a miracle because with the money that's brought in by all these visitors, Pelayo is able to build a nice new house. During the winter, it seems like the old man's going to die. But in the spring, he grows all new feathers and eventually flies away. It's a strange story. It's a beautiful story in the sense that everything in it's very ugly, like the crabs inside the house or the mangy feathers or the man with parasites who smells bad. But it's very beautiful because of the way Garcia Marquez handles the language. He acts like he's just reporting the story. He's not making up anything specifically interesting. He doesn't say, oh my gosh, you have to see this very old man with enormous wings. Just the very old man with enormous wings shows up after the storm, either washes up or is blown out of the sky or something like that. And then here's the realism of the story. That is the realism part. And the magic is that the man has enormous wings. This story, more than anything else, and even more than the Borges stories, shows that what separates fantasy from magical realism is style. Magical realism is an offshoot of modernism, and the big thing about modernism is sentence style. That's not what the modernists admit, but really when you study it, that's what they're all about. Make it new. Make the sentences different than sentences everyone has written before. Make the sentences so new that they are distinctive to you in some way, and eliminate anything that might be a cliche, anything that you might have read before, unless you're going to make fun of it or be ironic or mock it. That's what modernism is about, and that's what magical realism is about. It uses those kind of what we could call a meta-convention. Don't follow the conventions is the convention we're going to follow. Magical realism is also like modernism in that it's ironic. It's detached. It doesn't ever have a happy ending, but it might not also be the kind of overblown large-scale tragedy you would get in 19th century literature, in literature like Thackeray or George Eliot or people like that, where there is a tragedy or there's a great sorrow at the end. Magical realism doesn't need to have that. But it also avoids that eucatastrophe that Tolkien talks about, the unexpected happy ending that might even include the deus ex machina of eagles swooping down to save everyone. Magical realism isn't about that. It's about getting you to think, like Borges, or it's about getting you to, but it's not about getting you to feel joy. Joy beyond the walls of the world, beyond the walls, and says fantasy literature is. Now, it may be that, as the most vocal critics of fantasy say, the thing that separates genre fantasy from magical realism is just that genre fantasy is poorly written. If Tolkien had been as good a writer at the sentence level as Salman Rushdie or Mark Halperin, then he'd be respected in the same way they are. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake for a couple reasons. The first is that Tolkien had very, very strong control of what he was writing. It's not that he couldn't write sentences in a modernistic view. He does this in one of his letters where he shows how Theoden the king would have spoken in 20th century England, and he gets it right. I mean, it seems very reasonable and realistic dialogue. I mean, almost anyone can write dialogue if you're willing to listen carefully. So it's not that Tolkien couldn't do it. It's that he chose not to. And you can say, well, that just was bad choice, stupid idea. But he was aiming for a different effect, and fantasy literature at its best is aiming for a different effect from magical realism. In other words, fantasy has a different aesthetic from modernism. And critics of fantasy have spent their lives working in the modernism tradition. They've spent their lives trying to figure out and explain the modernist aesthetic, and a lot of that does come from Henry James, as I've mentioned a few times, the idea that there's realism and it's about serious psychological interiority. Well, that's not always the case for magical realism, is it? I mean, The Very Old Man with Enormous Wings isn't about how Pelayo feels about the old man. It's about how the town reacts, but more it's about getting you as a reader to try to think about, well, what if a very old man with enormous wings blew down into your yard? The Library of Babel isn't so much about an ironic distance as, isn't that an incredibly cool idea? And then, isn't that an incredibly scary and depressing idea, which is how the story eventually concludes. And you can see this in a lot of magical realism. I will say that in some of the works, Salman Rushdie, for example, in Haroun and the Sea of Stories, Rushdie's going for a slightly happier feel or a more dreamlike feel, though that book is, is it children's literature? Not really, but it certainly takes place in sort of a childish view. It's a very hard book and a beautiful book. It's a hard book to deal with critically, but it's a beautiful, fun book to read. Mark Halperin also occasionally has more of an uplifting, happy ending, though again, not in the same way. There's always a big price to be paid in his books that the characters have paid, even in their fantasy world, even in, say, Winter's Tale with its beautiful conception of kind of an idyllic, magical New York City at the turn of the century. There's still a lot of sorrow and sacrifice. Now, there's sorrow and sacrifice in Tolkien and Le Guin and others, but it's handled differently. It's handled for the sense that it's something to go through to then reach the happy ending, to reach the evangelium, as Tolkien would call it. There's also another way we can distinguish between mainstream literature, even magical realism, and fantasy. Mainstream fiction in the 20th century is most often about wants. These are very serious wants. They're about wants, I want respect, or I want freedom, or I want to be treated as an individual, or I want to have the group that I represent be respected, but they're still about wants. Fantasy is often about characters' needs. It's about how do we get enough food, or how do we not get killed by the bad guys, or how do we not get swallowed up by the Dark Lord. It's very different to have a story about needs and about wants. And people would say that, well, wants are much more sophisticated, but wants also shows that they're coming from a society that has the luxury of talking about wants. Literature about needs often showed up in the 19th century in books by Dickens, or even into the early 20th century in things like the works of Theodore Dreiser or Maggie, A Girl of the Streets. Even Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. It's not really a novel, but it has a lot to do with about needs, about who's getting what food. That kind of class-based literature was about needs, but it always gets modified and changed into things about wants, about respect, and about freedom. And those are important things. I don't want to put them down. I just want to point out that literature that's about wants is coming out of that Henry James tradition, a very comfortable, a very settled tradition, and a tradition that was written by people who had enough food on the table. I mean, when Virginia Woolf talks about you need 3 guineas and you need a room of one's own, she was a rich person who had all that stuff. And so she's writing about the thing settled people have. Even people I love, like Thackeray, who's writing about and wanting money, they're again writing about people who don't have as much money as they should have, rather than about people who are starving. You really have to go back to people like Jack London and writing the adventure stories, The Call of the Wild, and all those northern stories, or the kind of adventure stories of Rider Haggard and the not-so-serious adventure literature that Tolkien was inspired by to talk about needs rather than wants. And I know this is a broad generalization, and we can find both in both kinds of literature, but I think it's a worthwhile set of categories to look at. This means that mainstream fiction betrays its roots in the courts, or at least among the elites, and fantasy literature has its roots in the populace. Fantasy literature is popular, it sells, it needs to make money. Mainstream literature has patrons a lot of the time. Many writers of mainstream literature have other jobs in academia. There are professors, there are distinguished fellows attached to institutions. They write for their patrons. They say they write for themselves, but of course they have to please their patrons in some way. Fantasy writers have to please the marketplace, and that makes a big difference. Now, I'm not saying that a mainstream writer doesn't please the marketplace, because certainly Gabriel Garcia Marquez has sold thousands and millions of books, and certainly Mark Halperin is on the bestseller list, and Salman Rushdie, everything he writes is a bestseller practically, as well as being a serious work. But there is that difference that we need to note. There's also the fact that fantasy literature, as Tolkien says, is supposed to generate escape. And while mainstream literature can generate escape while you're reading that, especially I would think Salman Rushdie, when you're reading Salman Rushdie, you enter in an entirely different world, and you do escape from the world that you're in now. But when you're at the end of the book, when you've finished it, you're not just back in the world that you started in, but you're back in the world thinking about things that are in that world. The Tolkien fantasy, Ursula Guin's fantasy, it seems to be when you finish the book, you can still escape into that fantasy realm, as so many people do. And not just the people who dress up at conventions, but the people who think very deeply or imagine very deeply what elvish poetry would be like, or what it would be like to have eternal life, and so forth. All of these things have a very different effect than mainstream literature, even magical realism. In fact, I would say magical realism does the opposite of escape. It takes the realistic conventions of language, applies them to fantastical situations or events, and therefore it brings the reader's thoughts back on the language itself, not on the things that are behind the language. It's hard to think, like again, reading Salman Rushdie, what is behind the language? It's all about the language. It's about the beauty of language. It's about the beauty of language the way certain flute concertos can be just about the sound of the flute, even more than they can be about the tune that it's playing. In Tolkienian fantasy, despite all the pains that Tolkien or Le Guin or others take to their language, it's about the language generating something else, not the language as an abstract entity. Now, if we want to view this negatively, we can say that magical realism, rather than providing escape, tries to show that there is no escape. That even if we talk of impossible things, we can't escape the prison house of language, as Foucault would describe it, the constraints of the world and the constraints of our intellectual systems. But I don't think this stance comes through in every writer of magical realism. It certainly doesn't come through in Halperin and Umberto Eco, but it's there a little bit, and it's one of the reasons that magical realism, as beautiful as it is, can be profoundly depressing to read. Even one recognizes the beauty and the intellectual accomplishments of the writers, you can sometimes finish a magical realist book, a Garcia Marquez book in particular, and be like, wow, that was beautiful, and now I'll slam my head on the door. And that's one of the problems with magical realism to me, is that it doesn't achieve that level of escape that fantasy does. And I would love to see writers who are that good, writers who have that sentence-level skill, applying their skills to something that's more uplifting, like fantasy literature, and maybe not the same just kind of sterile, in the end, play of language that so many of the magical realists do. Tolkien, Le Guin, others, they have no problem with language creating reality. But they want that reality to be better than the real reality of the world. They want it to be more powerful. They want it to be more awe-inspiring. They don't want it to be limited to the things that can be described realistically. Tolkien, Le Guin, Holdstock, Donaldson, Brooks, at their best, want to examine what it means to be human, just as any mainstream writer does, but they want to do it by removing the surface structures of the present world and seeing how humans in all their variety might behave in a different world. And when I say all their variety, yes, I mean elves and dwarves. They're obviously humans. They're different abstractions of different kinds of humans. There are different abstractions of different things that all humans have in them. Tolkien thought that elvishness was sort of a higher power, or a more beautiful and accomplished level of humanity that could enter into any individual human. So magical realism is, for all its remarkable style, its remarkable insight into human psychology, in the end, it's another form of modernism, and it's not fantasy. It's separate, and we should use it to look at fantasy to see that they deal with many of the same similar issues, even if not elves and dragons, the same kind of fantastical material, the same kind of magic, as it were, though magical realism does never explain how the magic works. That's one of the points of it. But even though they deal with same things, in the end, they really are separate categories, and it's worthwhile to keep them distinct. Fantasy is attempting to break free from the modernist realist requirement to focus on the world as it is. Instead, it attempts to create an entirely different world. Now, there's a big question that arises is, what about the politics? Because that's one of the things that modernist literature has gone into more and more and more, and certainly more since 1950 and even more since 1990, where modernist literature is about politics in a lot of ways, and how does literature generate the politics that its authors and I guess its readers want. Now, these tend to be of a certain strand, and I'm not really getting into that because I'm not interested in the kind of boring question, is Tolkien right-wing or left-wing? Who cares? And how could you even tell anyway? The categories don't work. If you really wanted to push it, Tolkien would be right-wing in that he believed in monarchy and he believed in hierarchy, and he'd be incredibly left-wing and he believed in tearing down power, and he would be a Green if he actually voted today because he was opposed to industrialization and factories and in favor of any kind of environmentalism whatsoever. So where does he fit? It doesn't matter. That's not the important point. The important point is to see how these politics may play out and whether they're really relevant to our discussion. I'm not sure that they are. Fantasy's politics have often been criticized as being reactionary or not getting people to change enough, but I think that's a misreading of fantasy. It says, all the good things were in the past and we should go back to the past. That's not really what fantasy says. It creates a past that never existed. It gives you ideas about how the world could be so that you could make an intervention into this current world to change it. Yes, fantasy suggests that a lot of traditional morality is still valid. That's the whole thing about good and evil. But I actually don't think that that's as politically problematic as a lot of people like to think. Traditional morality can have people be kind to people who are weaker than them. It can have them be generous to people who don't have as much as they have. And I think that that's as progressive a vision as you ever need to see anywhere. The whole idea that the hobbits, even though they're not particularly powerful, even though they don't generate a lot of economic opportunity in the Shire, should be free to live in the Shire just because they want to be free, I think that's a politically powerful statement. They don't deserve to be taken over, even though there is a king, even though they don't produce any of the things that people would, I guess, want produced in Middle-earth, elvish rings or magic. That's not what the hobbits are for. But they're just valuable because they're happy, free people. And I think the value of freedom, however that's constructed, is really one of the key elements in fantasy literature. And as we try to tie all of this up together, I want you to think back across all the fantasy literature we've read and discussed and think about how the idea of freedom continually is played up in fantasy. More so, in many ways, than it ever is in modernism. Because so much of fantasy, because it's about quest, because it's about defeating the Dark Lord, or keeping magic alive in the universe, or investigating the past in some way, is about maintaining human freedom. And that freedom is emphasized exactly because fantasy has kings and oppressive dark lords with evil armies and people with genetic or hereditary powers that other people don't have. It then highlights the importance of freedom and the importance of imagination in a way that the magical realists do a little bit of, but mainstream modernists aren't very good at all. I said before that modernists were not very good about the problem of death, and I'll stand by that comment. When modernists talk about death, they talk about how death affects other people around us. They talk about how death destroys communities or brings communities together or changes human relationships, but they don't talk about the big abstract problem of death, the problem that bothers people. Now, maybe it's just a childish thing to say, I'm really bothered by the idea that I might have to die sometime. And in fact, I know I'm going to have to die sometime unless some really amazing scientific invention comes along or techniques that I don't really expect. Now, you say this is a problem that people grow out of once they're out of their adolescence, but I don't agree. What people do is they sublimate it. They say it doesn't bother them. They say it's all about what it does to the family or what it does to the other people. But in a sense, that problem of death is still hanging around there. And it's my experience that people use fantasy literature, they particularly use Tolkien, to talk about these problems, to talk about the problem of eternal elves, for example, or to talk about the problem that Frodo and Bilbo, despite all their service to the powers of the world, are going to have to die, even when they get off to the Blessed Land. And I said, when I was a child, I thought they got to go to heaven. I was very disappointed when I read Tolkien's letter, and he said, no, they have to die. They're mortal. All mortals have to die. I think that kind of wrestling with those big issues is what fantasy does best. And it does it in such a way that you're dealing with deep-seated psychological interior issues by putting them on the outside, by rather than doing kind of a Jamesian or a James Joycean for that matter, or a Virginia Woolfian view of, well, what was this person thinking about as they dealt with death and how do they wrestle with it? You take death, you put it over here, and you say, here you have a chance for, say, eternal life, but as a wraith, or you have death, or you have Le Guin's attempt to bring in Buddhist and Taoist sensibilities, that really a death in which your own individual identity is preserved is morally wrong, despite its great tradition. That's Le Guin's major argument in The Other Wind, in her concluding book in the Earthsea trilogy. She finally finds a way to break away from the Christian material that she has inherited. She said she was being Taoist all along. I don't think she managed it. But in that final book, she says, an afterlife that preserves individual identity destroys the world in a certain way. And that afterlife has to be reconfigured so that people can be reincarnated and reborn, not as their own individual identity, but as energy or a spirit or something like that. You don't have to agree with that. You can have a perfectly strong faith and belief in an afterlife devoutly believed in and sort of hints at in his material, or some kind of strange afterlife like Holdstock and his mythopoeic power where you would come back because people believed in you or something like that, or because they wrote you down. It doesn't matter. The point is that you've taken this very difficult topic, put it out there, made it abstract in some way, and then allowed readers to wrestle with it. That's the real value of fantasy to me. Fantasy forces us to grapple with the impossible by creating impossible worlds that are so real and so beautiful that when we enter into them, we believe they're really there. Think of all the people who have created fan art based on the Lord of the Rings, who have created landscapes and costumes and artifacts, all based on that material. It's not just a childish affection. It's a engagement with literature, a deep engagement that people no longer have in many ways, or not as many people, or let me put it even better, not enough people have with mainstream literature. If mainstream literature wants to think about how do we re-engage with so many people, you might look to fantasy to see how fantasy does it by allowing people to enter into the story and create the story on their own and take up parts of the story and use it in their own lives, the way that people, maybe in a strange or silly way, when someone says to you, may the peace of the valor be with you. Now, you're going a little bit far, taking Tolkien's material as a religion rather than as literature, but it shows how powerful it's been. And even though I love Ernest Hemingway and Virginia Woolf and Toni Morrison like no one else, I can't see myself doing that with any of their material. That's what's really important about fantasy, is that it does something different that literature always used to do. That when literature was a kind of oral tradition, this is what it did. I want to close then with the question and the problem, maybe, of why fantasy has become the dominant mode of literature in the 20th century. If you go by sales and you go by movies and you go by eyeballs reading the literature, fantasy is dominant right now. Well, why is that, do you think? I think it's because that fantasy is reinventing something that was lost. I've said this before. I think it's reinventing the oral tradition. I think it's reinventing the captivating story, the secondary world, that was pushed to the side when people came up with this really, really cool technology of printing, of cheap printing in the 18th and 19th centuries. All of a sudden you could do things in print that you couldn't do oral tradition-wise, and you couldn't even do manuscript-wise, because you couldn't distribute your manuscript to so many people. And you have serials, and you have long, long, long novels, like in the 18th century, things like Clarissa, or things like Tristram Shandy that can play with a blank page. There's a blank page in Tristram Shandy, and the author says, now you draw the picture of your lady here, and then you can see what I'm seeing, and so forth. You can't do that in oral tradition. And what happens is authors are experimenting with this new technology, and they develop all these cool things with the new technology, and they build on each other, where one writer then builds on what a previous writer's written and moves further and further away from that oral tradition. Eventually, you get so far away from that oral tradition that while you're doing amazingly interesting things, you've left a gap. This is the gap that popular music rushed into after what we now call classical music, which was very much popular in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, moved on and became more recherche, more about itself, more about its authors, and its authors writing for other authors, or its artists writing for other artists. There was a gap, and sadly, in some ways, popular music rushed into that. Well, I think it's the same thing that's going on in literature, that a gap was forged with mainstream literature, and fantasy has rushed in to fill that gap. Now, I think what's great about this is that fantasy has evolved and will continue to evolve to fill that gap in better and better ways, to become better fantasy literature and more interesting. That Tolkien's literature, yes, it may cast a great shadow and it may have an anxiety of influence upon everyone else, but more and more people will come along and they'll write beyond it. The same way that they wrote beyond all the greats who created literature going back Shakespeare and Chaucer and beyond into the past. People overcame their anxiety about those father figures, if you'll call them that, now father and mother figures, I guess, and then created beautiful works of their own. That, to me, is the great value of fantasy, because it takes us further and deeper and higher, so that when we return to our own world, our perspective is changed, and we see the old world in a new way.
This ends Lecture 14. Now that you've completed this course, be sure to test your comprehension by taking the final exam. You'll find the exam on this course's webpage at www.modernscholar.com. If you enjoyed this program, the Modern Scholar series from Recorded Books offers courses in a variety of subject areas taught by the world's greatest professors. Call 1-800-636-3399 or visit the course's webpage for a free catalog. This course, produced by John J. Alexander, is copyrighted 2006 by Recorded Books, LLC. The lecture text is copyrighted 2006 by Michael Drought. The lectures were recorded and edited under the direction of Spencer Avila and Matthew Kavnar. Recorded and edited under the direction of Spencer Avila and Matthew Kavnar.